Good evening. Welcome. Episode 17 of JMK Customers Live. We're doing another guest show today, and we have got somebody pretty exciting. Tony's on with me today. This is a nice change of pace. We'll only be a quarter baked for this show. With only one of us indulges, and it's typically half. So, fraction joke. Anyway, Tony, how are you doing, brother? It's good. So good to see you, man.
Yes, I'm hanging in there. Everybody, obviously, I'm assuming everybody in the chat knows what happened a couple weeks ago. So I'm dealing. I appreciate you reaching out. I appreciate all the kind people who reached out and gave me words of encouragement, words of inspiration, all that stuff. You have no idea what it meant. So thank you guys very much, all of you, man. It was, like I said, every now and again, you don't realize how many friends or how many people you kind of get to know in this little space. And then you something catastrophic or something great happens, and then you quickly realize you got some real friends here. So thank you all for everybody. I appreciate all you guys, man.
That's awesome. Yeah, as much shit as the community gets, it's times like these where it really earns the name.
Listen, you always say the bad comes with the good, right? So there's moments where, like I said, there's someone. Unfortunately, the worst day of my life came, and in that moment, I realized the greatness that is this community. You know what I'm saying? So it's like something catastrophic happens, but at the same time, something wonderful happens because you kind of realize that, listen, I haven't been at this very long, this toy shit, but like for the year and a half that I've been at it, to get to know you, Woody, Shane, all these guys, Jeff, all these guys that all came and checked on me immediately when you kind of like just read the status. I didn't even get into details. You already kind of knew and checked on. It was, like I said, it's those moments that make you realize that this shit is worth it. Like I'm doing this for a reason, and it's the right reasons.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the toy stuff's fun, but the camaraderie is really what it's made of. That's
man. Yeah.
That's something.
So I appreciate
it. I'm glad you're on the road to processing. I'm glad you got some people in your corner and everything, because that's
and that's important, man. You got to have a good support system. You know what I'm saying? Like as long as you have the right people, like you said, in your corner in your life, man, it doesn't matter how dark it gets, because those people are gonna have the lights. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, I don't want to sit here and bring down your show. I'm gonna have a good time here today, but again, I can't express my level of thanks to like you and everybody who really went above and beyond, like for real. Like, thank you guys, bro. So it'll never be, I don't want to say repaid, but the gratitude will never be, I can never repay the gratitude I have for all of you guys. Like for real, man. So I appreciate you.
Got our little family.
Okay. It's yes. A little dysfunctional family, but it's a family nonetheless.
Oh, it's dysfunctional AF, man. I don't know what it would look like otherwise, though.
But yeah, you prefer it fucking a little dysfunctional, because if it's not, it's boring.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, I did see your when I popped in a little early. I saw that you was setting up your camera. And that action figure that you have that you're gonna, I guess, finish off today, dude, that's impressive, man. You're fucking second to none, dude. One of these, like when you invited me to come on this, apart from just helping you out, was really watching this process and asking questions of my own, like that. I'm sure the chat is gonna ask too, or has, but just watching the process, man, is up close and personal is a rewarding experience, I believe, because you learn a lot.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I figured since both of us do this kind of thing live, I figured that would add to it, because we're both passionate about this. So who better to co-pilot it than somebody who's also passionate about it?
I appreciate you, man. Thank you. And I got some pictures of the tactical battle station, like because I took a couple of weeks off from like this stuff, but like I didn't stop working in the garage. So I got like a little bit further along. So I took pictures today just to kind of, if you want to show them, I'll post them up.
Okay. Yeah, for sure.
I got a little further along in it, and kind of like the way it's turning out. You know what? Like I just took a step back before I came in the house, because like right before I jumped in this room, I was out there just working on shit, and it already, like if you look at it, you're like, oh shit, I see where he's going. It's like one of those, like, it's like, oh shit, it's already coming together. Like it's just the skeleton. You don't have all the details just like yet. I'm not even close.
But you can see the direction. You can
But
see.
yeah, because I cut the like the platforms out and the helipad, and I mounted the bracket for the helipad already. So that's all in, and now everything is glued in place, like the walls, everything's. So now it's all going to start being cosmetic and adding all the small intricate shit. But it's crazy. I always say this, and you'll probably agree to this, because when you start your process and you start like grinding down a figure or sanding the shit, do you take a moment when you step back and go, "Oh man, I might have fucked this up. Like I might have fucked this
At
up."
least once every project. At
Okay,
least one thing happens. I'm like, oh fuck. Now I'm in the weeds.
dude, that happened twice already with this thing.
That's a massive project. So I think you're still on a good track there.
I was just
Only
like,
two for a 1/12
dude,
tactical battle platform.
I took one step back and I saw a couple of things and I was like, oof, I'm gonna have to fill some gaps. It looks like, yeah. Oh my god. But I will say this: when Woody was here a couple weeks ago and he was helping me with the thing, he kept saying I should have brought my Proxon cutter. I should have brought my Proxon cutter. And at first I was like, is it that good? And he said, yeah. And then when he left that night or whatever, I just kept thinking in my head, like, he kept putting that thing over. So I'm gonna get one. So I went and I bought one the next week, and man, was he was right. Holy shit, that has been a lifesaver, dude. I have
Is
now
that like the
breezed.
hot wire?
Yeah,
Is that what that's
yeah,
called?
the
Okay.
hot wire, like the table looking saw looking one with the
Mhm.
wire. Oh my god, it has been an absolute fucking lifesaver. He was not wrong. It's literally cut immense time, because I was gonna have to sand everything, and I didn't want to get covered in fucking fiberglass dust. So or whatever it is, a styrofoam dust, a styrofoam fire, whatever the fuck it is. I didn't want to get covered in the shit, so
Yeah, yeah.
I just covered. I cut it with that. I cut it, and now everything is like butter. Everything's in place. I also added like the like when you put together like a drawer and you add like the dowel sticks with the glue.
Sure.
I did that to this thing just to
Oh, okay.
add
So
strength.
you heat it.
Yeah, so it wouldn't come
Nice.
apart, because I just didn't want this thing. Like my biggest fear, dude, was like everything's done. You place the dragonfly on the helipad. You take a step back, and the thing just slowly. So like, I just wanted to make sure that was not gonna fucking happen. So I just literally went keys. Every fucking wall has them. Like the floor has them. Uh, the way I'm building the brackets, it's going to be like detachable, because just in case I want to bring it somewhere, I want to be able to fit it in a car. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
the two brackets and the helipad will be able to come off of it. So that's essentially my game plan. Yeah. Now the question I ask myself, and I don't know, do you light it up now? Like, do I start adding lights to the computers? Do I have like flashing lights on the helipad? Like there's a fucking crazy amount of ways you can go with this goddamn thing. Like I know that
Oh,
has a
yeah.
spotlight in the control panel, like in the control room. Does that has to work? Obviously, but I would want like a bright ass LED, so that it would be like an actual like searchlight.
Oh, yeah.
I
Like
wouldn't
a spotlight. Yeah, for sure.
exactly. So like that's kind of where my mind is right now in terms of stuff that, like, I'm already 10 steps ahead. Like I'm already thinking about like the wiring and the electrical and the lighting of it when I haven't even put the fucking thing together yet. Like so, like I'm happy with that. Like I don't know how you feel. Like again, that's another question I had for you. Like when you start to work and you get past those hurdles, right, and you start to jump over them, and now you start to see your progress. You're starting to see that grinding shit didn't fuck up, or you didn't mess up, so you didn't,
Right.
by say fuck, ruin this thing. Like, do you start to like let's say you're at step 5. Do you see step 10 already? And you're like, fuck, I want to get there. Like, because I'm already seeing, like, I'm seeing this at step 5, and step 10 is going to be like, holy shit. Like, when it's complete, do you see it like that?
I mean, I think I start the project thinking about like probably step 9.
Okay.
Like I'm usually like kind of surprised at the end of it, like no matter what.
Yeah.
But I know roughly what I need it to look like. So like I think about it, like you're walking down a path, excuse me. You stumble, you're off the path for a minute, but it's right there. Like if you literally just take one step, you're back on track.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
So I mean, that's those stumbles. Like, yeah, you may get off track. You may stub your fucking toe. Like, it's going to distract you very heavily for a brief moment. You just
Yeah.
get right back on track and keep going. Now,
Well,
if it's a big enough deal, I'm gonna set it to the side. I'm gonna do something else for a little while so
yeah.
that I don't do something I can't fix,
Yeah. Did
and then come back to it and be like, "Oh, that's not even that big of a deal.
yeah,
That's
that
not
happened.
that's
How many times has that happened to you where you like make a mistake and it's almost like so intimidating that you're afraid to go back? Like where like sometimes I've made a small like you just said, a small mistake, but in my mind it's catastrophic,
Yeah,
where I put it off to the side and then I'm afraid to go back to it because I think that the mistake was so bad that I might have to start over again. And then when you go back to it and you start working on it, you're like, what the fuck was I? Why was I so nervous? Like this was such an easy fix.
yeah. That's that has definitely happened a few times
Okay.
where I think it's really bad, and then I just fresh perspective. It's like, that's not that big of a deal. Like that's
Yeah,
I
okay.
just it's the finding the solution, but you have to get it out in front of your face for you to see the solution. But
Exactly.
then there's also been times where that fear has definitely materialized,
Come
and
true.
I was definitely right. Like
Yeah.
that hyena, the hiss custom, the
Yeah.
hyena, the red one. That was definitely one of those where
Oh, fuck.
the mistake I made. I was like, I'm gonna have to start all the way over, and that's why I didn't work on it for
Yeah.
almost a year, and then got back into it. Just like, little I do a little bit here and a little bit there, and it's like I just not ready to, you
Mm.
know, commit to it.
Do you notice now that you start working with fucking around with vehicles, do you enjoy the vehicles because it's a little bit bigger than an action figure?
No.
So it's annoying, more annoying.
Yeah, I don't like
Yeah.
vehicles.
Yeah, I don't like fucking with them neither. I know
I
Gun
like
Bunny in here, but and he fucks with the vehicles.
he kills it.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
that is
yeah,
definitely his thing. Chad's
yeah,
the same way. Like, Chad does great vehicle custom.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I just don't like it. I don't know
Mm.
why, because I started with model kits, when I was a kid, and I figured vehicles would be like the easiest thing, but I want the figures, but sometimes I'm like, I don't know if anybody else is gonna, take a chance and try this out.
Yeah,
So why not? Let's try it. That was the hyena. That's what I did. I was like, nobody's gonna spend $400 on a freaking HasLab hiss and paint it like the Action Force hyena. Nobody's dumb enough to do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
one
If I get
one
stuck
man
with it,
is.
like, okay, I think it's rad.
That's
Like,
it.
uh,
Dude,
yeah,
how hard was it to light up the Vanguard? Because you added lights.
I did. Not terribly hard. I
Okay,
used 1/10 scale RV or RC truck stuff.
okay,
So the harnesses are already there. It was
yeah,
really
yeah,
just a matter of me like getting acquainted with that stuff, and then finding the right amount of lights, and then
yeah,
splicing them. The splicing together was the hardest part. 'Cause it's like I haven't soldered wires together for
yeah,
probably a decade.
yeah.
It's not like it's hard. It's just when you're out of it, it's intimidating to get back into it.
Oh, trust me. When
You know,
I built that robot with the lights, and I felt the same way. Because the last time I had wired stuff, it was cosplay, and it was costumes, and it was lighting up. I was lighting up an Iron Man suit. So I had the arc reactor, the repulsors, and all
oh
that
yeah,
shit lit up. And that was really the last time I remember soldering wires and all that shit. That was like 12, 13 years ago. And then like now I'm sitting here putting in these tiny little lights into a robot, and it's like all over. And like you said, it's just like knocking the dust off. It's all it really is.
yeah,
It's just like, oh,
that's it.
this wasn't that hard. I
It's
just
not
forgot.
hard.
Yeah.
You already have the skill. It's just you haven't
So,
accessed that for a while. That's
yeah,
all.
yeah, yeah, exactly. That's fucking. Isn't creativity crazy? That it
It's a weird
kind of like
thing.
works. It works everybody the same kind of way. Like you say, when you walk away from it. I always call that like go take a smoke break, even if it's 4 days. Just take a
Hmm.
smoke break for a couple days, and then come back to it when you're sufficiently stoned and you
It
know.
was it was a process that I mean I kind of worked up working on cars with my dad is because we would get like to the point where we were like throwing wrenches across the garage, and be like,
Oof, yeah,
okay, walk away,
yeah,
because
yeah,
we both do it. Like we both were, our minds are the same thing.
yeah.
So one of us would come in and be like, okay. walk away, go have a cigarette, walk, whatever it was,
Yeah.
and then come back and you're calm, and one of us would already be working on the solution. We work really well, you know,
Yeah.
badminton style. Like, okay, all right, I'll
Yeah.
take this. You just take a minute,
Yeah.
because there's been times where we haven't, and we've legitimately broken something that was going to cost, So I kind of, I kind of picked that, really polished that method,
Yeah.
doing that kind of stuff with my dad. And then I always bring up the article from Alex Ross I read when I was probably a teenager about him. He would start a project, he'd set it to the side, and he would work on something else. And then, a few days later, a couple weeks later, a month later, he'd come back to it. And by that time, your mind had relaxed, and you could see imperfections. You could see what you needed to change before you went through the entire process to be like, oh my God, shit.
Exactly right.
We got two thumbs on this hand. What the hell am I doing? But you know what? So
It's
yeah,
impressive the if you have the right amount of patience, how great these projects, whatever it is, whether it's an art like drawing, painting, it just, as long as you have the patience to walk away, take a couple, whether it's like an hour or a couple days, a couple months, whatever it is, just have that patience. Don't try to rush, because like I told you, when I get to step 5 and I see step 10, that's when the rushing starts, because you want to get to step 10. So that's I've told myself, like, yo, like for instance, today I was out there working on shit. I told myself, this is what you're doing today. Don't, because you're starting to see it materialize, don't start trying to rush to step 7 because you're at step 5. Like, no, let step 5 ferment, see what needs to be fixed, then fix it, then move on slowly but surely. And this thing, like, the one thing I will also, that Woody is he was a great advice, was he said, don't rush, take your time with the tactical battle station, because if you do, when you're done, this thing is going to be like killer. It's going to look sick because you took your time. So that was a great set of advice, and I'm going to like literally take my time, and I'm not rushing at all with the fucking thing. It already is coming together as is. So I'm very happy with it.
Don't rush to. I think that's one of the most advantageous things about this Wednesday show and the projects that I work on during this is because I can't rush it. Like, I get this amount of time, and then it sits for a week. And I occasionally, like this week, I'll be like, oh, while I have this color out, I'll go ahead and put this on there. And then I'm like, damn it, I'm supposed to do this shit live. And here you are doing the project, off camera.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, okay, put the paintbrush down. You can finish that later,
Dude, like I said, once you start to see that finish line, you start to like, oh, you know what? I'll just tell them how I did it. Like, they don't have to see it. I'll just tell them how I did it, and then
that was also why I started doing multiple projects at once.
Yeah.
Because if I'm doing one project, then I'm always going to be trying to get the next step. Trying to key it up as quick as I can. But if I have multiple projects, I can set, this piece of styrofoam with all the skewers and parts on it. I set it out to the side. I pick up the next one. I work on that one.
Yeah. Keeps you busy too.
And then at no point am I like, oh God, I got to start another project, because I've already started the next project.
Yeah, it's already there. Yeah.
Pick that one up and begin another one, and I don't know, it's a weird mental thing, But
well, it's just, it is. It's just it's in your mind knowing there's always work to be done.
There's always work to be done. That's for damn sure.
So instead of like you just said, oh, I got to start a whole new project. In your mind, you're like, no, I don't. I'm already in the process. That's already started. Yeah. It's a never-ending stream of just creativity that never stops.
For real.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. Trust me. Like,
for real.
For instance, the last couple of days, my wife, like, we brought her cats over, so they don't get along at all, right?
Oh.
So one stays in one room, one stays in the other. So I told her, I was like, I'll just, I'll stay in the living room with the, with one of them. You stay in the bedroom with the other one, And she's like, all right. I was like, just until you get acclimated, because the one the girl cat she brought is just, we just brought her a couple days ago. So I said she's got to get acclimated to the house the same way the boy cat did. So just sleep in a bedroom with her, just get her comfortable. And he's already used to everything, and I'll just follow him around. I'll play with him. It's not a big deal at night. I don't sleep because, listen, I never really slept when my father was alive. You know what I'm saying? But like now that he's gone, this sleep is non-existent. I'm just staring at the fucking ceiling. So
yeah,
I told her, I was like, I'll stay up with him. Just you go to bed, right? So he's playing, and I have the cat toy like this, and I have my cell phone like this, and all I'm looking at is the tactical battle station, that 3D Joe,
Oh yeah,
well,
yeah. The 360 view.
yeah, and I'm just that thing is spinning, and I'm just going like this, and I'm just like literally analyzing, memorizing every nook and cranny of it because I don't want to recreate it like a piece for piece, but I want it to be as relatively close as possible. So when you immediately see it, there's no what's that supposed to be. You're like, oh fuck, he built a tactical battle station. That's my mindset. So like I'm staring at this thing because I want it to be not identical, but as close as I could possibly as I could possibly get it. So that's all I'm the last couple of days. I'm like this, just memorizing that fucking thing, not watching TV, just studying that fucking phone. And you know, it's been a big help because, like I said, now when I look at the thing outside, I don't see anything else but this 3D spinning toy that I've been staring at for the last couple of days.
That's awesome. I mean, that works for your stuff, for your channel, and it gives you something to focus on to put your effort into. You know, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, it's been a lifesaver, man. Like for real. Like anything creativity wise right now that I can just jump into. Like I still got some editing, like anything. It kind of takes my mind off shit, and it really does. It does put me in a better place, man. So I you know, there's that.
That's good. I like that. I like to hear that.
You want me to bring up some chats for you, bud?
Yeah, bring up some chats. I'm gonna start getting these pieces ready. Let's see what people are saying.
Got it, bud. The collector just put a popcorn emoji because I think he's just ready to sit and relax and enjoy the show. What's up, bud? It's good to see you. Menjoza's in the house. So what's up?
Menjoza.
So yeah, Menjoza. Son of a crown slayer. Crayon. I want my wife to yell. There it is.
Crown slayer.
Crayon slayer. Hey now, what's up, bud? You got G-Force Racer. G-Force Racer 20s and now. What character is this on this thing? I always forget these this cartoon.
That's some. I don't know the characters now. I can't even think of the anime name. It's something Planet.
Something from Japan, right? Yeah. Bear Lever Charlie. What's up, bud?
Hello, Cliff.
Jimmy Purvis in the house. Is there a particular type of or size ring you use to make heads fit a different size peg, like the type that comes with your gear sets? So like that, something that you put on the head peg to make it fit.
Yeah, so I use grommets first. So this is
a good question, by the way.
So this is a grommet.
Oh wow! Okay.
So it's like an O-ring, but it's thick enough that it has a groove.
Oh shit! So you just slide this over the head piece, the neck piece, and it just like the head fits.
Yeah, you just put this over the neck ball.
Okay.
And then it leaves you space that you can also add an O-ring
if needed.
If you need a little bit more.
Oh,
so
shit.
the O-ring goes in there, and you get another millimeter or so.
Yeah.
So these are. There's the measurements. If you guys want to screen grab that.
Oh yeah.
And then the O-rings would just be the ID 5/16, 1/16 thick.
Yeah.
So that's what I use. Honestly, I got that from a dude on Etsy, the guy that sold me that Lee Majors head.
Okay.
This was a system that he's like, oh yeah, I've got this double O-ring system, and I was like, oh, you're using a grommet. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, hell yeah, I like that. That beats, you know,
that's fucking
that
brilliant.
beats having to use fabric tack or sticky tack or something like that, because that's just straight up removable. You know,
sticky tack too is as versatile as it is. People use it a lot. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks. I would prefer that because it's not as like annoyingly messy because that shit sticks in the head and you got to peel it out. I mean, I'm not saying
it doesn't come out easy. You know?
No, I'm not saying that
you put it on a wall and it just pops right off.
Yeah, or like I use it a lot to make them stand. You know, so like if I'm pose them in a picture or like if I'm doing the play motion shit and I need them to be in a certain position, it's a lifesaver. You know, but like for the head thing, like right now I have sticky tack in I think one of the heads that you painted with the he's got like the army hat on, like the helmet, and you have the
Oh,
cigarette
the ambush, the
ambush.
ambush
Yeah.
head.
I use sticky tack for that, but I'm gonna do the grommet thing now that I just saw you do that. I'm gonna go to the store and try that because I would prefer that over the sticky tack. It's just I feel like I don't know. It's just I want it. I don't want to say permanent, but a more secure solution. And I feel like sticky tack when you like, let's say for instance, if I don't say you put too much in, but like when you put the head on, it slowly just starts to raise off the peg.
Right.
You know, it's shit like that I just don't tolerate. It's annoying. So like
I don't like that either.
Yeah, grommet.
Now
I think.
and you can also do like the jerk method and use like tubing, you know.
Oh yeah, okay.
You can always do that. And then
Yeah.
I mean then, you know, the head's gonna sit however tall that tubing is. You know,
Yeah,
if you need to sit a little higher, that also works for that.
Yeah. What about
Whereas
the heat one? If you heat it up, it would seal around the ball peg. Would that fuck anything up? Maybe probably too hot
No, you could probably do that
without breaking anything, right? Or fucking anything up.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, unless you got it really hot. But I would think if it's designed to do that, it wouldn't be able to get that hot before it started to contour. So I hope that answers your question, Jimmy. I hope that's what you're looking for.
Gun Bunny Customs in the house. What's up, gentlemen? Hello, Gun Bunny. Like I said, as you can see, he's got that plane painted in a Tiger Force. Like I said, this guy just takes vehicles and he makes them like a $19 plane now looks like a $400 HasLab ship. Joe Fan 84 is in the house. Hey, everyone, what's up, bud? It's good to see you. Smudge Customs in the house. It's about that time. A couple beers.
What's up, Smudge?
Keys Collects is in the house. My crazy, lovely wife, the Crown Fox. Hello, my love. Hello, babe. Hi.
Hi, Fox.
Random Diorama. What up, Mikey, and the legend himself. Oh, thank you. You don't have to say that. But
what up, Radnom?
It's good to see you, bud. He's another one. Friday nights, man. Late Friday nights. This guy streams one of the best. You learn, even when you don't try to learn something, you accidentally learn it from him.
Just by proxy.
Yeah. Justin Boots in the house. What's up, bud? It's good to see you.
What up, sir?
I'm getting there. Mike Woody, the figure out. It's fucking gentleman and a scholar right here. What's up, Woody? It's good to see you, bud.
Good dude.
Speaking of a gentleman and a scholar right here, yo, Joe Jerk. What's up, bud? I appreciate you.
Jerk.
Nico Tronco. What's up, bud? It's
Nico Tronco.
Yeah. Thank you, Justin Booth, for that. I appreciate this very much. For real. Everybody, like I said, there was a bunch of you guys that hit me up, and then it was it meant more than you know. Dan Alton, the house. Danny, thank you so much for coming through.
What's up, Dan?
Appreciates it. Robert's Infinite Realms is in the house. Robert, another one who hit me up with some great advice. I thank you very much, bud. Thank you so much, dude.
What's up, Robert? Good to see you, buddy.
Let's see. Ken's Toys is in the house. What's up, party people? Good to see you, dude. Kaiju Kitty's in the house. What's up, Kaiju Kitty?
Kaiju.
Well, you got like Woody, what you hit with 49 on chat poop.
Oh no, I gotta play Woody something. I can't let that just go off without a little something. What do you get?
I can't thumbs that up from here, so I'm gonna thumbs it up from my laptop.
I love the feeling of fresh air on my naked breasts. See that? Man's immune to sweater yams.
What about me? I like sweater yams.
Is that movie about the?
Thanks, Woody. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, that's the movie where the Star Wars they get the copy of Star Wars.
Yeah,
we'll see it.
Fanboys.
Okay.
Seth Rogen, he plays the pimp, and he's got the Jar Jar Binks tattoo on his back.
Yeah.
Punk
so what's up, Punk? It's good to see you.
What up, Punk?
Thank you for coming through. Of course, my hero Jay Gonzo's in the house. What's up, gentlemen? It's good to see you, bud.
So,
hope you're doing well. Hey, yo, Frankie's in the house. What's up? Two of my favorite white boys. Oh my God, beautiful hairy face again. Hope you're doing good, brother. I just wanted to say hi, and I appreciate you. Have a good day at work, brother. Thank you, man. Like I said, he was in all over to hit me up. Everybody hit me up, man. Like I said, it was crazy to see. Suka in the house. Just
what up, Suka?
A couple of is this what you wanted me to post?
Oh Lord.
She's my wife, ladies and gents.
Just in case any of you forgot that Fox was listening.
Suka means bitch in Russian. Oh, thanks, babe. Hit me with fucking language lessons over here. Jake
Damn.
Anderson. That's a great wrestling name. Jake Anderson. You know.
Jake Anderson, you.
Yeah. Oh, Jake Anderson tonight. Yeah, at the Coliseum. Yeah, you're gonna get 1-on-1 with the Macho Man.
Okay.
Jacob Real. That's another good wrestling name. Mikey, Tony, how you doing, Jensen?
What's up, Jacob?
See you, Tony. Hope all is well. This can be as positive thoughts and prayers. Thank you so much, bud. I appreciate you, man.
Buddy.
Yeah, you guys are the best. Model Misfits in the house. What's up, bud? What's up, Loki? Good to see you, bud. I appreciate you. Tristan T's in the house. I appreciate you. Oh, you got a lot of people in the house. Say Daredevil Dave. Look at this.
You brought him here, man.
Yeah, everybody's coming to hang out with Mikey. Oh, that's right. Yeah. TNT Skate. What's up, players? What's up, bud? It's good to see. Zakanen. What's up, bud? Rumbles into the stream with his member chat.
Hey, look at that guy.
What's up, bud? Zakanen, the white cobra. The albino cobra, I'm sorry. Translucent Scorpion. That's the new one I'm working on. I'm workshopping a couple of new names for you.
He's gonna have like 30 by the time we get to DFW.
Yeah.
I still think Greg started calling him Zanzibar when he was on our show, and I still think that's one of my favorites.
I start calling him the fluorescent light bulb. Impossible Pie Productions in the house. Thinking of you, Tony, and your family. Thank you very much, bud. We greatly appreciate you. My mother also wanted to extend her deepest thanks to anybody from the toy community who took the time to donate money on the GoFundMe for my dad's funeral. She cried. She could not believe that many people actually cared. So thank you guys very much. Like I said, you touched us in more, like, I don't want to say it like that because it sounds bad, but you touched us in more ways than you know.
Hey,
thank
you.
Yeah, I don't want to get a little too yeah, that's right.
No
you will
video, okay.
27 of them from Tony. You goddamn right. I'm gonna come up with all of them. What's that? What's that movie from the 90s? Powder? That's right. It's great to have you back, Tony. It's great to be back, Tristan. Thank you. Because of Ben is in the house. Hiya, boys. What's up, Crispin? It's good to see you, man.
What up, Ben?
Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. Got 34 people, so I hope you have 34 likes in the on the old like button.
Well,
for our guy
Mike. 34. That's a hell of a turnout. Thank you, guys.
Hey, man, listen. Like I said, this is, to me, it's my favorite part of Wednesday.
They've been jonesing for you, my man.
Not
jonesing.
Me. That's another thing. Somebody said to me a couple of days ago. First off, you said to me that no wake and bake is bogus. And then
it is bogus.
I appreciate that.
Fucking fact.
And I think Nico Tronis was like, dude, we missed those live streams. So I appreciate that, man. I'm going to start this Sunday with a Father's Day special, which I'm going to work my hardest to try to get through.
That's going to be rough.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I know that's going to suck.
Yeah.
Woo!
But I never stray away from a challenge, Mikey. So
Attaboy. Attaboy.
We'll see how it goes. I hope everybody comes to hang out. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna exchange dad stories. I have plenty. It happened because Frankie hit me up and he asked me a question. And he was like, "What's your favorite memory of your dad?" And I just sat there and I was like, "You know what? There's too many to tell him right now." So I was like, "You know what? I would love to just kind of pay him a tribute because he deserves it." And just kind of like do it that way. And if anybody has great stories, whether doesn't have to be your father, if it's just a parental figure, maybe your mother was your father, maybe she was both parents, you have a single mom, single dad, or maybe you had step parents, foster parents, whatever the fuck it was. But I'm sure you have stories about the parentals, So I'd love to hear about it on Sunday, man. Because I had some funny stories with my dad.
I mean, I'll be streaming with mine.
Hell yeah. Exactly, and you're gonna be.
We're excited about that, man. We get to do one of these together on Father's Day. Like that's good timing,
dude.
Good timing.
And like I said, right after you, it's right after you. I'm going live, like I always do. I always wait for you and your pops to finish because I always watch.
We appreciate it.
Oh, of course, a couple kooks, of course. So like I said, it's this and your guys' thing because I love listening to your pops talk. I love listening to how his process works and what he uses and what tools and tricks of the trade he implements on his projects. Like I said, whenever you listen to somebody who's creative, even if it's something as simple as just posing action figures in a way that someone else isn't going to try. Like I know one guy always poses the figure with the one hand on people's heads. I don't know if you've ever seen that guy. I don't know who does that shit, but the guy is so good at like posing these guys, the figures. It's impressive to see. To me, that's a creative process in itself, and I love watching it as well.
It is definitely its own problem. I mean, yeah, that's a.
Yeah.
I'm always the same way. Like we talked early on when when we first started talking about how we both like the inside baseball. Like we both like learning how, even if we're not really interested in the what.
Yeah.
How is always interesting.
Yeah. It's I say that to my wife. I go, "You want to learn how the sausage is made, don't you?" That's right. She's like, "No."
No, that's not what I expected her to say something crass.
Oh yeah. I keep it clean. You would think I'm
like, "Oh, I know where your sausage is made." Oh,
yeah,
okay, babe.
It's made right here.
It's like being married to Andrew Dice Clay over there.
Yeah, buddy. Yes. For real. Thank you, Tristan. I appreciate that. He was a great man. It was one thing that and it made me cry. A couple guys hit me up in it because they knew my dad for years, and they were like, he was a great man. He was seriously like gave you the shirt off his back if he could, and that's who it is. It's the amazing most of the time that poses these figures. Like it blows your fucking mind how they do it, man. It's like, God damn, like that's crazy. You should create your dad as your manager in the LSWA. That would also be a cool tribute to you. Justin Booth, that's not a terrible idea, but you know what's funny? I wish you could create refs. Because when I used to have my wrestling thing in my backyard, my father was the ref. And he would come out and he would referee the matches. My father was a closeted wrestling fan. Like he swore that he didn't like it, but every time he was on, I'd catch him watching it. Like every time. And I'd be like, I thought you didn't like this shit. And he'd be like, shut up. There's nothing on. And I'm like, yeah, all right. Like you fucking liar.
He's like me with when you started the wrestling stuff. I'm like, I don't even give a shit about this. I'm just watching it because I just enjoy him. Like,
yeah,
I don't care about wrestling.
Yeah,
I've never cared about wrestling. And then I'm over here writing scripts to do fucking promos and shit.
That. Oh my god. It's funny because like I was sitting we were sitting at a dinner and my brothers was talking about his kids and how they just watch other people play video games now. Because like all these young kids, that's what they do. They just watch and they couldn't wrap their head around it. And I was ready to turn around and go, I basically do that. Like we stream, it's basically the same fucking thing. It may not be playing video games all the time, but it's still, you're streaming, you're trying to entertain, you whether it's this, it's that, whatever it is.
Yep.
Jay Hernandez is probably who you're thinking of, Tony. It might be Keys Collects. Yeah, he takes the guy with the one hand, whether it's Spider-Man most of the time, and he basically poses it on someone's head while they're standing there posed. And it's just the balance is fucking crazy.
That's wild.
I loved the old WWF and Joe as a kid. That's why Sarge is the G. That's why you guys from GI Joe love Sarge and Piper. Because they guys remember the toys. I remember as a kid and I saw those. I was like, why the fuck is Roddy Piper at GI Joe now? Like I couldn't wrap my head around the fact that he was like I'm involved in the cartoon. Sergeant Slaughter, I immediately believed. I'm sure you did too. Like when you see Sergeant Slaughter, you're like, oh yeah, that's easy. That's easy to understand.
Yeah. It seems obvious, you know.
Yeah.
Almost to the point where you would question which one came first.
Yes. Because it's almost like, dude, you're tailor made for GI Joe. Like, right. I mean, yeah, no, absolutely. Crispin here says, I like watching people paint. It gives me ideas. I couldn't agree more there. He was a trainer for Cobra. I thought he was a trainer for GI Joe, Sergeant. Oh, are you referring to Piper? Piper? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, he was Iron Grenadier. Yep.
Yeah, dude, if you wanted to get a good bad guy from wrestling, it shouldn't have been Piper. Should have been like $1 Million Man. $1 Million Man should have been like the guy who was funding Cobra.
Well, I mean, there's Vince could still be Cobra Commander. Who knows?
That's true too.
I am no pervert.
Yeah, I could see Vince McMahon wearing that mirror mask. You son of a bitch, Duke! Oh my god! My dad was my first superhero and playmate. I remember him chasing me as a from Men Joseph. My dad was not like, we didn't do that kind of stuff, but like he would just teach me things unwillingly because I did not want to learn them. But when I learned them, I would thank him afterwards. It's like, thank you, I'm glad to know this now because of you. So it was that kind of stuff that, like I said, they are stuck in my head forever. Those lessons, because you know what it is too. And I don't know if you had this with your pops, like when your pops would say, "Come help me," right? Whether it's like with the car or whatever it is, right? And that's when you start to like talk, and you start to like unwillingly give information to each other that because you're just working on a car or you're just working on like in the yard. It's like you're just doing like a project together. So it's like two dudes just working at this point, you know. And that's like I said, I was telling my mother, like those are the moments where I got to really know him because he's talking to you because you're working. You're not father and son. You're two like workers now. You're getting shit done together.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a country song that's called "The Flashlight" by Chris Young, and it's all about that, you know, spending time with your old man, and you know how he remembers, you know, all these late nights in the garage, you know, working on a car, holding a flashlight. And he didn't learn to fix cars because he still can't make them run, but he learned everything he knew about life and love and everything. And
yeah, it's funny because you don't learn.
That song will fuck you up.
I know, because the song, if you listen to the song, it's probably like, well, he didn't learn about fixing the car, but he learned about his dad.
Right.
And in the end, that's really what mattered. And thank you so much, Father and Son Galaxy. I appreciate you for the kind words. I agree. Ted was a dick. Ted DiBiase, he would have been great. You know, $1 Million Man, Irvin, how do you say his last name? Dominic?
Dominic?
$1 Million Man would be Destro. Or he would, but yeah, he would have been the second benefactor. That would have been cool. I'm going to get this. Find my weakness. Snuggle purrs. That's funny. Destro, you're fired. Yeah. And so it would have been great. The $1 Million Man would have been a great addition to Destro's family line. Yes. Oh my God. Well, my dad asked for help. We ran the other way. No. My father had a classic saying, and it was simple. It was, "Don't make no plans this weekend." That's what he would say to me, and he would just walk away. So it wasn't like I would know what was coming. It was just, don't do anything. You're staying home because you're helping me.
Because I've got something for you.
Because I got something planned for it. Yeah, it was usually how it went. Hey, Mikey, what O-rings are you using for the neck? Also, how do I get them to stick? Oh, he just kind of talked about this, but if Mike, if you want to show it again.
Yeah, it's actually, the O-ring is actually a grommet. So let's focus again. Come on, little fella. Focus.
Is that the webcam? Is that a webcam or?
Yeah, it's a webcam.
Yeah.
And it's got like a focus button that can like lock it in. So
really,
once it's there, yeah.
I notice everybody has that one webcam where all they do is this with their hand, and then all of a sudden it always comes into focus.
Oh yeah, that doesn't work very well for me on any of my cams.
Yeah.
So this is actually a grommet. So it's like a thick O-ring with a groove around the center on the outside. So sometimes this is enough, but you can also use an O-ring to go on the outside, and it gets you like an extra millimeter. And there's the measurements if you want to source some of these.
That's a brilliant move, man.
Hardware stores, and you can order them online. Of course, you can order everything online. But
where do you order that from? I guess you can get it at the hardware stores, Crispin.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. And then if all else fails, you just go to online, eBay and Amazon, find something that works for you.
Yeah. Now, I listen. I'm not going to make this a wrestling show. This is a great idea, but I wouldn't put them in the dreadnoughts. I would make them their own thing, or in charge of like Cobra La, because all those weird mutant things would fit in with the Wyatt family. So if he summons Serpentor, and the weird dude with the wings and all the other weird Cobra Law people, I would buy it more because it was like magic and shit. I don't know how they show up because I know it's in the movie and shit like that, but you know, either I've had memories knocked out of my head with steel chairs or I've smoked them completely out. Completely out. What are the other?
Whatever.
Man, whatever. Come on. Rowdy Rouse is in the house. What's up, Rowdy?
What up?
Good to see you. Thank you so much for the kind words as well. I appreciate you. Okay, so here it is. I ran from a fight once. My dad told me I had a choice. Either I could go out and fight the kids or fight him. I just go back and fight the kids. My father didn't do that. I had an older brother for that. So me and my brother, because we were Italian, we watched Rocky, and all of a sudden thought we were boxers. So we would put on boxing gloves and we'd go out into the yard and box. And the more we did it, the more serious we took it. You know, so he kind of taught me how to fight at an early age by just kind of like wanting to learn for himself. You know, because I was a couple of years younger than him, so we would go out and we practice, and then I learned how to kind of fight that way. But I had a couple of those. My brother did something similar to this, Crispin, where some guy wanted to fight me. I did not want to fight. My brother walked in the house, goes, "You better walk your ass out there and fight him. You're gonna make us look weak as a unit." So I was like, "All right." And I went out there and fought him.
You're representing the entire family here.
Yeah, no, that's what he said. Making us look weak as a unit. Get your ass out there and fight. I said, "Okay."
Weak as a unit is crazy.
Mo Misfit says they use those grommets for tattooing.
Do they?
Yeah. So I don't know if they use it. Look, you can use a 5mm tubing also. Okay. Yeah, that's what
there's some of that. I've got some of that back there.
Yeah. Fuck Cobra Law. My God, Tony. Listen, I don't know what Cobra Law is. What I'm telling you is that I would buy it if Bray Wyatt summoned them. So if you want to like turn Bray Wyatt into a GI Joe character, that's what I'd buy. Like instead of that weird crystal ball dude that came out. Like I don't understand some of these characters now. Like I know I'm just like, you know who I really want to get, the GI Joe guy that it's just the dude in green and has the two heads, so you can like literally army build army men.
Oh, the new ones, the army builders, the green shirts. Yeah.
Those are sick. I
They
like
look
those
pretty good.
much. Yeah. No, nowhere man child looks great, Mikey.
Thanks, Jeff.
It looks awesome, dude. Now, who is this? Yeah, I think you said it in the description, right?
This is Dragonsky.
Okay.
So he's the flamethrower trooper for the Russian Joe counter group, the October Guard.
Right on, dude. Did you painted that whole thing pink?
Yeah.
Dude, that looks like you bought it, bro. Oh, wow. That looks so fucking good, dude. Are you going to make them all, or have you started making them all, or is it?
Eventually, yeah, I will probably make them all. I've got a couple of the rough builds in these totes, or these drawers next to me.
Yeah.
Just kind of like waiting on the right parts to surface, you know, find the right piece and then put them together.
That's dude.
I did want to show you this. So I told you that I had one of those X-Force Deadpools, the gray and black ones.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you saw the comment I put in one of the videos after we had talked, but he was not original. Like the body is, but his accessories were not.
Okay.
And I didn't realize it. So I painted his accessories. So I'm going to send you this.
Oh, dude, thank you so much. Dude, that is so cool.
So this was a yellow harness that I had on him. I probably got this in a fodder lot or something.
Oh, fuck.
So then I gave him a Cobra Trooper holster and painted the handles on his knives and gave him a couple MP5s. So I'm gonna send you this one with your Brooklyn and Nightcrawler.
Oh, thank you so much, dude. Oh, I can't wait. That's like literally all I need to complete the X-Force.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love saying this guy's name, by the way. Larry Menchaca.
Menchaca.
Menchaca. It's good to see you. What's up, Mikey? It's good to see you too, Larry. Thank you so much.
See you, buddy. Thanks for coming in.
Deadpool. Yeah. I missed out on that. I think he was an early release.
Oh yeah, he's very old. I don't know what
Yeah.
wave he came out of.
He
but
was in
yeah,
he was in a straight Deadpool wave.
was
I
that
do
what it
remember.
was?
Yeah, I remember him being in like a straight Deadpool wave.
Okay. That
And at
makes
the
sense.
time, I wasn't like, listen, I had one Deadpool, the red and black one, and I just wasn't at that moment completing teams like I am now.
Yeah.
So like I didn't really care to get them, and then it's like one of those things where it's like, well, they're not going to make all of the X Force, and they made all the X Force. It's
Yeah,
like
it took
fuck,
them like 15 years, but yeah, they did it.
for real. Yeah, my old man taught me to take a beating. None has been able to hit me as hard since. Jeez, bud. Listen, you don't want to let your old man down. That was one thing I never wanted to do. But like I said, I had an older brother who was my brother's relationship with my dad was, even till the very end, was built on respect. So like there was like a mutual respect there. Like my brother was like very, straight laced, if you want to call that. Like, whereas I had more of this silly relationship with him because me and him both like Conan, my father. I'm talking about. He liked sci-fi movies. My brother liked him too, but my brother he's and still is very into sports. So he's like more on that side. My father kind of likes sports, but he liked more of the fantasy stuff more. Like he was more into that.
Sure.
So I think that's why me and my father kind of just literally bonded so well from as early as I can remember. Follow
sense.
the Cobra La buzzards. Exactly, Nico Tronis.
Nico Tranco.
Nico Tranco. I will again concede the new Skybound, Energon, GI Joe, Transformers universe has made Cobra La badass.
That's high praise coming from Zakanin. He fucking hates Cobra Law.
He hates Cobra La. Does he hate Cobra La more than you dislike the Dreadnoughts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he like legitimately hates him. I just don't like him.
Okay.
I just don't like the Dreadnoughts, and I play it up because it's funny.
Smudge Custom is asking, Mikey, what did you do for your joint prep?
Material removal with a Dremel. So I use this bit right here.
Is that a diamond bit or what, like a grinding bit?
Yeah, it's a grinding bit.
Okay.
All right.
I know exactly the bit that you're showing, even though it's blurry. Because I have it.
It's not doing it at all.
Yeah.
Hey, fuckhead.
Damn it, focus!
Focus! Wow. It's just not doing it.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of
right.
fun. Yeah.
Anyway, it's a grinding bit. You've got to be super careful with it because it'll run on you, and it will fuck some stuff up. Major.
Model Misfit Loki says he has all the October Guard heads. If you're looking for any of them,
I've got most of the heads. The only one that I don't think I have is Brekov, because I do not like the ones that I've seen on the market. It doesn't look like Brekov to me, and the hat doesn't look right. Like it's a Russian officer's hat, and the ones they like Dawn Man, the one he does is like a American officer's hat. It just doesn't look right to me.
Okay.
I'm being a pain in the ass and waiting until I find the right thing,
Yeah, you know what you want,
I definitely do. I just don't know if I'll ever see it.
Crispin had a painting question. I had a question on painting a custom. Some of the female hair is soft and rubbery texture. When painting, it always seems to take paint poorly. Is there anything that you do if a hair, like if paint doesn't take to like a rubbery texture or rubbery surface?
The only times I've experienced that was when it really needs to be cleaned.
Okay.
Get a Q-tip with some alcohol and run it over the hair, and really clean off the chemicals. The soft rubber seems to be the worst about that.
Okay.
If that's not really the case, if it's clean, it might just be shitty plastic. I've not really encountered much of that, so I think most of it is just factory mold release and oils.
Okay.
For the most part, there's always exceptions, of course.
What he says, hey Loki, you got to make heads for him too, and Mikey. Hey, Figure Fight Club is in the house. What's up, Bobby? Bobby as well.
What up,
Thank you
Bobby?
for the kind words. I appreciate you. I appreciate your generosity as well. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I hope you don't mind me thanking everybody on your stream, Mikey.
Hell no, man.
As this is the first time I've been back, I wanted to make sure I came here first because, like I said, this was I was very excited to come do this last week, and I was very heartbroken that I missed it. Cooter's Garage. Sorry I'm late, but fucking off takes time. But fucking off takes time. I get it, bud.
That's true.
Sometimes we all need.
Glad you're here now.
Yeah, sometimes we all need fuck off time. Nicotron, his joint prep, cracks knuckles and starts rolling. Yes. Oh my god.
Attaboy.
I'm trying to catch up to your chat here. I'm sorry. There are a lot of them are talking amongst themselves. I think
they're active tonight. They're active.
Yeah. We got 40 people, 39, bud. So
that's great.
Got a hell of a turnout on this Wednesday.
I don't think that's ever happened. So I think
get out of here. I find that hard to believe.
No, pretty sure.
His number 40 just walks in and it's at the same time.
Oh,
hey, Shane, what's up, bud? It's good to see you, man. Thank you for coming through. And I appreciate Shane immensely, because he was another one. Like I said, I appreciate all you guys. Like, it made me want to come back and stream. You know, it made me want to come back to this channel stuff, because for a sec there, when it had like that first couple days, I was done with everything. To be quite honest with you, you know, when you hit, you know, when the shit shatters, you know, you're just like, I'm done with all this bullshit.
Yeah, you just want to cut ties and be alone and isolate.
Yeah. But I gotta say, it's my wife and my mother. They were like, "What are you gonna do? Are you gonna sit in the room and sulk? You're just gonna, you know, you think that would make him? You know, what do you think if he was alive? He would say." When you hear that, you're like, "Oh, you fucks!" It's like
hit me right in the fucking feels.
Yeah, it's like, shut up.
You don't know.
You don't know my life. Oh my god. Shel Silverstein, the great American smoke off. Yeah, fuck yeah. Thank you very much, Shane. I appreciate you, bud. When my mother passed, I stopped painting and building altogether. Really haven't started up. Well, I'm going to tell you, Crispin, the same thing everybody told me. The best way to bounce back is to start throwing yourself into the projects. To start doing things that you used to do, so that it just kind of gets back to normal. That's what I'd started doing. My son got me into collecting superhero figures. That's awesome. Tony, where was this GoFundMe? Is it still active? Yeah. It's on my Facebook. Mikey shared it. A couple of toy guys shared it on Facebook. I think Zakanin shared it in the chat. I didn't want to share because, like I told Mikey offline, I wasn't really too keen on doing the whole fucking GoFundMe thing. But my mother, she asked. So,
I mean, for me, like I was literally trying to find an address on where to send flowers.
Yeah.
And I read the write up that Fox did there, and I was like, okay, if I'm gonna spend 40, $50, you know, on flowers, and you would rather have, that's fine. It doesn't make a difference to me, you know.
Yeah.
I just want you to know that not alone. I'm thinking about you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate, like I said, thank you, Zakanin, too, for sharing the link, bud.
Thanks, buddy.
And Mikey, that October guard is fire, bud. Pun intended. Rowdy, my mom passed away when I was 14. Yeah, I still haven't processed that right. Listen, Rowdy, it's all I keep hearing is it's never gonna go away. It just gets a little easier to deal with, I guess. Yeah, my friend Brandon, he lost both his parents. He lost his dad recently, and he said, he's like, well, you're in the club now. And
It's a really shitty club.
I said, I don't want to be in your fucking club.
Give me my membership back. I don't want to be a part of this shit.
I don't want to be in this club. Sucks. Oh my
Club
god,
sucks. It's terrible refreshments. Fucking chips are stale.
This is the best you got. Yeah, fuck this place. The appreciation for my art got me back into it in a big way. I listen, bud. Thank you, because I still love your artwork. I still love. We're in the process of framing everything and putting it up. I got a picture of my dad, too, that I'm gonna put up. I don't know if you guys. I'm sure all of you guys are aware of the show Cheers. But if you remember when Coach dies after like the first or second season, they took a picture of him and they put him up behind. It started out behind the bar, and then by the end of the show, he was all the way in the back of the bar. And at the very end of the show, when Sam Malone is closing the bar, the last thing he does is straighten out the picture of Coach on the wall. That to me, like, I have a picture of my dad, and I felt like that was like he's going to go back here in between the shields. So he's always looking over me when I'm doing this. It's going to be kind of like my like Cheers Coach thing. So when I saw that picture, it was hanging in the like we did a funeral and a memorial from a couple days later at a church. Because my aunt is fucking religious, we are not. But that picture was there, and I said I want that, so they gave it to me. So that's why I'm gonna.
She's not a Jehovah's Witness, is she?
No, she's big time Catholic. She's fucking like real. But my father said, he was very explicit. He said, "I didn't go to church when I was alive, and you people will not drag me there when I'm dead." Those were his exact words to us. So yeah, we didn't. We respected his wishes.
Don't need a ghost too.
yeah. Yeah, bears with great variants. Hell yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Tony, it's the effing worst club to be in. Yeah, I don't want to fucking be in that club.
Yeah, club sucks.
The best part of my mom's funeral was the fight that broke out. Jesus.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. I would say like it was the saddest but coolest part of my dad's funeral was the Marines coming in and playing taps and folding the flag up and handing it to my mom. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to see, but at the same time, I thought to myself, like, my father would have been so proud of this moment. Like,
For
so
sure.
it was cool at the same time, hard to watch. It was interesting.
I could definitely see that.
Giving my dad's eulogy. We couldn't do it. My cousin Michael did it, and he did a fantastic job. There was no way I was getting up in front of those people because they was going to be littered with F-bombs. And they was in a church, and I wasn't about to do that in a church. So... Chat also appreciate everyone sharing their stories about coping with the loss of a loved one. Yes, we appreciate that. And I hope you're ready because I'm going to do this again on Sunday on Father's Day when we all sit and talk about our dads and parents and what they meant to us and how they shaped us. You know, so I hope everybody joins me on Sunday around 1:15, 2 o'clock, whenever Mikey and his dad are done with their stream. I'm going to go live just for a couple hours. I'm taking a Wreck-It rig and turning it into like, because my father was a truck driver. He drove, 18-wheelers for a living. And I made a custom action figure for my dad a while back. And this week, this on Father's Day, that I'm going to make his truck. So I'm going to just customize that live on stream. So I hope everybody comes. Yeah, I hope everybody comes hang out.
I like that.
So
I like that.
They're Italians. It's Catholic. That's a fact. Yes.
I didn't know if your Uncle Junior had converted everybody to Jehovah's Witness and started working at a Parmesan restaurant.
We didn't burn the meatballs. Don't worry, Mikey.
She's teasing a hair with a bottle of vodka.
She's got a bottle of vodka. My father's coked up in the living room. We burned the meatballs.
Oh shit!
I only saw it last month during a random breakdown, but yeah, it doesn't go away. It gets easier further away. Yeah. I was talking to my mother today about it. I said, I've cried every single day since it happened. And I was telling Mikey off stream that whenever I wake up, because I was so involved in my dad's life, because my schedule revolved around him, that there's times I wake up in the morning, I'm in the bathroom thinking I got to take him somewhere, and I realize, shit, he's gone. You're not going anywhere. and I come out of the bathroom fucking like a mess, crying, and my wife's got to console me. So it's
honestly, in my head, I was imagining like the next. I was like, oh my god, like the next wake and bake, because you always got off to take him somewhere, and I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna happen in front of everybody too, like,
yeah,
and it's just a part of it, like it's just there isn't anything you can do about it. You can know it's coming, but it's still gonna hit you like a train,
yeah.
It sucks, man.
It sucks, man. Doesn't seem that long, dude. It feels like yesterday, probably, Ken. Because every time I wake up, the day replays in my mind. It's the same morning in my mind every day now. I tried to do my mom's and my cousins came up with the clutch. Yeah, doing your parents' eulogy, if you can do it, you have my absolute respect. The fact that you could stand up there and do it. Also, great job with the true figure from TNT Skate, Mikey. He's impressed with the job on your figure.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, just get bottle of Jack. I can't. I watched my father drink his problems away because he's a Vietnam veteran, and I just never was a drinker. I'm an herbalist. I smoke my problems away. My grandpa was a carpenter, and he pretty much taught me to build things myself, to put the creativity path. I'm still on today. Smudge, that's exactly what my father did for me, bud. It was like literally word for word. My father was the same way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I lost my brother in 2021. You have my deepest sympathy, TNT Skate. Trust me, it sucks.
Yep.
At my dad's funeral, my nephew, who is in the Navy, was the one who gave my mom the flag since my dad. Oh, goodness. That must have been a hard fucking... Yeah, that must have been hard. The dude, the Marine, who didn't know us from a hole in the wall, was crying when he handed my mother the flag. So that's like, it's the power that it has on strangers. So I can only imagine like a family member doing it. Like, that would be crazy. When my dad passed, I spent the entire weekend in bed. I was a mess, couldn't function. This apparently happened to my brother. My sister-in-law told us. I've got to say, one of my biggest regrets is not saying something at my dad's funeral. I was afraid of breaking down, though. Buddy, I was a mess. Robert, I was a disaster. I just crying, couldn't get a word out. It was rough. It was definitely rough. No matter how hard. It was all good. I am at holding tears back. There's something about taps that hits different. Yeah. It got everybody. It really did.
Oh yeah.
Even when I did when I came home, we came home for my father's memorial. His funeral was Tuesday. His memorial was Thursday. I did that picture that I posted with my pops, and I put taps on it, and I fucking bawled like a baby when I posted the picture. And then my mother came downstairs. She was crying. My wife was crying. I was like, yeah, man. I was like, that fucking goddamn song.
Yeah.
And never drink to forget, only to remember. Yeah. That, you know what? That's a good way to put it. Or then eat some edibles. Get that nice 8 hours of loss. Dude, I just can't. I haven't been able to sleep. I have insomnia before this whole shit happened, Crispin. After it's been worse. Hey, Triple Season House, Crimson Cobra Commander. Hey, guys, hope everyone's doing good. We're, as good as you can do, Triple C. Hope you're doing well, brother.
Absolutely.
My dad had a drinking problem. It taught me to drink very responsibly, if at all. Same here, Menjosa. I used to tell my mom all the time, like, she used to get very mad that he would do it. But I said, if you went to Vietnam and saw what he saw, you would probably want to drink to forget too. Because he saw some shit that he never wanted to talk about. Like even to this day.
No doubt.
And he didn't want to talk about it. So,
no doubt.
Yeah. Danny Boy and Tap saw Jesus of Canaan. That's a double whammy. I'll put you in a fucking depressive state easily. What part of the armed forces did your dad serve? The Marine Corps. He was a Marine. Through and through. We still have the Marine flags hanging outside. So he was a very proud Marine. Very proud. My dad had a whoring problem. Taught me how to go.
Whoring
problem. I don't want to do
it. I just heard the woman from Tommy Boy.
Yeah.
He was like whores running around shaking their behind for the men folk.
I don't want to do a wrestling reference, but that's like the Dudley Boys. I don't know if you remember the Dudley Boys, but they were all half brothers, and they were black, Spanish, white, because Big Daddy Dudley would just all around America and sleep with everybody. While I was in the Army, I was a part of the funeral detail. One of the hardest things I've ever did while serving. Damn, Bear 11. Yes, Scum Bunny, Semper Fi. Yep. My father was a proud Marine, man. Dude was a Green Brain, a Golden Gloves boxer. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Jesus.
Once a Marine, always a Marine. Semper Fi. Yes, Tristan. Thank you. Yeah, man. It was, I'm very happy to have had what I had with my pops, because I have a brother and sister, and they didn't have the same relationship. So that's one thing that I can honestly, I don't have any regrets. It's not one of those things where I'm like, oh, I didn't say goodbye. I didn't say this. I literally had him until the very last day, and I spoke to him on his last day. We talked, and while it wasn't exactly the surrounded by your loved ones, saying goodbye to everybody, it was how he would want. He went peacefully in his sleep. So, there's not much I could ask for. One thing I always tell my mother, I keep on telling my mother, I was like, at least he didn't want to have his ass wiped. He didn't want to be, he didn't want to get to that point of his life where he had to completely be taken care of. He was still somewhat had his wits about him. He was slowly going, but it was still all there, So I'm glad that I had that he didn't forget me. And you have those moments where you're crying because dementia kicks in or Alzheimer's kicks in, and you're just heartbroken because it's not the same guy. He's a husk, So I'm happy that's, what I'm saying? I'm happy about that. But
that was what I was told to prepare for with my grandfather.
Yeah.
And I was tight with my grandfather. He was a preacher and a carpenter. He taught me a lot about right and wrong. And he was starting to, he had some kind of blood disorder, and it was basically his liver was, instead of filtering, it was creating toxins.
Oh,
and
shit.
It was getting to his mind.
Yeah.
And it started really small. Like I remember, because I helped them like redo the floor in their house. We did hardwood floors, and he was the one that started it, and he did very little of it before I took over, and was just trying to learn as much as I could, because he couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And he wasn't all that old. He was late 70s, I think, at that time. But you'd get to something and be like, well, Papa, you built this house. How'd you do this? And he's like, I don't remember. And be like, well, shit, if you don't know.
Yeah.
So it was like, we'd get these little windows of it. We're like, oh my God, this is happening,
Yeah.
It's
so upsetting when you start
to kind of
see it. Yeah.
It's
My
awful. Like
grandmother
thinking about it, like, oh, if he forgets me, it'll devastate me.
It'll crush you. Yeah.
Break me.
Yeah. It was what my grandmother had it, but she got it very late. Like my grandmother had 2 hip surgeries very late in her life. She had one at 80. She breezed right through it, was back on her feet in a week. It was crazy. I used to call my grandmother the Wolverine because she would heal almost immediately. And then she had another one at 90. And the one at 90 fucked her up. Like she was in anesthesia for a while, or under anesthesia for a while. So when she came out of it, they said that might have been like a big contributing factor to like speeding up the Alzheimer's or the dementia.
Oh, no.
And I remember walking in there, and she said, "Who's this?" And I just remember looking at my mother, and my mother was crying. I didn't have to cry. She was crying. And then we left the home, or wherever the old folks' home that she was in. My mother turned around. She's like, "You don't have to come back no more." And like just was so upset. And I was just like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't," because she was like, she thought I was trying to steal from her. Like, it was one of those, like, she didn't know who I was. So she was like, why is this guy in the room type stuff.
Right.
So
She went defense.
Yeah. So it was just kind of like fucked up. And so I was terrified of that happening to my dad. I was terrified of him looking at me and going, who the fuck is this guy? And having to fight him instead. So to know that we never had to have that problem. I think that was one of the things that he's like, I don't want my family to take care of me that way. So,
yeah.
I'm thankful that I was there to say goodbye to my dad as he passed away. Yeah, man. Yeah, like I said, I had him to the very last moment. So I'm fortunate if I tumbleweed rolls by my deathbed. Ha ha ha. Before, buddy, I think you'd be surprised to see how many people come out of the woodwork if something happens to you. Although my grandparents got dementia, and yes, it's rough for everyone and hard to watch. Definitely, Smudge. My mom had dementia. It was horrible. Yes, it's like I said. You watch that person completely forget you, and that stings. That stings big time.
Yeah, that's all. Now, thankfully, that didn't happen.
Yeah,
He never forgot me.
yeah.
So I mean, I'm thankful I never had to go through that. But the way I saw him the last time I saw him is one of those things that just kind of never lets go. Like just
Yeah.
the condition he was in, it broke my heart.
Yeah. You know what's crazy, dude, is the week before he passed, we had a family reunion and he saw people that he hadn't seen in decades.
Oh wow.
So to me, it was so crazy the timing of it, that the fact that he was at this thing, and when we were leaving, there was a couple of cousins from Pennsylvania that came up to him and said, "You're leaving, Pete?" And he said, "Yeah, I got to get out of here. I don't feel so good." And he shook their hand and he looked him in the face. He said, "I'll see you at the next one." And when he walked away, their look in their face was like, "We'll never see this guy again." And to me, it was just like him basically saying to them, "Goodbye. You're not going to see me again. So I'm glad we got to have this, and
Yeah,
goodbye."
yeah.
So it was just so crazy, the whole timing of everything, of how it went down.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, I'm a caregiver for my mom that has dementia. Definitely not fun to watch. No, bud. Like right now, like I said, told my mother she's my top priority now. So now I'm taking care of her, same way I did him. So I get it, bud. Luckily, my mother doesn't have that problem so far. But that's another thing I'm worried about because it runs in my mother's side of the family.
That's how it was for him. Like that's
Yeah.
on my dad's side. It runs on that side. Like it was what his dad dealt with.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awful.
And it would probably be at the hands of an angry villagers with short forming implements. Did you speaking
Sounds
of
like an Australian welcome party. I don't
Yeah.
know what the big deal is.
that? Speaking of that, did you see the trailer for the new Frankenstein movie that's on Netflix with Oscar Isaac? It looks actually pretty good. Doesn't look that
No,
bad.
is that the Del Toro one?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, the trailer looks pretty good. I was like, holy shit.
Really?
Yeah. I was actually interested to see it. I like those classic monster movies. I don't know if you're like me. I don't give a shit about the fucking, the dumb slasher movies. Like, I like the classic ones: Wolfman, Frankenstein, Dracula, like those kinds. I'm much more into those.
I dabble. I'm not much into them. Like Bram Stoker's Dracula is probably one of the exceptions because I kind of grew up on it. Like I probably saw that movie way too young.
Yeah.
I've always liked it, and even now growing up, you're like, no, that's because that's a great movie. Like it's okay to like that one. Like that's fine.
There's just certain ones like have you seen Killer of Killers? I've never seen that. No, sir. No. Because I'm not a big horror guy. I like to either laugh my ass off at movies or just be like, yeah, blow that shit up. Like it's just one of those. Like it's
one of those. There's no in between.
Yeah. Benicio del Toro's Wolfman. Yeah, I thought that was a pretty good movie. I like that movie. That one.
See, I didn't like that one, but I only saw it in theaters. I've never rewatched it. So.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So see, like the consensus is the movie does look good. See, Smudge Customs. Yeah, that Frankenstein movie looks promising.
Okay.
Okay, Tristan. It's the new Predator animated movie. It's great. It's on Hulu.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. I've heard really good things about that then.
Okay. It's the BW, The Thing. Okay, so you like The Thing or The Creature from the Black Lagoon were my childhood favorites. I just watched Creature from the Black Lagoon a couple of, I think last year with my wife. And she was, she kind of liked it. It was she goes, that movie gave me nightmares. I said, the one from the 40s? I was like, okay.
It's kind of
Yeah,
like
like
an
it-
extra level of creepiness because it's
yeah,
so old, though. You know.
yeah, for sure, definitely for sure. But like, give you when you get a chance, watch that trailer. It's actually, like I said, it was pretty fucking good. I mean,
Yeah,
when
I'll
was the
check
last
that
time a
out.
good Frankenstein movie came out? I don't even remember. Like never, right? Do you remember that recent one with Aaron Eckhart when they tried to make like like an Avengers style, like a Universal monster universe?
Oh yeah, I do remember that. I
Yeah,
never watched it, but I do remember that happening.
if I'm not mistaken, it was supposed to take place in that weird Hugh Jackman Van Helsing universe. I mean, I could be fucking completely wrong. I don't know, but I think that was the goal
I think
behind it.
the last good one was probably um the De Niro one.
But De Niro was in a Frankenstein movie or a horror movie?
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
he's in a
Shit.
Frankenstein movie.
My cousin needed therapy after the original Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, that was a horrifying movie.
Well, yeah, that'll do it.
I remember seeing Jaws way before I should have as a kid. Did that make you even want to go to a beach after seeing that, Bear 11? Because like never again did I want to go to the water after I saw Jaws. Gal dang, I'm tired of people bringing that dang Predator movie up. It's not that good. It's basically a good rework of Robert Rodriguez's Predators movie. Oh, I hate the
Finally, somebody has an opposite opinion.
Yeah. If you can find it, it's one of my favorite movies. It's The Warlord with Charlton Heston.
Ah.
E.T. fucked me up as a kid. Did it really? I mean, I cried when he almost died. Like when he was turning like white or whatever the fuck was. He just looked like a white turd when he was dying.
He was white dog poop.
Yeah. They just showed you the backstory of the characters before they get to the Predator planet. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
I love The
There you
Creature
go.
from the Black Lagoon. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, it's a good movie. I enjoyed it. Growing up in Australia is a horror movie.
That makes sense.
You guys do have weird animals and insects that could kill you. I didn't even want to go into the pool. We had them. Yeah, fuck that. And Crispin says my aunt took me to see Texas Chainsaw Massacre when I was 9. I shit myself.
Good Lord.
Dude. Yeah. I thought Killers of Killers was okay, but I think people are overplaying it. That's from Robert's Infinite Realms.
Okay.
I like Predator, but it's like I like the first one with Arnold. You know, and then like the second one is good, of course. Everybody always says the second one is better than the first one with Danny Glover and everything like that. But like I'm just like a silly meathead. Either it's funny and it makes me laugh, or shit is blowing up and I'm like, oh shit, that's cool.
Yeah, see, I'm not a big fan of the second one. It's okay. I don't think it
Okay.
sucks or anything, but it's nowhere near the first one in my book.
Yeah, exactly. Jurassic Park would be a picnic. You're referring to living in Australia, I assume, dude. Do you see that new one, the Jurassic World? How many fucking movies they're gonna make now about dinosaurs? Jesus Christ!
I read that it's not even like a continuation. Like this is all new, and I'm like,
Jesus
well,
Christ!
now for real, like who gives a shit?
Yeah. When are they gonna make the movie where it just all takes place in like the government building where they're like, let's just nuke Jurassic Park? What are we doing here? Like, when do we see that movie where they're like, yo?
At what point does the president step in and be like, okay, fucking enough?
Yeah, like when he turns around and he goes, "Wait a minute, the dinosaurs fly too now? No, it just bomb that shit. We're done with fucking Jurassic Park." Not. Yeah, sure. Thank you, babe. Now the cornfield scene when I was like 6 messed me up so bad. I watched it years later and discovered that my memory of that movie was vastly different. Yeah, well, when you're a kid, you either romanticize something or you dramatize it. So when you're a kid and you see like a horror movie, it's like the worst thing you've ever seen, and you watch it back as an adult, and you're like, "Oh, that wasn't that bad." Like, "Oh fuck, I made that one a big deal in my head." Like, I always tell the story of like when I was a kid, my brother put on Child's Play, and I had my buddy doll, and I watched that movie, and I put my buddy doll in a box in a garbage bag in the closet, so that there was no way that thing could get out because I was so afraid. Yeah. So then I go back and watch it now, and I laugh, and I'm like, why the fuck somebody didn't just pick this doll up and shake the shit out of it, and just throw him in, and like just get over like that. The way it ends in like they throw him on the fire at the end. It's like, why didn't that happen in the first 5 minutes of the movie?
Yeah.
Like, they don't understand it.
At what point did you guys like skip the step or like, oh, the thing that could kill literally everything? Let's just do that.
Predator 2 is better than many say, but it's not the first one. I agree.
Yeah. Predator 2, Electric Boogaloo, it's okay.
They nuked Raccoon City within 48 hours. The only film franchise I truly gave up on is the Fast and the Furious. It's just fucking ridiculous after part 4. Buddy, when they started driving cars in space and out of buildings into other buildings while the building was crumbling, just like, no, I can't watch any of this anymore.
Oh, same.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's how Die Hard was. Like, once we got to, what was it, 4?
Wow.
He like launches the car at the helicopter, and I'm like, okay, we're done here.
I remember that. Yeah. That was
Okay.
literally Die Hard. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one. Yep. I remember seeing it in theaters like, okay, we're done here. We're done here.
Oh my god. Robert says The Thing, John Carpenter's remake, is the best horror movie ever. I'll die on that hill.
I do love The Thing.
I didn't like Fast and the Furious past the first one. His fuck might be unpopular. I didn't like any of them. And I always say the thing where it's just like, remember when Fast and the Furious was about stealing car stereos and DVD players?
Yeah.
Like, you guys remember that? Like the first one? Now all of a sudden they're flying cars in space and there's military. Like, when did they become the Avengers? When did they become like this, like A-team style? I didn't understand where they made the turn. I was very confused by that. The first 3 Die Hard films were great. The last 2 should have never happened. I agree with that, Justin Booth. Although I'm a big Die Hard with a Vengeance fan because it happens in New York, and I know most of the places.
I love Die Hard with a Vengeance. I always
have. Yeah. That's my favorite.
That's 3, right? Like that. Yeah. That's in there, right? That's 2 was always the one I never watched, but for the first one always, and the third one, I love Die Hard with a Vengeance. To
me, and I don't know, I may be the only one. I know a lot of people consider it a Christmas movie, the first one. But I tend to watch the first one around the holidays, and I always watch the third one around the summertime because that's when it takes place.
Yeah, it starts. Right. It opens up with sundown, hotness. Hot in the
summer. Yeah, in the city. Yeah, such a good fucking movie, dude. Oh my god, it's a great summertime movie. Spider-Man swung his way across a canyon. It's so fucking insane, but family. Family. Anything he is in sucks, with the exception of Saving Private Ryan. Can't wait for Die Hard. Where am I? Oh, dude.
That's terrible.
We're just talking about movies. What did they make? Oh, wow. That looks actually good. I'm shocked. Die Hard is the most realistic action movie. After rescuing his wife from terrorists twice, his wife still divorces him.
Well, yeah.
Well, she's a difficult woman. Remember this, in Die Hard 3, all he had to do was call her back. He chose not to call her back. Because you remember at the end of the movie when Sam Jackson gives him that quarter and he tells him, he goes, stop being a jerk and just call your wife back finally. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I don't know. He goes, I don't know, Zeus. You never met my wife. She's a difficult woman. What's up, J-Mac? It's good to see you, bud.
J-Mac.
Jeff's in the house. Up nerds. Tony, glad to see you. Mikey, still killing it.
What up,
yes,
Jeff?
He definitely is. And thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. How long does it take you start to finish one action figure custom? And let's say it's not a commission, so there's no rush on it.
Well, I think these ones that I've been doing live, I think it's taken 4 or 5 episodes. So
about a month and a week.
6 or 7 hours, 6 to 8
Oh,
hours.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Like
Hell yeah, dude.
Most of the time.
Have you ever started like let's say like you start today and like said fuck it, I'm gonna finish today? Have you ever done that to yourself?
Yeah, I've done some where I've pushed it. Like if I can if I'm staying up late and
Okay.
I have like the extra time for something to
Yeah.
dry, finish curing and that kind of stuff. I have.
Right
I
on.
don't know if I've done a full one though, because there are certain aspects that you really just have to wait.
Yeah, yeah. Dude, oh my goodness. That figure looks like you bought it. Like I'm not blowing smoke. Like right now, this figure looks like you bought it as is. It's like really
Thanks.
well done, dude.
Thank you. I think it comes.
Is this figure for anybody, or is this just for your own collection?
This one's really to show off the kit that Dad and I will have at DFW.
Okay, right on.
Joe Fest.
Right on.
So we wanted to show the full thing to help sell the kit. So
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. And I think I asked you this yesterday. You're going to both, but you're only going to have a booth at one. Is that what you said?
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll only be set up at DFW. Joe Fest is really like maybe I can sell like the vehicles or something.
Okay, right on.
Because it'll
Is
be
there
a bigger audience.
at Joe Fest, will there be a table where you can do that? Like, there's somebody else has a table where you like, yo, can I just sell this here real quick? Or
Yeah, I can probably set up at one of our buddies will be there. Raging Spoon will be
yeah,
there, and he said I could probably put the vehicles up in his booth.
right on.
And so I might do that. I might, maybe I can work out something with Uncle Ben, and I can display a hyena at the Skeletron booth.
Hell yeah, that's awesome.
I talked to him about letting me get a picture with the Skeletron. He's like, "Oh, for sure." I'm like, yes.
Dude, I saw that thing in person at ZoloCon because they were there.
It's beautiful.
It's fucking sick, dude. If I had the disposable income, it was coming home with me that day.
that's like where I'm at. I'm like this.
Yeah.
I'm probably going to buy. I'm gonna probably end up buying one now.
It does look cool. Somebody
Now that I can pick it up, in person.
I think it was somebody was on Talking Figures, and they said they wanted Red Skull with the Tesseract coming out of it, and I thought that was.
Yeah, was that Jerk that was saying that?
I think it might have been Laser Pants who said it.
Oh, maybe it was LP. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was like, yo, that's a great fucking idea. Crispin says if you're gonna be in Texas, you make sure you go to Goldie's. It's the best barbecue in Texas. So there's a little recommendation for you.
Is it in the DFW area?
I would assume. I don't know if we made mention to Alpha Red being in the house, but Alpha Red is here. What's up, Alpha Red?
Alpha Red, what up, dude?
I appreciate you, brother. Smudge Cuss. Yes, it was Laser Pants. Thank you, Smudge. I appreciate you. That was LP. Yes, he said it on Talking Figures.
Hi to Alpha because he's my member, right?
Yes, I said hello to Alpha. Thank you very much, baby girl. Yeah, that's it. Did you expect the vehicles to hit as hard as they have this year? It is fucking crazy how many vehicles have just completely flooded the market now, and so many more are coming, obviously.
No, I did not expect.
Commander says a question: how much for an iceberg head only? So I guess if you had to commission an iceberg head for him, how much would you
like to just to paint an iceberg head?
Yeah,
I do head painting for $25.
So there you go, Crimson Cobra Commander, $25, brother.
Send one to me at $25, and whatever.
Oh yeah,
whatever it costs to send it back, usually $5 or $6.
Oh yeah. Oh, it was on Frankie's stream. He said that. Oh, he said that on Talking Figures too, Smudge. Because I talked to the Laser Pants it was like a month ago on Talking Figures. I don't know where my wife is, but Alfred says hello. Yeah.
Hello, folks.
Yeah, fuck, dude. Do you notice that everybody streams now?
Everybody does stream.
Everybody streams now. It's hard to keep up with all these people streaming.
It's damn near impossible.
every day. It's like 3 streams a day too. Like this one's streaming, and this one's going next, and then so Jesus Christ. Like I said, somebody said to me, that might have been Nico Toronto, but he's like, "We miss you, man. We really miss you." And I was like, "You sure? There's so many people streaming."
Yeah, it's not a shortage of content. It's a shortage of content that I crave watching.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I'm a teenager standing there with the refrigerator door open. Like, yes, there is food, but it's not what I want to eat.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm Craig in Friday, okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to put water on my fucking cereal.
But it was one of those, like I said, it's that. Oh, look at this. This is. Are you not the best? What is this? It was water. Oh.
Oh, the way when you held that up, your blue lights behind you were reflecting out of it, and I thought it was the iceberg water from Waterboy.
For real, that's what I thought it was too.
It's always cold.
Always cold. He got it from a glacier.
Got it from a glacier.
A glacier was. I was blessed by an Eskimo healing man. I want pig feet like hog maws. Jesus, dude.
I like hog maws.
Not pig's feet.
I like pig's feet.
Every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the kitchen. Yeah. In
Eating
the
up
goddamn
all the food.
eating all the food. Yeah. Fucking. Can we just take a second? Rest in peace, John Witherspoon. Yeah.
So good.
I like when he goes, "Can you go get me a cup of ice water?" He goes, but she. He says the sister's home, and he goes, "I didn't ask her. I asked you."
Ain't nobody go in there for about 45 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, he goes, "Don't slam my goddamn door," and he slams the door. He goes, "What's wrong with your father, man? What's wrong with his hair? It looks like a bunch of spiders on his head."
Such a good movie.
I fucking love that movie. High as hell at 4 a.m. opening and closing the fridge. Dude, I always equate that to Grandma's Boy. When he gets real baked and he opens, he goes, "Oh my God, I got a roommate that actually goes food shopping."
Chicken cutlets.
Yeah, chicken cutlets to go into breast. He goes, thighs to go into breast. Yeah. I don't know what you are, but I'm
have a
gonna
microwave. She's
you
100.
Yeah. He turns the thing up to 500 degrees.
He's gonna broil it.
Oh,
and then goes in barehanded. Oh fuck!
He goes like this with his hands. He goes, just when I was about to pass out, I came. Oh my God. The Wednesday night virtual truck streams were fucking awesome, especially when you did the Alvin and the Chipmunks voice. I missed it. Oh yeah, Mikey. I don't know if you've seen that. Justin Booth. I've been going live like midnight, 12:30 my time.
Yeah.
And I've been doing like the American Truck Simulator. Yeah,
you've been going like 8 hours.
Well, it's
like 8 hours one night.
I joke around with my wife and I said we're gonna set a goal, but no one, I'm not gonna reach that goal. And like the goal is like X amount of super chats, and I'll go all fucking night. And these crazy bastards in this chat.
Hell yeah, man.
Yeah. And she's like, please don't. She's like, please don't. We're like 1 away. And she's like, please don't. And then all of a sudden, hey, yo, Frankie's like, I'm sorry, Fox.
Send it.
Yeah, but it's a fucking good time, man. I have a blast. I like you said, you open up the fridge and you're looking at. I don't want the same tired ass meal every fucking day. So I'm always trying to give something different. Where at least you got like, listen, it may not be always about toys, which it is always going to be revolved around, But as long to me as the streams that entertain, like I said. There are times where guys do toy streams. They don't even talk about toys. You guys are just talking about life and shit. And those are the streams that I tend to enjoy the most because it's just you fellas talking. You're shooting the breeze. Like, listen, you can watch 100 fucking streams about toys, man. At the end of the day, you're gonna make your own assessment of whether or not you want to buy that action figure. Me telling you that it's good, you telling them that it's good. They ain't gonna be. You're gonna fucking buy that figure whether we tell you it's good or not. It's not going to fucking matter. You're still going to get it. And I only say that because everybody and their mother said that they were not going to buy the Maximum toys. And everybody and their mother bought those motherfucking toys. Everybody.
Yeah.
So it's like, no one's going to sway opinions. You're still going to buy
now,
it.
I have stuck to my guns. I've not bought any Maximum.
Me neither. By the way. Me neither.
I was serious I really don't care about it. I
Yeah,
do
no,
still need a good Hulk figure, and I'll probably just get one from fucking AliExpress.
yeah,
And
yeah,
just pay like $30 or $40 for a decent Hulk.
yeah, dude. I
Because I missed every one that came out. Like I missed them. They were either right before I got into it, which I think was the case for the 2-pack, the one that came with Wolverine.
Yeah.
What was that? That was the 80th.
It was the 8th anniversary. That's the one I have.
And then they came out the 20th, and I just never saw that one. Just never happened.
Yeah.
And I don't want a gray one. Like I don't give a shit about.
But that to me, like you don't have one. I can justify buying it because you don't have one in your collection. Totally understand. All these fucks that were like, it's too much. Fuck the Hasbro greed. And then every one of you motherfuckers now have it. I don't want to hear complaining no more. Shut up. You bought the toy now. I don't want to hear that they're ripping us over the coals. They're trying to take out. Fuck you. You bought it. That's why they're going to keep doing it. That's why they're going to keep it. Because you all talked a big game, but you crumbled because you wanted that Hulk that did this. You know,
folded like a fucking lawn chair.
Exactly, dude. You got another question from Alfred. Mikey, how much for a custom paint job on a tumbler or vehicle?
I really don't want to do that.
Zero, because he's not doing it.
It really sucked. I did not enjoy that process. But
it was a lot of taping and
well, it's difficult because it's a cheap piece of shit.
Yeah, it is. It's a hollow thing.
Legitimately, it's not a quality vehicle. So the way it's put together, it flexes a lot, which can lead really easy to ruining a paint job because it cracks.
Oh wow!
Zach really wants me to do one for him, and he's my boy, so I probably will do one for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, to do another one, I don't know. It'd be like probably $300.
I mean, listen, if it's gonna be that like tedious and annoying for you, then I can understand because of the process it's gonna take you. So you're paying for your time and your patience, essentially.
Right.
Yeah. So I totally
You're paying me to do something I don't want to do.
Exactly. Yeah.
I would do it, but I try not to.
Yeah. I totally get it. The trucking was so great time with you and Fog. I thank you, man, Joseph. We'll be back at it. We'll be back at it next Wednesday night. Next Wednesday.
I had heard good things about it.
Well, I know
in the community. People told me about it.
I know it's late for some of you guys because you guys got work, you guys got responsibilities. And that's why I'm clipping things out now. Like for instance, he was talking about the Alvin and the Chipmunks thing. That happened by accident. I just hit the voice because you know how we usually do it. I pitch it up just to kind of joke with my wife. And I'm driving and I got hit with 2 tickets back to back.
I saw that clip.
Yeah,
I saw that clip.
It was funny because I completely forgot the stupid chipmunk voice was on. So I'm talking, and I get the tickets, and I just start cursing, and I'm not you're not realizing that, now they all hear what's, obviously the chipmunk voice, and I was just like, oh shit, I didn't even realize because I'm yelling at the fucking cop who pulled me over twice like a cunt.
Right. Yeah.
Frankie was like, I'm about to ruin this man's night. He didn't ruin my night. He ruined my wife's night. Because we live to make Fox suffer from sleep deprivation. Yeah. From dick deprivation. That's what she said. That's what her way in mind.
Well, I think most truckers would tell you there's a way for you to get that while he does his routes.
She's offered. She's offered.
Like, that's not out of the
she's
road.
Yeah, she's offered to satisfy me while driving my truck. I'm not gonna lie to you. Every week she says. Yes, we will. Diamond Select Hulk is the best in my opinion.
I've heard that, but Diamond Select Hulk isn't any less than getting one off of AliExpress.
Yeah.
And that's only $15 or $20 less than just getting the maximum and having it now.
Yeah. I don't have a.
I don't like the heads though. I would have to get a 3D printed head.
The only one
I don't like either any of them.
Yeah,
I like the slicked back hair, but I like that as smart Hulk. That's a smart Hulk. It's a great smart.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the messy hair one, and like that was one thing that I immediately picked up on. I was like, this is my biggest issue. and like I said, tell me if I'm crazy, but you've released multiple Hulks at this point. We've had so many, right? And they're always the same exact fucking thing. And now you're going to tell us, oh, we got this maximum version. He's going to have so much. He's going to be so much better. You can do that thunderclap and all that shit. And you show me the same exact arms as all the other Hulks. It's the same exact fucking thing. The only difference is his chest is rubber and he has toe articulation. And you added slick back hair because all those other heads are the same from other Hulks. So you really didn't fucking sweeten the pot for me to charge that much and call it maximum. I was just like, this is absolutely.
It's not there. It's not there.
To me, I don't.
That price, not there.
Yeah, if you absolutely need a Hulk because you want to finish like an Avenger team or he's just not in your collection, I'm not going to fault you for getting him because any collector who wants to finish a thing, I can completely understand. But if you have the 80th anniversary Hulk, if you have that 25th, whatever the fuck, Marvel Legends Hulk, if you really have a hard on for the Thunderclap, you don't need him. You don't need that maximum Hulk. I don't see a reasoning for it.
Well, it's not. I mean, Hulk would have been a much easier one to really go maximum and give you like a head for like each generation of the Hulk, right? Like you get the Kirby head, you get everybody, you get through that because like I think 70s and early 80s, that's what I think of when I think of the Hulk.
When you think of the Hulk,
I think of like John Byrne Hulk. That's in my mind. That's who I think.
Yeah.
Even though when I was a kid, it would have been like McFarlane. I do not like McFarlane's Hulk. I like that he came back to a Kirby-like design with the giant, Cro-Magnon, brow. I thought that was cool. I think it's cool, but I'm not a big Kirby Hulk fan. Like I don't like that original design. So
I don't like that.
So if you did that, and then you did like the ones they did, which is like the 90s, early 2000s Hulk, then you get all of these. But not having like it seems stupid. Like you've molded the shirt, you've included it in like 3 Hulks. Put it in there.
Yeah, it's there.
You've done bases, you've done the crater, right? You've done impact craters.
Yeah.
Give him a crater stand. Like, what are you guys doing? Like, you're not giving a flight stand to a Maximum Spider-Man. You're not giving like a crater or anything like that for the Maximum Hulk. What's different than just making those deluxe then?
Nothing.
Where's the maximum come from?
Yeah, that's literally
you made a new tool, so that's maximum now. Like that's just innovation. Like I don't know, it's just crazy.
Evolution, not even innovation. It's evolution because he should have been able to do the thunderclap from day one. Like there's certain things that these characters are known like they're like signatures. Like for instance, like the pose of Spider-Man, which is they made the big focal point of that Maximum Spider-Man. Oh, he can do that signature pose. Well, listen, I hate to be the bearer of bad fucking news, but he should have been doing that when you started retooling these figures. Not all of a sudden tell us it's a Maximum figure and we have to spend $55 on him. And then the very next week have a full wave of Spider-Man figures. You just showed us what was supposed to be the perfect Spider-Man figure and then hit us with the shit, which is like the mediocre ones right afterwards. I just don't like the logic. Like I love toys. I will not knock any company. I'm not one of those guys that's like, oh, this company sucks. I collect them all. If they're cool, I collect them.
I pick and choose everything.
But I spend my money and I know what I want. So I'm gonna like if something sucks, I think it sucks. If I think you're just pulling the wool over my eyes and you're trying to sell me a shit sandwich, but you're telling me that it's fucking filet mignon, I'm not buying it, you fucking idiot. I could smell it. Like I could smell it a mile away. It smells like shit. I don't want. I don't want your sandwich. Get it out of my face. Like
you eat it.
Yeah, you
eat it.
You take a bite first, you fuck.
You do it. Show me. Prove
it. I just bought a Storm Collectibles Doomsday. You guys ever review? I don't review toys. I don't think Mikey does neither. Right? I'm not a big reviewer. Again, I'm not telling you what to buy. You're gonna buy it regardless.
Yeah, I don't have that diverse of an opinion about toys to do reviews. Yeah. I don't get the enjoyment out of that. Like this is where I get the enjoyment, the painting and the
customizing and being creative.
That's what I like. That's why this shelf. This is the collection. Like this is it. Like it's it's not that much because I don't collect that much. It's not my thing.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want to take something and then make it cool, but then I'd rather give it a new home.
yeah. And of course, Jacob popped in just to tell you that he loved the final product of your custom. Just wanted
Appreciate
to
you, brother.
stop it and say that to you. Have you seen the DB Toys Netman? I've never seen that. No.
I don't know what the hell that is.
Yeah, I don't know what
Did
the.
you just make that up? You just
Yeah.
made it up? Trying to pull the wool over our eyes, huh?
Yeah.
Now that
Crispin-
smells like a
Crispin-
shit sandwich.
Yeah, Crispin, what are you doing over there? You son of a bitch! You goddamn son of a bitch!
Slippery devil.
And Joseph says hello to Frank DeBonio. I didn't see him in here. I didn't see his chat, but if we missed you, I'm sorry, Frank. Welcome.
Doom.
Yeah. Do you want to see what I got?
Yeah.
Tactical
that.
battle station. I'll show you.
He's like, can I please show my
Yeah. You know,
See that.
I don't know if you want to see it. I'll show you.
Yeah, bring it up. I will be right back.
All right. All right. Well, I don't know if we're on here, so I'll edit the stage. There you go. So I don't know if anybody is aware that's in this room right now while Mikey is running away from the computer for now. I am currently making a 1/12 scale tactical battle station, a GI Joe style, obviously, and this is what I got so far. I cut the platforms out. I cut as you can see, the helipad out, and I got all the basically the structures set up. It's pretty much glued into place now. Now I just got to sand everything to make it all level with each other from the top, the top down, because everything on the sides is good. So I'm just going to sand it all down, make it match. I got a couple other pictures here, so let me just show you. But say I finally, as you can see, the bottom part right here, I added 2 pieces of foam together and lipped it on the edge. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take dowel sticks and stick them in the top and on the sides. And then you just pull the sticks out and take it off. So that's how it's going to kind of be like modular in that way. And then over here, you see, this was what I was telling everybody about the Hot Wheels track that I took apart.
Oh,
And I'm going to basically cut holes out, bore holes out. And then this thing is just going to slide onto these brackets. And then on this one, I'm going to either add either I'm going to move it out a little bit and make this part right here a step. So you'll step up and then like steps to the main platform.
yeah.
Or I'm going to build 2 brackets that just give extra support to it. So I'm going to keep where it is and then just build 2 brackets off the ones that come out that will then go to another level of stairs that will go down to the main platform, which is right here. So as you can see it from the front, that would be kind of like this. Obviously not what I'm putting there. I'm going to build the gun that would go here, and I'm going to build the missile launcher a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
But this is basically the start of it. So it's starting to come together here, as you can see from this section.
Good.
Yeah. So once I start adding all the details, it's very in the beginning stages of it. But once I get it all sanded to the same size, and I start adding the little detail pieces, the ladders, the fucking computers. I have plexiglass that's going to be the windows, like that glass piece that comes out on that angle. So that's going to be right here where the control room is. As you can see, this little chair that's going to be there. I'm going to have 2 instead of 1. I know the original has 1, but I'm going to put 2. I figure you can have 2 nerdy, dial tone and breaker at the computers and shit like that. I put this here only because in the toy, this section is bigger than the section across. So this section it ends here, and this is supposed to go back a little further. And I know that the computer section is more of a square than a rectangle. But when Woody was here and we were building it, Woody was like, "No, fuck, do a rectangle so that you can fit more figures in that portion since it's a 1/12 scale." So he's like, since it's the small one was a 1/18, so it was a square. He goes, make this one rectangle. Why the fuck not? So I was like, all right. So I'm going to keep it kind of like this, but this piece right here that I have right here, it's only 2 inches. So if I kind of want to square it out a little more, I'm just going to add all the way across and close that up. And this is where I'm going to add all my lights for the computers and shit like this here. Curb Stomp Films told me about the hallway that connects them. And then when I went back on that 3D website, I saw that there was a hallway that connected them. So I cut this piece in half and made the hallway for the Joes to walk across. This right here in this corner will be where this crane will be. That's going to go there. And then, like I said, I'm just getting ready to do the cosmetic shit. So it's starting to, like I said, this was literally bare bones, like a skeleton. And I just wanted to, like, I just got my Proxxon cutter last week. So I'm very new to using it. So I'm very like wary with how to cut things and how to like, I don't want to fuck anything up. Like you said, this, if I fuck up, it's catastrophic because right now all these walls now are glued into place. So I don't want to fuck anything up. If I fuck up the helipad, I can just get another piece of foam and do it again. That I'm not worried about. Right. But like I know the toy one on the edges of the helipad, there's like fencing.
Yeah, the netting.
So I'm gonna make that out of wire mesh and like wire mesh netting and like chicken wire and shit like that. So it's gonna actually have that around the edge of the helipad as well. And as I was telling you before, do I want to add like flickering lights on the corners here? Like on all the corners right here, do I want to add those like flashing red lights? So like in a foggy day, the dragonfly would be able to see where the helipad is and shit like that.
That would make sense. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So like when I'm thinking about lighting it up, that's one of the lights that popped into my head, as well as the computer. I want to have like a couple of red lights here because I know this is an ammunitions bay. So this whole wall's a gun rack, and then there's like bullets on this side and shit like that. So I would make that like a red light. So I don't want it to be too bright. You know, but because I don't want people to, you don't want to give your position away. It's a tactical battle station. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to light it up correctly. You know, I'm going to add a couple of flashing lights to these platforms. But I'm going to make a couple of calls to a couple of people like Duarte Studios. He told me that he does the 1/12 scale aluminum floor with the plate, the diamond plates.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to have him help me out with that. I'm going to, whatever, I'm going to figure out the cost and we're going to hopefully cover most of it in that, at least the top parts. Like, so all these parts will have it. I don't know if the parts under, like these parts will, I don't know. Like, it all depends on how much it's going to cost and how long it's going to take. Cause I'm like I said, once I start, I want to finish. So I don't I don't mind giving a couple days, like just, like I said, smoke break, just kind of let it breathe. But I do want to come back to it. So I don't want to be holding up. I don't want to hold up or be held up. Sometimes I want to kind of get to the next phase or whatever the fuck. So, like I said, this is where I'm at so far. And like I said, I can't thank Woody enough for the Proxxon cutter suggestion because, like I said, it's sped up. It's been speeding up this whole process. But I see a bunch of chat here, so hold on.
Yeah, that looks awesome, dude. That was so good.
Thank you, bud. Like I said, I know it's in the beginning stages, and like I tell you, if you don't think it sucks when you first do it, then like if I'm already like I'm seeing it come together. Like while I was at this picture right here, I took the picture. I looked over at my wife and I said, I actually see it. Like I can see where everything's got to go now. Like I'm happy with how it's starting to turn out. So I'm gonna work more on it tomorrow and shit like that, and kind of fine tune it. Hopefully by the stream on Sunday, I have another update. Like things will be mounted into place, and I'll start to kind of have a better idea of where I'm putting other like the computer stuff and how I'm gonna build that out and what have you and shit like that. You have a Proxxon cutter, don't you? I do, Crispin. I just got it this week, and it's been a lifesaver. Like for instance, this angled cut right here. When I looked at the tactical battle station, these things right here, they're on an angled cut, and that Proxxon cutter, man, fuck, did that make my life so much easier?
I bet on that.
Yeah, that took fucking 3 minutes to do. I was so fucking very cool. You are making good progress. Yes, I'm not rushing, but I just kind of I'm starting to put things where they need to be. I find once the primer goes down, it starts to come together. Yeah, Crispin. Yeah, I'm more of like once I start, like I always say, the devil's in the details. And once you start to lay those small detail pieces, at first, but once you start to kind of get right to that point where you're about to prime and you put all those final little detail pieces in, that's when I take a step back and I go, all right, is there anything else I have to do before I start laying paint on this goddamn thing? Because this thing has to get sealed with Plasti Dip, then painted, and then I might then I'm going to start adding all the metal flooring and shit like that because I want to make sure it's weatherproof because I plan on leaving it outside.
Right.
And
I know that was always part of your design was being
Yeah.
able to leave it outside.
yeah, because it's going to be an exterior diorama. It's not going to be meant for inside. Because where the fuck am I going to put this thing?
No shit.
You know. Hold on. Okay, so hey Tony, check out a video Ada Savage does, or is it Adam Savage? Because you say Adam Savage does on panel and model making. Very informative and inspiring. Gun Bunny, I definitely will. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Yeah. He does a lot of diorama and stuff like that. My son and I want to attempt to build a 112 Baxter building. That's going to be very big.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
That's a big fucking building.
Yeah. I love that tactical battle platform. I hope Hasbro makes one. You know what the funny thing is I was watching I think 2 days ago he had a pre-record a Savage Land, and he was talking to somebody, and they were talking to him. They were like, I hope they make play sets. Like they were talking about HasLabs, and he was like, I hope the next thing they decide to do is play sets. And I wanted something like the Cantina, but on a 112 scale. And I was thinking in my head, like, diorama makers are already doing it. Like, you know, it's like if you see Duarte, he made that 112 scale Power Ranger thing, and he made the Cobra base. You know what I'm saying? So he's like, we're already the diorama makers are already kind of like pushing this space in that direction. Like where so a year or two ago it was vehicles, and now this year I think in the next year it's going to start being a lot of this. I don't know how much these are going to cost, but if you ask me, that's what I'm saying. If you want to go through the HasLab route, be ready to pay a lot of fucking money if it's a 112 scale. So if I was you guys, I would learn a Proxon cutter and get foam and make your play sets yourself. Like, because it's going to be much cheaper in the long run. Because
you're only going to be able to have one. I mean, I mean that's our Achilles heel as 112 scale collectors is space. Like the vehicles take up space.
Yeah.
This thing, look, it's literally taking up like half of the garage. It's how many of those can you possibly fund? You know what I mean? Like, I guess if you have like a big display space like Woody, you could use these like instead of tables.
Yeah.
But damn, dude, you're gonna be talking. This is gonna be an easy grand.
Easy. That's easy, and that's before I think if they're gonna like dress it up and put lights and all kinds of shit in it,
that's
going to be more
than
that.
Up higher for that.
It's going to be more than that. Yeah, to me, and how many boxes are you going to get? Like how many? Like who's that one that who the fuck with that giant robot they made? That's like almost like a person's height.
Oh yeah,
Did you see that? And then it comes in like 17 boxes and shit like that.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know. Like I said, if anybody really wants play sets, I would highly recommend just practicing with a wire foam cutter, and I've done this on my channel. Just make it out of a cardboard box. Like if you really want to do dioramas and you want to do like that kind of stuff, if you're gonna do photography and that kind of shit, even if it's just gonna sit on your shelf and collect dust, you just want it to display figures on. I would, like I said, I would recommend getting good at it, because if Hasbro starts making play sets, because I don't know what Ramen. I know Ramen Toys made that sewer thing. I don't know what the fuck he's charging for it, but I know that if he starts to go down that playset route, you're going to be paying a lot of fucking money.
That's going to be a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he said, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. Tony, not sure if you know this, but Shifting Lands has some good Proxon tools to help with cutting different shapes. I will definitely look into that. Like I said, Woody was here a couple weeks ago. He just said to me, you should get a Proxon cutter. It's going to make your life really easy, considering you do a lot of foam shit, a lot of diorama shit. And at first I was like, well, I don't know if I fucking need that. And couldn't have been a better recommendation. Speaking of which, thank you. I see the vision, homie. Thank you, Woody. I appreciate you, bud. Yeah, like I said, to me, this is like, I wanted a GI Joe playset, but like, who the fuck? Like you just said, this takes up half my garage. If I decide tomorrow that I wanted a U.S. flag, that would have been the whole garage. You know what I'm saying? Like
14 feet long.
Yeah, I needed. To me, I like, listen, if you're gonna make something big for GI Joe, try in your mind to think practical, at least as practical as possible, to where at least if this sits outside, you could fuck with it for a couple of weeks, take some pictures, film some stuff on it. If someone wants to buy it off you, you sell it to them. Like I would definitely sell it to somebody who would want it. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna get attached to it because like sentimental value. If you know what I'm saying. So to me, if someone hit me up and like, yo, I love that, I want it, would you sell it? Like I would be open to it. But like this to me made the most sense. The tactical battle station to make on a 1/12 scale because it's just flat. There's really not much intricate small pieces that you have to put on this thing.
Yep.
You
Not
know,
too
so
crazy.
yeah. So I felt like if you were gonna go balls to the wall and go big here, make something this big, at least to me, this is the most practical idea. Like I'm not going crazy. Like I know that everybody wants that like mushroom cobra base thing, the Terra Dome.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, I just like, no, other people can make that. I'm gonna fuck with this because it's just a flat. It's just like, to me, this is like the flag, but on a much smaller scale. Like this is like a reasonable scale is what I'm gonna say too. Because even this is unreasonable how big it is. But if you want something big like this, if you're willing to get a playset, to me, this would be the most reasonable playset that they would come out in terms of a HasLab. Would be something like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I mean, the flag is too big. The mushroom thing might be too fucking big. Although to me, if they did a Cobra one, that would probably be the one they would do. Would be that Terra Dome, and then this one would be the GI Joe one they would do.
Probably the Terra Drone. There's just so much going on with it. Like
that's what I'm saying.
Tons of moving parts. Like
yeah.
And it was scaled down for 3 3/4, like drastically.
Yeah.
Well, similar with the flag. The flag is nowhere near scale.
What it's supposed to be, yeah.
2 planes on the deck, an aircraft carrier fits like 20.
20.
So it's like that, but unlike this where it's pretty simple. You have large block shapes. You have walls. You've got some platforms. The Terradrome. I mean, for God's sakes, the center of it holds an airplane, holds the fire bat.
That comes out, right? It comes out through the top.
That comes out. It's got an elevator that lifts it out.
Yeah.
Each of the panels on the front open up, and there's stuff inside of there, and it would be insane.
I mean, it would be. Don't get me wrong, it would be awesome, but it would just be.
It would be cool.
Yeah.
I'd love to see it, but I don't want to buy it.
Let me just add, Woody does not have any social media, so Crispin, if you want to see anything from Woody, just follow him on Instagram on his YouTube. Because he has all his collection on YouTube, so you'll see it's called The Basement. That's his his segment about his collection and shit. So if you want to see a good one of the craziest GI Joe collections I've ever seen in my life, I would highly recommend going to Woody's YouTube channel and checking it out because it's a thing of beauty.
Go check it. You're gonna want to check it out.
Yeah, I think everything I do sucks donkey balls. That's not true. That's just what we're all our own worst critic. And I said the same thing about this thing, brother. So trust me, don't think that way about it. Thank you, Ken's Toys. I appreciate you. You're good, Tony. The first step is always the hardest. My problem is slowing down and doing it properly and enjoying it. Listen, Woody said to me last when he was here, is like, don't rush this, because if you take your time with this, people will be like, holy shit. And I agree with him. So I'm gonna just take my time. I'm gonna make this the best it could possibly be. What I was looking at the pictures, like I said, I've really been studying the original one. And the Joes, they stand over the walls like this much. So the walls ain't that high because I know my wife said, how are people going to hide behind these walls? And I was like, I don't think it's meant for hiding. I was like, I think they're supposed to sit behind a computer and you're supposed to, so you can see over the wall. So you can see what's going on out there. I think
it's not a defensive position.
Yeah.
It's a tactical position. So you would deploy this off of a coast, and it would give you like a base of operations, kind of thing.
Yeah. So and to me, I can't wait to do the legs because I want to make it to where I can put it on water because we have a lake right by our house that I want to take this to, and I just think like seeing it with the water behind it, and I'm gonna seal up a Fortnite boat on the bottom using someone told me this idea and it was brilliant. The spray truck bed liner for trucks.
Mm-hmm.
They said spray the bottom of the Fortnite boat with that, and it'll waterproof it, or water seal it, and the Fortnite boat will float on water, like it won't sink.
Wouldn't Plasti Dip do that too?
I don't know.
Give it that
I don't
rubberized
know.
coating.
Yeah, I think the truck bed one is a little thicker, so it's
Ah,
more of a surefire thing than Plasti Dip. You might have to put a lot of coats on.
gotcha.
I mean, it'll probably seal it, but it'll just take a lot more coats than I think the truck bed liner one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try that when the guy suggested it. I'm gonna try it. So, and then because to me in my head, Mikey, I see the tactical battle station in the water, and whatever boat. I'm only saying the Fortnite boat because that's the only boat we have currently, right?
Yeah.
The dream scenario would be at 112 whale, right? That would be the dream sequence, right?
Oh
But
yeah.
the Fortnite boat next to the ladder that comes down into the water on the side of the tactical battle station. That to me, and then me and Woody on this middle section right here, me and Woody put the hiss right here to make sure that it was wide enough to put a tank, a car, a truck, whatever. We figured if the hiss was big enough, anything we put there will fit, no problem. I won't have any issues. So, like I said,
Yeah, that's probably true.
when he showed up, bro, it was like I said, it was like a blessing in disguise because, well, who better than somebody who has all these toys, who has had all these toys, who studies all and he literally gave me all the
100%.
info that I needed, man. So,
yeah, that's the guy to take some advice for there for sure.
Jesus Christ, Crispin is building a 15-foot battleship from Warhammer 40K. Right now stands about 6 foot and about 3 foot high. Jesus
Good
Christ,
Lord!
Where are you putting that, Crispin? Where is that going?
Wow, that's intense.
Yeah, of course, Woody. Of course, like I said, this is the greatest Joe collection I've ever seen. Random diorama just got back in, man. This did is looking awesome. The details will be a huge amount of work. Yes, random diorama. I know, like I said, but I'm willing to take my time with it. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna rush this. To me, this thing once it's done, I want it to, like I said, I want it to look like. Yeah, I'm not saying that I am, but if I wanted to sell it, you would be like, oh, someone would buy that. Someone crazy enough would decide, like, yeah, I want that in my house. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, somebody that could afford to put up a pole barn dedicated to their collection would be like, I'm going to need that in my collection.
Exactly.
It's not going to be your everyday guy because nobody's wife is going to let him change out a dining room table for a tactical battle platform. It's just not going to happen.
It's definitely for a bachelor, a guy who's living in his house.
yeah.
Come in, check out my coffee table. Look at this.
Maybe a widow. Maybe
Yeah. So to me, like,
already had that part of their life.
To me, that would be my coffee table. Like that tactical battle station
yeah.
would be right in my living room would be a talking piece. I'd make sure you have a coaster. Like you better fucking not leave no goddamn rings on that goddamn diorama.
Yeah, but you can set it on the on the helicopter landing pad if you'd like to set it down.
Yeah, for real, bro. Oh goodness. And checking on Woody here. Oh yeah, so now Woody, did you see this? Word on the street is Bobby is talking about releasing a boat in the future.
Interesting.
Now here's my thing with that, Woody. As long as the fucking thing is functional and can float. I'm sick and tired of people making like aquatic vehicles and not thinking that us man children are not going to put it on water. Like that, to me, if you're going to make a boat, the first selling point should be like, oh yeah, you can float. It'll float. It's a boat. Like at least that's my opinion. Again, who the fuck am I? I don't make toys. I'm not a toy maker. I don't know how much that would cost to make it buoyant to float on water. But I don't think it would cost much.
We had 12-inch GI Joes that had boats and they floated. They're blow molded.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
It could be done.
Yeah.
I doubt Bobby does that, but I don't know.
Yeah. Right now, it's in my back room hobby area. My wife has been pissed for years. It's my mom passing, buddy. I understand, but don't let anything. Like I said, the one thing that I took away from all the inspirational words that I got from my father was, don't let it derail you from what you do that keeps you happy and motivated. So if you like working on stuff, if you like being creative, don't let the passing of a loved one sidetrack you, because they wouldn't want that. They're going to want you to finish.
Yeah.
It is easier said than done, but I'm trying to do it myself.
I mean, good advice is good advice. Taking it's the hard part.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It makes sense. It will go with all these blue troops he just released. They are Navy. Okay.
That's true. That's true. I don't have any of the Navy ones, but that is true. Those are Navy.
I'm
Maybe
definitely buying the boat if it's fired. Dude, if
oh,
it's awesome and it floats, I will buy that fucking boat.
oh yeah.
I
Well, I
want to
mean,
get
it could be. I don't know. Maybe for the DFW, maybe exclusive is nautical Praetorians. It'll be all fucking black and blue,
that'd be cool.
like for like shipmates and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm trying to pick up a 1.6 Joe raft, but the guy is never open.
Those are cool. Those are cool. Like the
Mm.
Zodiac ones, Shane.
Okay.
The Zodiacs that had the motor on them. Action Man had one that had a functional motor on it. It was pretty dope. It was yellow and black.
Good guess, Mikey. It's a possibility.
I don't know. He doesn't ask me for ideas, so.
Legend, can you make part of a Cybertron for my Transformers while you're at it? I mean, listen, buddy, if you're seriously to what we could talk, I always willing to try. I never made a Transformers thing before, but fuck, I would try. You know, it was just like when Mikey asked me to make his dials. I never made shelf dials, and I made two. Well, one is going out, one is already out, if I'm not mistaken. He's already got one on the back wall.
Right there.
You know, so if you seriously want one, Frankie, we could talk. Like, I'll gladly. So yeah, that's the one. It's black.
I had that. Oh yeah, I thought about getting another one to put it on the roof of that Vanguard, but I found that WWE one, so I used it instead.
Yeah. Tony's next project is a quarter of a planet. LOL.
Gonna make Ego from fucking
Ego
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Dude, I wanted to. I still want to make a 1/12 scale Castle Grayskull. Like I still, there's a part of me that wants to do that. There's just like this weird part of me. I don't know if you ever saw that movie with Steve Carell, where it was like based on a true story, where the guy made like his backyard into like it was a 1/6 scale like movie set. And he just made stop motion movies with these dolls.
No, I never saw that.
It was a movie about Steve Carell. It was a guy who lives in like upstate New York who did it. It's obviously heavily exaggerated, but when I saw the trailer, I didn't even see the fucking movie. I saw the trailer for this movie, and I said to myself, like, that's the backyard I want. Like, I just want to be able to take my action figures into the yard and have like whatever exterior set that I want to shoot on. It's essentially like having a backlot, like a Hollywood backlot in your yard.
Yeah,
but for action.
A scaled back would be like having like the Lucasfilm model shop.
Yeah, you know? That's essentially like I was like, that's what this tactical battle station is the start of. It's basically the start of like what I want to start setting my yard up. Because like we don't really utilize my backyard at all. We don't. So I'm just kind of like, you know what? I got access. Let's dress this thing up a bit. I know it's going to look weird, a tactical battle station in the middle of the backyard, but you know.
Hey, you could fill that pool up again and put it right in the water.
Ooh, buddy. Trust me, that has already been. This project will be perfect basis to tackle a Grayskull after because it'll be a lot of the same techniques. That's what I believe. Like I said, this is just practice for like the next big one, which, like I said, is Castle Grayskull. And then after that, if you're going to do Castle Grayskull, then you would have to do Snake Mountain. You know, and Snake Mountain would be a really cool idea in terms of a project to do, because I would want to make like a working waterfall, and like I would want to make like certain features actually functional on the fucking thing. You know, like for instance, Castle Grayskull, I would put like a moat around it with the drawbridge that actually comes down across the water, and then you put those things in the water that makes it fog. Like I forgot what the fuck they're called, like diffusers or whatever. That's so like it always actually has a mist to it. So when you look at it, it's like, holy shit, it looks like Castle fucking Grayskull. Like it's crazy. Like I want your imagination to run wild. Like that's to me, that's where that's where always my mind is at. So like when I'm making something like this, for instance, I always want you to immediately picture yourself with your toys. Like fuck, I'd play with that immediately if I was a kid. That's kind of where my mind is at when I make all these dioramas. Like I don't really think to myself like, oh, this is gonna look cool on a shelf. You
Yeah.
know? Like I don't look to think to myself like, oh, this is gonna look cool displayed. I always think to myself like, oh, I want to play with this thing. That's my like. I don't want to just look at it. I want to play with it. Give me toys.
Yeah.
Come on, let's.
Oh,
let's
I can shoot this movie. I can shoot this movie. I can do
Yeah,
this. I can do
yeah,
that.
shit like that in your mind where it just starts to take your mind where you like I said, those creative juices start flowing. Whether it's images, a movie, a stop motion, that's kind of where I'm at with it.
Speaking of which, where and obviously it got derailed, but where are you at with your competition, the touch scratch challenge?
I postponed it to it was supposed to be obviously this week.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna just postpone it another week. So I'm waiting. I
Okay.
didn't get all that many submissions. You know, I got from a few people. Don't get me wrong, and the ones that submitted were fantastic. But and that would have been it. I would have closed up shop this week, and we would have talked about it on Friday. But the whole shit with my father, so I just pushed it back a couple weeks. Give people time who didn't. So if anybody's in here who wants to, I did a touch grass challenge where all you have to do is take your action figures outside, use the elements. You can use dioramas, but it's got to be outside. I just want to get people outside. It's fucking beautiful outside. It's the summertime. You know, go outside. Don't sit inside with your toys. Take them outside. Play with them for a little bit. You know, and submit them, and we're gonna just go over them. And the best one was gonna get like a prize. We were just gonna give away, and that was just gonna be voted by the chat. So everybody was gonna vote, and whoever thought did the best job, did the best work, they would have gotten, the giveaway prize, whoever the fuck it was going to be. But so now that I pushed it back a couple of weeks, I'm just going to push it back to the end of June. So at the end of June we'll go over. So like I said, if anybody is interested,
Tomorrow I want to, or this weekend I want to get some shots because I've been wanting to do it with that Vanguard,
okay,
the Z-Force Vanguard, because I'm hoping that doesn't come back with me at the trip, So I'd like to get some pictures.
yeah,
And since I'm gonna be going I'll be going to my grandparents this weekend for Father's Day. They have a nice
setup.
They're,
Yeah,
they live in the country, so it's all isolated, and
yeah,
so I can get some nice grass shots and stuff like that with it, and take some random figures and do a little
hell yeah.
maybe a little play motion or something.
Oh, dude, just have some fun, man. I always tell people like,
Try it out.
don't feel weird. Like me and my wife go on walks. I always take a couple figures with me just in case I see something, and I'm like, oh shit. Like for instance, we were walking, and we had just come across this tiny little stream that was going literally across the path, but off on the side there was like a tiny waterfall, and
Oh, wow.
when I tell you, it was like a 1/12 scale stream.
That's
And I was
awesome.
like, holy shit. And I literally ran back to the car. I had Sabretooth. That was where I got that Sabretooth play motion from.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I ran back to the car, grabbed Sabretooth out of the car because he was just the pocket figure for the day. And I said to my wife, I said, I'm going to do something real quick with this. Do you mind? She's like, no, good. And I just shot that whole thing. Then I was just looking around. We would walk fucking 10 feet. I go, oh shit, come right here. And we would walk right there, and I would just shoot something real quick. She had a knife in her pocket. I said, give me a knife. She goes, why? I go, just give me a fucking knife. And she gave me a knife, and I went on a tree, and I carved the Wolverine claws into the tree so that he saw, like he was tracking them.
That was it was a good video, dude.
Yeah, she turned around,
I loved it.
she turned around and she looked at me, and she was like, you have like this in your face, like this kid, like this childlike wonderment, like you lit up like a child. Like
Yeah.
when your toys, like, yeah, I was like, exactly. I was like, that's the point. Like this whole trip now to me, apart from exercising, because that's why we walk. It was just like, this is what I want to do whenever we walk now. So now whenever we walk, I always tell us, like, oh, let me bring a GI Joe. Let me bring this guy. Let me bring this guy. And just see. We'll just put him in my pocket.
Now you've got Rambo. You've got Rambo to always take.
Buddy, you want to know what I'm going to do for Rambo? I have
Oh yeah.
I have a little pond out front of my house. And I built a little lean-to tent. Okay. So I put the lean-to tent next to the pond right now. I painted it a bunch of colors. I'm letting like the elements dirty it up right now. It's just sitting there.
Okay.
And I'm going to put an actual fire, like an actual campfire in like maybe a couple feet from the lean-to tent. And I'm going to have that Rambo basically fucking with some arrows with the bow next to the shit, and I'm going to use the fire from the campfire as the light, as the practical lighting.
That's
So
awesome.
yeah, and I'm waiting for like the last couple of weeks. It's weird. Like it'll be beautiful out during the day, and then in the afternoon it just downpours. Like
Oh wow.
so, it's like I need to go out at night because I need the light of the fire
You
to
need that.
be
Yeah.
the
It
actual
needs to be
light.
dark outside so the
Exactly.
fire
Yeah.
illuminates.
So
Yeah.
like, I'm waiting to go out there. It's fucking raining every time. I even told my wife, I was like, I might just go out there in the rain because that might add a cool element that he's just in the rain. You know,
It would.
yeah. So like it's just shit like that. And I have like I took the shadow tracker out and I figured, oh, that would be a great guy to chase Rambo. So if he's gonna fight anybody,
yeah.
that cool shadow tracker GI Joe figure would be a cool adversary to Rambo. And then I pulled out the 2 bone collectors, the 2 versions, and that Carrick guy from Valaverse, and then I put them with him with that shadow tracker, and I'm like, oh, these could look like a good mercenary team that Rambo would hunt down and kill. Maybe they're in Cambodia, they have like a camp that they have a couple prisoners, and those are the people that he's going to take out and shit like that. So right now, that's where my mind is at with that Rambo figure. I told you I had big plans for that Rambo figure when I got him.
You weren't kidding.
Yeah. Give me that. Yeah. So like I have it's the ideas of fermenting, but I guess I always tell people I'm always a practical guy, so I want to use real fire. Like I want the light because I've done it before. I made a couple of a medieval set where I made tents. I had a bunch of orcs, trolls, and a wizard, and he was dragging a woman. Like the big orc was dragging this woman to like the main wizard dude. That was, and I used nothing but actual fire as the light.
Oh, wow.
So there was like little torches that led to this main tent, and that was that was all the lighting that I used. I didn't use any lights, nothing. It was just the fire. And it was like none of the figures got fucked up. There was no melting. There was no heat. Because everything was safe distance. You know, obviously when you fuck with fire, make sure you have contingency plans because obviously fire is unpredictable. But
so you use like the little fire starting bricks, or do you?
That's what I'm using for the Rambo thing. What I used for that was I took just literal branches from the trees, okay, and I wrapped it with I want a cotton rope, but like the smallest cotton rope I could get, and I wrapped the fucking thing like a torch, and then I soaked it in bacon fat because I was watching YouTube videos on how to fucking do it. And one guy said, if you soak it in bacon fat, it'll always stay lit. And I said, really? So I cooked bacon, put that shit in a jar, and I soaked all these sticks wrapped with rope in that jar for like a day or two. And then I took them outside, and those fuckers stayed lit the whole time. And I was like, fuck yeah. And I was able, because here's the thing too, with the campfire, I'm going to constantly have to put those fire starter things on it because it's a small fire. It's going to burn out real quick.
Yep.
Just when I had my campfire for that camp set, I had to constantly throw, obviously little logs on it, and it was burning up as fast as I was, as fast as you were putting them there, it was burning out because it was so small.
It's almost like you would do better to like create like an oil lantern and bury it so the wick is sticking out of the ground and you could have a constant fire because
you'll be fine. Yeah, you don't have to continuously throw shit onto it. Yeah, but that's why I went and I bought that Duralog bullshit that like used the fire starter log, and I just took a saw and I just cut a bunch of shit off of it, and I'm just gonna stick that in a pile and just light that. That should stay lit. I would say at least a good 10 minutes before it burns out, and I'm just gonna add a little bit more. Yeah, and that should give me the window of time to take the pictures that I need to, and get that real like I said, you want that warm orange glow on Rambo. So it looks like he's in this disgusting hot jungle in the summer or wherever fucking you, but it's disgusting. It's hot, and you could just like feel the humidity. That's I guess I'm going to put all the fog around him. So he's like, you feel like the stickiness and
looks humid.
Yeah. And you're like, fucking, hey, how hot was it that day when he took that picture?
Right.
Like when you when you use all that practical shit, it adds just a different element. It does. It really does, man. I built the cave diorama that had a working waterfall, And as messy as it was, because you're working with like a working waterfall and water splashing everywhere, it just adds a different element. It's real. I'm not adding a waterfall in post. It's actually falling water. It adds a whole new element to the image. And like I said, I will say this: when you work with fire, it's dangerous because it get volatile, it gets out of control. And water is just messy. And you can fuck your camera up. So just be careful with how you shoot and how close you shoot when you shoot with water. But I don't. The only time I use lighting is when we're inside. Like if I'm using like the square cube lights and it's like, or I have to. This image needs contrast, so I'm going to add color. So I'm going to add colorful lights in the background or around just to kind of give it that comic book feel because there's a superhero involved and some shit like that. But if I'm taking Rambo outside, man, Rambo's pretty fucking real. It's pretty gritty. He's
raw.
Yeah. So you want to have that feel in the image or the play motion or the stop motion video that you're doing. So, and I always treat like an image the same way I would treat a film. So if we're going to film something and I'm going to use fog and I'm going to use real fire for a film, then I'm going to do the same for a still frame image. It's just the way my mind works. So it's like, well, if you can do one, you can do it for the other. And if you do it for an image, then there's no excuse that you can't do it for a stop motion or a play motion video. So it's like those, like that kind of stuff. I listen. I don't. Sometimes my mind works very, very fucking weird. But
no, it's a vision though. That's you creating true, real situations to construct your mental picture.
Yeah, and like I said, when you see it, you go, "Fuck, man! The real fire was the ticket." To see that burn, and like, did you add that? Like, it was so cool when someone said when I posted that one image, and they were like, "Yo, did you add that fire?" And I go, "No, that was legit burning torches." Yeah, yeah, I made it.
I made the fire. You're like a fucking castaway.
Fire! Yeah, or like fucking the Predator when he just stands on the cliff with the fucking with the torch and he just screams. Yeah.
That's what I imagine.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate all these guys saying great things. I'm high as fuck, but that makes perfect sense. I'm assuming it was one of those weird things that I was saying, but I appreciate you.
Oh yeah, Shane.
The movie was sad, but it's an awesome movie about the necessity of life. Is great. Oh, he was talking about the something Marwin. I see them talking about it down here.
That Steve Carell movie?
I think so. I think that's what they're talking about. Like I said, I didn't see the movie because I just couldn't care less. But the trailer, when I saw what it was about, and I was like, "Oh, this fucking guy built like a small movie set in his yard."
This guy's my people.
That's it. I was like, "All right, that kind of now I can fuck with that." That's
I can get on board here.
Yeah. So this look at Woody helping people out here. In case anyone missed it earlier, the drivers are still up on CMD. If you missed that from Target, what's the divers? What is it?
That's the yellow and the red one for the mass device stuff that they're doing.
Oh shit! Okay.
The red,
okay.
the basic red Cobra diver, and the red.
That's an point for me while
yellow.
I'm outside playing with them toys. At the same time, don't let them. Gives a shit. I tell people a lot of times, like they do that because they don't understand. Like they don't get it. But when you turn around and you see them mark out about something that they love, that's usually when I take a second and go, that's me with toys. Do you get it now? Like I get your thing. Now do you understand? And they go, oh, really?
Dad,
like, really?
Dad would say that, you're growing up in the 80s, teenager in the 80s, being the nerd was, wasn't cool to read fucking comic books. It wasn't cool to be into superheroes.
Yeah.
But it was totally okay for somebody to know all of the fucking stats of a football team or every 0 to 60 time of every car that was being made that year. It's like, you're a nerd. You just aren't willing to call yourself one.
Yeah.
You are nerding out about whatever stats you're looking at. You just can't talk about fucking first appearance of Thanos. Like you're it's just not the same. You're a nerd. Like it is what it is. Just embrace it. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, dude.
You want to be a nerd about cars? Be a nerd about cars, dude.
It's whatever you're into. Like I used to, there was a perfect example of this one time. We were playing. I was in a fantasy football league, right? And I do pretty well fantasy football because it's just basically like Dungeons and Dragons. It's the same fucking thing,
Yeah.
you know. And so I was pretty good at it, and I was like either in the championship or around the championship in the playoffs. I was always good. And my brother just one day he goes, "You know, you're pretty good at this fantasy football thing." And I just kind of told him, like, it's just Dungeons and Dragons, dude. Like it's all the shit that you made fun of because you wanted to watch Michael Jordan, which there's nothing wrong with Michael Jordan. He's the greatest player ever lived. Trust me, I know.
Yep.
You know, like, but like you made fun of me for continuing down this nerd journey, and all of this stuff equates. It's all the
That was
same
giving me
shit.
a leg up on the competition.
Yeah, and now all this.
I studied this shit.
Yeah, and well, like I'm
Just different
sitting there,
players.
and like I'm sitting there one time, and these guys, like literally, they're living and dying on players that don't even play on your favorite team. So you're like not even watching your team; you're watching a completely different team that you don't give a shit about, and you're living and dying by that player.
Yeah.
And I said to them, I said, "Well, you know, last week you talked shit about me marking out about wrestling, but this guy, you're not even on your favorite team, and you're literally doing the same thing I did a week ago, but it's just football. And don't tell me it's real because it's fantasy football. You fuck. Like
It's literally in the title.
Yeah, I said, so
there are no real stakes here.
Yeah, I was like, so shut the fuck up. Like enough with the nerd bullshit. Like I hate when people say, like I was listening to the radio and this guy was like, oh, I can't watch Star Wars. It's so stupid. But it's like, but you'll sit here as a radio host. You sit here as a radio host, and you literally the same way someone will talk about Star Wars and argue about the Force and the dark side. You are literally doing the same thing about sports. So to me, I never understood the judgment of it all. So to me, like I'll play with my toys in the yard. I don't give a fuck what anybody says, because in my heart of hearts and in my mind, it's always like, well, you have something, whatever it is. It could be shoes. You love buying shoes. You know, like that's your thing. I honestly
friends
don't
that
care.
are like that, man. They just
like
I
always say,
1,000 pairs of Jordans. And it's like that's their thing. Cool, dude.
Exactly. Like one time my brother walked in here with his kids, and he was like, your uncle spends his money like a psycho. And he just walked out of the room, and I said, whoa. I said, you buy Jordans every fucking time they come out. I said, don't you have a closet full of shoes? You're like a woman. And he just like looked at me, and I go, don't tell me where I spend my money is foolish. Okay. I don't care how you spend your money. Like, don't tell me how I spend mine. You know, like, so it's one of those things where it's like, I always tell people if they don't get it, they're going to make fun of it, but just know it's because they don't understand.
They don't get it. Yeah.
They don't get it, and they never will.
And there's almost always something in their life that you could equate it to, but if they don't see
click.
it that way.
Yeah, it doesn't click until you kind of make it click.
Yeah, don't see it that way. You know, I think like the gridiron guys get a lot of shit because they'll buy they'll spend an extra $60-$80 on accessories for a vehicle. Like, but that vehicle only costs $80. Like, you guys not know any car guys? Like, you guys not know anybody that builds up cars? Like, it's a $2,000 shit box. The guy dropped 5 G's into a motor, $3,000 into a fucking transmission, another $2,000 into wheels and tires. Like, it's not about how much it's worth in the beginning. It's about building your dream. It's about building your vision.
Like, at the end, what it looks like.
And that's always what I think about with the gridiron stuff. It's like, you guys sound like you're thinking of these as investments. I hope that's not what you think.
Yeah.
You're not going to make your money back or a profit on any of this shit.
No.
None of this is a fantail railing for a flag. None of it. Doesn't exist. If this is your retirement, I don't think you're going to be stopping working anytime soon. Just do what you love. Do what makes you happy.
I agree. I fucking agree, dude. I'm one of those guys where it's just like, dude, like, I this is where I'm happy. It's my happy place, and I don't judge, so I don't want to be judged. You have a new Patrick. Hello, Patrick.
Hey, Patrick. How are you, sir? Hope you're feeling better.
Just 1 second, Mike. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good, man.
1 second.
Shane, you don't have a shadow tracker? Well, maybe you can trade Woody for one. Yeah, Jacob, that sounds good, man. We talk about it. I'm not much of the Dio guy. That is definitely Tony. But yeah, man, I I always like talking about custom stuff, even if I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Just fake it till you make it. You know what I mean? That's right, man. It's we took back nerd 20 years ago. That's it's not a diss anymore. It's just what are you a nerd about? You know, it doesn't.
Yeah, no, I don't agree
This
with that.
isn't this isn't 1982. That is not a term that means what you think it doesn't carry that weight.
Dude, I used to get ridiculed for loving pro wrestling. Like when I was young, they used to fucking dude. And then, like I said, I always tell the story. I'll never forget the day it turned, where all of a sudden everybody's crotch chopping and yelling bottom line, and I'm like, wait a minute, you fucks all made fun of me. You all ridiculed me. You said I was less than a man because I watched guys in tights wrestle. Like, and now one guy curses. And you all turn, you all love it. It was
mainstream.
Yeah, it was fucking crazy, man. That's what I'm saying.
That's how I felt when people were talking about, Marvel characters. Like,
yeah,
when Disney said it was okay, I guess that was when everybody was like, I'm a big Captain America guy. Like, eat my balls. You don't know Steve Roger from Alan Trudeau. Fucking dickweed.
Fucking
shut
liar.
up, you fucking faker.
You're
a phony.
Blind sack of shit.
I didn't know anybody growing up that was into wrestling. Like none of my friends or anything. It wasn't until later we had my mom had a friend and her kids were several years younger than I was, but that family was into wrestling.
Okay.
And that was how I was exposed to it, I guess. But that would have been, God, like that would have been like Triple H time frame, probably around that time.
Okay.
I wasn't interested. It didn't mean anything to me.
Yeah.
Because at that point I was like, I don't. This doesn't do anything to me. You know, I was like, and I was probably, I had probably heard that it was fake. So that was probably as a kid. Once you hear something, that's your opinion.
That's the consensus. Yeah.
Yeah. Despite every movie you watch is a performance. So what the fuck is the difference?
Yeah.
I
was always like, it's all right, but don't worry about it.
I'm glad to hear it.
That was the thing. My brother was into it before I was, and then like I said, my father was a closeted wrestling fan. He swore that he wasn't, but he was. And then, but I was very into superheroes, and when I saw that, I saw it was like a live action cartoon. I was like, oh my god, this is like real. Like this is like superheroes, it's a comic book real, but a real life comic book. And then that was it for me. I was able to put two and two together with that, because even like as a young kid, I would tell my father, like, why they're punching each other, but nobody's bleeding. Like nothing's happening.
Right.
But I don't know. It's just one of those things where it's just like I can never judge people. Like I hate when they say that, oh, you're a nerd, or you like this, and like I said, I can't believe like if your family makes fun of you for that shit, fuck off. You know what I mean? Fuck off.
Yeah.
You have another question here, by the way.
Oh. Yeah. I addressed it when you were out. Yeah, we talk about it, buddy.
Yeah.
Betcha.
All right. Good.
You betcha.
So the one that ripped me out when I was in, girls started getting Triforce tattoos in the mid. Mommy, hold on. Could you come here? You can come here.
Oh, hello.
She's running to the store. She has to get a grooming thing for the cat. One of her cats is a fucking furball. Like it's just one of those just giant fucking furry cats.
Oh yeah,
and then the hair gets natted, and she feels terrible because like we just picked the cat up from her mother, and they didn't do nothing. So now she's got to go buy a shave. I told her to buy it on Amazon, but she said she wants it now. So I was like, all right, well, I gotta stop you. You know,
got to do, I guess.
yeah. So she's gonna run over there right now and pick it up. But I don't. It's just she's a pain in my ass. I love her very much. Love my wife. But I'm sure everybody has this way where your wife asks you to do something like in the middle of doing something. I love her to death. She's the best. But like in the middle of something, yeah, you're asking me to do something else.
I'm more than happy to do that, but I'm currently involved in something.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Goodness gracious. I appreciate you for having me on, though, Mikey. Thank you, man. I appreciate hanging out.
Man.
We
did a double episode.
Yeah, last week I said a funny joke to my wife. I was like, "Hey, Mikey's putting it in right now. He's going 2.5 hours." And then I heard you say, "Well, I'm about to leave now." I was like, "All right, he's done." So I shut it off and I went to go do something else. And I come back and you're still live. And I was like, "Wait a minute!"
Crazy. That was fucking nuts, dude. Fucking 5-hour Wednesday night show, and then it was a 4-hour show Thursday night with I'd figure it out. Yeah, it was a 4-hour night, so I got shit sleep that night. I got shit sleep the night after. Friday was dragging. I was dead,
dude. Like,
so dead.
It was one thing I always when I started streaming, I picked up on it immediately. Was time just before you know it, like I said, we're over 3 hours in already, and it feels like we just started. Like it's crazy how these things just completely are a vacuum seal of time. Like you don't even know where the fuck the time went.
Yeah, no, you get into, and I do this painting. I'm sure you can relate, but it'll like night before last is a good example. I was painting. I had several projects going on. I was in a groove. I don't even remember what I was watching or listening to. Rather, I don't watch very much. It's more listening. And I just got into it, and I look up, and it's like a quarter till midnight, and I'm like, "Fuck!" Actually, I looked up, and it was like 10:30, and I'm like, "Okay, I got a good progress, got a good mojo, So I was like, I'll go for a little bit longer." And then I looked up, and it was a quarter till midnight. I was like, "God damn it!"
Shit gets away from you,
like,
bro.
Fuck! I was like, now I'm in the middle of it. Now I have to finish this.
Yeah. And like I said,
midnight by the time I got to bed, idiot, you stupid dumb,
dude. It's like the trucking stream. Like we start and we think, no one's gonna keep us up. Like they don't want to stay up all night with us, and they wind up doing it because they're awesome. You guys are awesome, right? And before I know it, it's 7 and 8 hours. You hear my cat in the background?
Yeah, I heard that.
He absolutely loves my wife. So when she leaves, he just sits at the door and meows until she comes back.
Oh.
Unless I play with, unless I do that stupid thing on the floor to play with him, he will literally sit at the back door and meow until she comes home. Like attached to her isn't the word. It's an understatement.
Symbiotic, right there.
Yeah. The other one that she's got, the white one, will just sit under the bed and not move. You don't even know. I don't even know we have a cat. But this one doesn't stop. Like he just opened the door himself, and now he's gonna go to the back door and start meowing until she comes home. Fucking crazy, dude.
Wild.
It's the first time I've ever had cats. Like I've never been a cat person.
Yeah.
But I told my wife, I said, you know what? If they're like this, I would have signed up years ago. I didn't realize how self-sufficient they are. Like they walk themselves, they take themselves to the bathroom. You just got to feed them and make sure they don't get out of your house and get lost. But like once they have a routine, they just take care of themselves. There he is right now. He's at the fucking. I don't know if you hear him. Yeah, he's at the back door, meowing, waiting for her to come home. Man, and it's scary because it sounds like, it sounds like he's saying "mom." I say to her, I was like, it's weird because he sounds like he's saying "mom." She's like, I know. He's just back there, just singing.
He's back. Yeah, he's hollering up a storm. I don't know if you follow like on I think it's the Instagram or TikTok. I can't remember. I don't have TikTok, so I see it on Instagram. But it's something about like Merv the cat.
Okay.
and it's this cat that just has like this really low, gravelly. It almost sounds like it's talking.
Yeah.
They'll be like, "Merv, are you ready for mom and dad to leave?" And it's wah, 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 and there's like certain things that it says that sound like they've like made up a term for it. Like there's one where he like says something, and they'll be like, "Oh, don't summon Bagagwa," and he's like, "Bagagwa, wah, wah." It's hilarious. It's super funny. I don't do many cat videos, but that one snuck in. It's been pretty funny.
Got
Thanks,
a
Chris. Appreciate you, buddy.
nice nice little compliment there. The great Mikey Kukovic. That was very good, man. That's fucking dude. Like I said, you, Tony's Figs, Gun Bunny Customs. To me, these are like the channels. Like if you're gonna get into this space, like the creative side and making your own thing, Duarte Studio is obviously another one. But like those are the guys that I watch. Like you, like I said, you and all you guys, because you're the ones that like you learn the most from. So it's like I said, even like these streams, it just seems like we're shooting the shit for 3 hours, but like like I said, you just see a piece of work come together, like a work of art come together right before your very eyes in just a couple of weeks, and you're just like, God damn it. So like I'm happy to be a part of this space of the toy community. Jesus Christ, he's getting louder and louder. Baron,
he's coming back.
Yeah,
I'm back. Like, hey, I don't know if you heard me, but I've been in the back door. I don't know where your wife is.
Yeah, he's like, hey, mom left. It's fucking 10:30.
Why are you not freaking out?
Yeah. You're not expressing the same level of urgency, Tony. Sorry, bud.
Did you even notice? She left.
I'm not crazy when I leave the house. I never had an animal do that before, dude.
My neighbor's dog does that.
Yeah, he'll cry for like 5 minutes and then he'll just lay down. He'll just find his spot and he'll lay down until you come home.
He just cries himself to sleep. That's what happens.
Yeah, but he knows that I'm here, so he'll just keep doing it until I walk out and go, "What do you want, Baron?" And then he'll just come in here and he'll sit next to his toy, and I'll play with him until she comes home. Like that, I literally be what it is.
What an unusual relationship you've come into here,
buddy. Yeah. It is what it is, I guess, you know. I'm not
worse things for sure.
Worse, exactly. If this is the worst of it, I'm happy. Like I heard horror stories about cats knocking figures over, chewing on figures and breaking. Luckily, this little guy hasn't done any of that stuff, so I'm very relieved about that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because there's things I was hearing from people like, "Oh, he's going to get into this stuff and he's going to knock everything. Oh, he's going to break things." That's what I was terrified about, and that was why we brought him first. Because, like I said, the fat white one, she don't jump on a thing, she don't do nothing. She just sits and lounges. He's the explorer. He's the one that crawls into things and gets into stuff that he shouldn't be into. So he's the one you got to worry about. So I said, bring him first. Let's get him acclimated to everything. So make sure he's not getting into this shit because I know she's going to be easy to deal with.
Right. And then bring her in to be a lazy shit.
And that's what we did. And that's exactly what's happening. She's just sitting back there, lazy under the bed or next to the bed. And he is literally the psycho that will climb. And I built him like a cubby right above the doorway so he can go up there and just lay.
Oh, yeah. You were saying.
Yeah, that. So he's all into that now. But you have to, like, I didn't finish it. So I have to pick him up and put him up there and then go and pick him up and take him down. So that might be what he's doing right now. So he's meowing, looking up at the thing because he wants to go up.
Wants to get his vantage point.
Yeah. So. Fuck it. And she did this thing. She did this thing too. Is she put seed in front of the window, and he literally just sits in front of the window for hours and watches the chipmunks and squirrels just take the.
Oh, puts the seed on like the outside.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and he literally just sits there, and like I said, and I just sit next to him. I fuck with my wife. I go, "That's right, Baron. You want to kill those little creatures, don't you? One of these days." And she's like, "Stop it. He's not going to kill them." And I'm like, "Well, you got him out here watching these things. His eyes are wide open. He's ready."
Someday you're going to turn your back and I'm going to get one of those fuckers.
He really is. He's like, "Don't worry. I'm going to kill this motherfucker." Legisers liked and followed. Ex-wife talked me into a cat and I never had one. Like I said, we weren't going to bring these cats. Were at her house. They stayed there for a while, but I could see it was weighing on her. She missed them. They're like her children. Like I said, I never had cats, so I never understood that relationship. Right? Like some people say they like their children. I didn't get it because I have dogs. so I kind of get the animal love for love for an animal. But seeing how she is with them, seeing how he reacts like this, I'm like, all right. I guess I kind of get it. But I guess that's why you can look at it, because there's just a difference. Dogs cry, but it's because dogs think you're never coming back.
Yeah.
You know, when you leave, they just assume like, fuck, they just left me here forever. You know,
Right.
Cats are weird. Like, he remembers shit. Like when she left her apartment and moved in with me, whenever she would go back, he would have like this cold shoulder towards her. And then when she brought him here,
You left me. Fuck you.
yeah, it's like, oh, look who's back. It's like kind of stuff.
Oh, decided to come running back, huh?
Yeah. Look what the cat dragged in. You know, like that kind of shit. Like,
Except I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't
What
need
cat?
you.
Who dragged you in here, you bitch?
Oh, probably petting some tabby down the street.
You Jezebel. You Jezebel. You treasonous Jezebel.
You strumpet.
I trusted you.
I showed you my butthole.
Yeah. I shat in front of you. How
could you do this to me? How could you do this to me?
Oh my God. I just hope she's okay. She's, you know what it is? She took an edible. So she's like very nervous about it. That's why she was looking at me.
I don't do well with the edible. The body high is not for me.
Yeah.
If I was trying to manage something, I could see it, but recreational,
nah, dude. It works. You know what it is? Like, I don't like edibles neither. I don't like the way it hits. It just hits differently because it digests and shit like that. It breaks down differently in your digestive system, and it just does not feel the same way as smoking. I was like, smoking is instant, and it's not as prolonged. So like, you hit, you feel the effects, and I smoke all fucking day long. So to me, I'm just kind of in that haze all day long. And if I was to switch it and take an edible, it's just I don't feel that haze like I do when I smoke. So it's weird. It's more of a body thing. So like, your body feels calm. Like your mind, I like the mind. So when I smoke, to me, it affects the mind more. I always tell people, when you
I agree.
Take an edible, it affects your body. When you smoke, it affects your mind. So like, if you have like I suffer from anxiety and all the kinds of shit mentally. So like, smoking it curves all that. Edibles don't. I just heard something fall in the garage.
I heard that too.
Yeah, that was my wife. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on her. Just give me a sec.
All right. Well, so Dragonsky is pretty well finished. I am going to spray the tanks and the flamethrower in a gloss, but I like the way the pads look flat, so I'm not going to do anything with the pads. I might do the helmet, and depending on how that looks, maybe I'll do the pads. But for sure, flamethrower and the tanks. Now, the ones that will be available for purchase, Dad is working with a newer, bigger, and much better 3D printer. So these are. Let's see if I can block enough of this out to focus it. So you can see decent detail in the flamethrower. But the new one is a 12K printer. This is done on a 4K printer. Think of that like resolution. So this one was printed on like 720p, and this new one is like 4K. Think of it like that. So the details are much more crisp on the new stuff that he's printing out. So he sent me a picture this morning of a bunch of Dragonsky pieces that are just got printed, and he printed them in purple and everything. So there's a decent chance on this stuff that you may not even have to paint them. You may just clear coat them and be good to go. So his new stuff looks really good. We'll probably show some of that Sunday when we're doing our live stream. So yeah. So let's see here. Do I prefer cats? I never had a cat. I really never had a dog either. Pet, I've got. I just finished this up for an anonymous buyer. It's the El Presidente. So it's a happy Hogan body. I just had to make the tie a little longer, and then I gave him the Valaverse, the hands, and he's got the American flag pin, because he is El Presidente. So I just finished that up, and then the next thing I need to finish up is a couple of Destros. I'll take a couple of those with me. Oh, buddy.
Hey, I'm back. Huh?
Everything okay?
Yeah, she when she came into the house, she banged into the tactical battle station, and I had 2 weights sitting and they fell off onto the floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was it. I mean, she's annoyed that she walked into it.
Sure.
But like I said to her, I was like, I should be mad. You walked into it. I was like, I'm fine. I don't give a shit. It's fine.
Fuck it.
Yeah, I was like, it's fine. Hey, you notice it? Put your mom's in the house.
Hey, Mom. Her and Dad have been moving him into his new digs all day. So.
Yeah. How's that going? Everything's going all right?
Oh yeah. Apparently they've had some obstacles. Got a truck stuck in the front yard because it's been raining like all week down there. So.
That is a fact, bud.
Gross.
Yeah, like she it basically fell off the table, the whole thing. But I only had one piece, like it was gluing in place, and that came off. So I told her, I was like, it's relax, nothing broke, nothing shattered. It was just the middle piece. I can glue that back. I'm not worried. This is like
no big deal.
Of course she's like, why is this right here? What the fuck? And it's like, you knew it was here.
Breathe.
Yeah, it's like, calm down. It's all right. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, and it did. It lost its first battle. Technically, just got a couple. What's a tactical battle station without a little battle damage?
Hey, it's gonna be outside. I better get used to it.
Exactly. I don't have any stress anymore working on projects because I'm doing more than one, so I can bounce back and forth and not care how long it takes or for the paint to dry.
Yep.
I think that was basically your method too, right?
Yep. That's essentially what I do.
Hell yeah, man. So now,
good way to go about
let's say these kits that you're selling, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are these for if anybody wants to customize, or would they, let's say, for instance, I want this particular figure that you just customized these last couple of weeks, but you have the kit. Do I just turn on you and go, hey, man, I just want that figure. How much would that cost me? Just give me, I want what you have, basically.
The whole thing, like
whole shebang. Yeah, I don't want to go look
yeah.
at the figure. I know you have the kit, so I just want you to just do everything for me.
Yeah, so the way Dad and I set it up is that you could do both. Initially, it was set up for everything to go through basically the Couple of Kooks website.
Okay.
So you could either order product or order the work through through my website.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you want the build, you want the full package, then yeah, you just message me. I get a kit from Dad, and then do the work. Yeah,
that's awesome.
So it's always kind of been part of it is that he was doing the designing and printing, and then I would be doing the paint work and assembly if people wanted that aspect of it.
The whole thing. Hell yeah, dude. I didn't say the F word. No, she doesn't. She doesn't curse. But she was mad. She was upset. She wanted to. She just does. She chooses not to. She's a much better person than I.
Internal dialogue happened. Yeah. External did not.
Because me, I would have said every curse under the sun.
Yeah.
Had it happened.
You would have heard the swearing and not the thing falling.
Yeah, mother. Exactly.
Yeah.
I say
I need to go. Tony's going ballistic in the garage.
Yeah. Something happened. We'll be back. I'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. Just trying to, it's all right. It's not a big deal. It's just that piece could, and you know what? Honestly, the way that piece glued into place, there was too much of a gap anyway. So I needed to fix it. So you just did me a favor.
Yeah,
You proved to me that the glue wasn't that good anyway. So I have to fix it. So you just did it for me before.
It was gonna need to be broken off regardless.
Yeah, it was gonna happen regardless. It was just at what point was it gonna happen? That's all. It's not a big deal. Like, I'm not worried.
Well done, Fox.
Yeah, that's it. You battle tested it.
Yeah.
You know?
Preemptively,
Yeah.
doing the work.
Because now my next thing is I have to seal the whole thing. So I'm gonna have to spackle in certain spots, and then I'm gonna, like I said, once this thing gets covered in like plasti dip and everything else like that under the sun, a lot of the dings and dents that are in there right now are gonna disappear. So it's not gonna.
Sure.
I'm not really worried about it right now. And again, because it takes up half my garage, accidents are gonna happen. It's in the way, which is another thing that we're perfect example what we were talking about before is if these things start to get released, they're gonna be huge. They're gonna be giant space consumers, and I don't know.
They're probably not going to break down easy.
No,
it's not going to be like the mobile command center where you just fold it up like the giant tackle box that it is, and you wheel it into a corner. Like, it's not going to be that way.
Yeah, no.
It's going to be a 3-foot wide platform.
Exactly. Yeah, and if you want that, then like I said, you said if you have the space for it, it's a perfect conversation piece for your collection. But if you don't have the space for it, then I don't see why they would. Like a HasLab playset, I mean, that would be fucking out of this world. It would look cool, like on paper, but to me, I wouldn't be like, I can't give Hasbro $1,500 of my money.
I'm not doing that. I'm not spending $1,500 on something that wasn't handcrafted at the very least.
Yeah.
That's crazy. $1,500 for a toy is just too much in my mind to even justify it.
You would, like I said, you have to be a super fan of the thing to buy that, to spend that kind of money on the thing. Like, I'm not saying like people probably have.
There's not enough of those to crowdfund anything.
Exactly.
That's going to be like Duarte numbers.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to be like when he said I need at least 5 or 6, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
He's like, if I get that many pre-orders, we're good. We're good to go.
Well, we're good to
that's
go.
what it would have to be, because that's the price. Like, it's going to be $1,500, and right now $1,500. That's substantial.
Yeah, you're
like,
talking
right now. That's hefty.
Yeah.
Like,
And
times are kind of tight.
If you like the toy that much, you're going to do it, then do it. But like I said, don't go on the internet and tell everybody that you're not going to do it and then do it. Okay?
Maximum
Yeah. Exactly.
You're a liar, bub.
That's all I'm saying. Don't say everybody, well, that's, I'm never doing that. And then 3 weeks later, hey, everybody, look what I got.
Right.
Yeah. Like, come on, fucks.
Now, I get the guys that do toy reviews, and that's their thing. Like, like it or not, you're a reviewer, and that's what makes your channel relevant. So you gotta do that shit.
I'm not referring to anybody who did it for research purposes, review purposes. I completely understand. I'm not gonna fault anybody for that. I'm talking the motherfuckers that were ready to burn Hasbro at the stake.
The ones that were like, I already have 2 Hulks. Why would I need a maximum?
Yeah. How many more Spider-Man? How many more Spider-Man do we need?
Look what I got.
Exactly.
You dick.
Yeah. Fucking liar. Just admit it the first time. Just say, oh my God, that's a cool Spider-Man. Don't fucking.
That's fine. Yeah. Just come out with, just have your opinion. That's fine.
Don't do that bullshit.
Or if you like, you know what? Like, I was with like this Wolverine. Like, obviously I changed out the head, but I had no intention of buying this Wolverine. I didn't care. I don't like this version of him. Didn't read these comics. But then I saw it at GameStop, and I was like, damn, that's actually pretty cool looking. Man. So I bought it. You know, if you had
Yeah.
like something like that with the maximum Hulk, and you're like, I wasn't gonna buy this. It's not worth the money.
Yeah.
And I saw it live. I saw it in person. I was like, shit, I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
But you pre-ordered it. Like you didn't have that. It didn't happen. You didn't see it at a toy show.
Yeah.
You said you weren't gonna buy it, and then you immediately pre-ordered one.
Yeah. Exactly. Get the fuck out of here. But look, his chest. It's like, shut up. Shut up. You fuck. Ah, my God. Like I'm one of those guys. I stick to my guns. Like I'll die on the hill. You know, like I'm
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I won't. I said to myself, I just cannot justify spending $55+ on a Marvel Legend. I don't give a
No.
fuck how you paint it, how you dress it up. You could say maximum, ultimate, whatever the fuck words you want to put there. I don't care. It's not, to me. That's too much money for a Hasbro Marvel Legend figure.
I have a hard enough time spending like $75 for 3
on a
figures.
Bayfest. Yeah, yeah.
You know, like when they did the Shield, the Nick Fury and Dum Dum Dugan and Sharon Carter. I saw that and immediately wanted it. And I was like, fuck, it's $75. And that's fine. It's $25 a figure, but it's still $75.
Yeah. Like for instance, dude, right now, I told you that new Sergeant Slaughter Mercer 2-pack. I want it for one because I had Mercer as a kid. That was one of my favorite action figures as a kid, the little Mercer. And when I saw that Slaughter, I immediately was like, oh, that would be a great Arnold custom buck for like John Matrix or Dutch for Predator.
Sure.
So I was like, that's a good 2-pack. And then I just went on fucking Big Bad Toys when it dropped, when the pre-order dropped, and it's $60 or $65. And I was just like, and then it says excluding tariff surcharge, and I'm just like, I'll just, when I see it at a toy show, I'm just like, I don't.
Yeah.
This ain't no.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm not rushing.
I'm that way with a lot of the new stuff. I'm like, I'm not gonna pre-order that, but if I see it, I'll probably get it.
I'll pick it up. Yeah.
Like
I'm the same way. Yeah,
if my local shop has it, I'll probably buy it. Now I can always pre-order through him. I can always pre-order through my comic shop.
Yeah.
But because he makes a fucking point to carry all of the all the Joes and all the Marvel and so like I can always pre-order through him. But I'm like, nothing's really grabbing me. Like I think he has Flint down for me because I definitely wanted Flint. I think that's the last thing though. I think that's it.
Yeah, I have retro Flint, heavy duty, dial. These are all on Big Bad Toys. Still pre-ordered because the thing has been delayed. But when Woody was here a couple weeks ago, he said, "Tony, you better start checking your emails because everything's apparently coming now. So just get ready for like all of these figures that you had pre-orders. If you don't want them, I suggest you start cancel. I canceled a bunch because I know because like I just got dinged for $65-$70 for Saget and Blanca, so they're on their way finally. Like they were pre-ordered last year, and now they're finally on.
First, what you said Saget, and immediately in my mind I was like, I didn't know they made Full House figures. Went to Bob Saget, and now I'm surprised that nobody has made Full House figures. Next is gonna be like, bet, got it.
Yeah, what do you mean nobody makes them?
Really? Well, that hadn't slid across my desk yet. Full production run, please.
Yeah. You know what the sad thing is? Crazy fucks would buy those figures.
They would.
They would.
They would.
Because at first I thought, well, you can't make everything a toy. And then when I started seeing them make Sesame Street and cereal box characters toys, and everybody's running out to put Chester Cheeto's head on M. Bison's body. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I'm like, what just happened to like the superhero action figure, the Army Man action figure? Why am I staring at a Tony the Tiger box, like a Frosted Flakes box? Like he's an action figure.
Count Chocula, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy.
When did this happen?
Yeah. Like I don't. Even when I was eating the cereal, I didn't think to myself, you know what would make a good action figure? Boo Berry.
No,
never once.
Never happened. Like, man, if somebody ever made a Frankenberry figure, I would just be dynamite.
Yeah, you know who I need? You know what I need in my collection? Captain Crunch. I need Captain Crunch. I don't have the Captain. I don't fucking get it, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Super 7 was on it pretty early. You know, they were like, literally, we can make everything an action figure.
Big, yeah, for
And
sure.
it was like, no, you can't. They're like, we can.
My son spent, I think, around $400 on the HasLab Galactus. Yeah, it was about that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Also-
I have yet to back a HasLab.
He just said
I've
Olsen
purchased
Twins
stuff.
2-pack.
Huh?
He just said Olsen Twins 2-pack. No, those motherfuckers, if it was NECA, they would definitely just sell them the same exact figure, just 2 separate packages to make you pay double for that fucking. Get
For
out
sure.
of here. Would you buy Family Ties figures? Let me ask you this question. If whatever NECA, whatever action figure company, what sitcom would they have to make for you to be like, I need that set of action figures?
I don't think it exists. I mean,
Yeah.
there's probably some that I would want, like one, like if they came out with like Seinfeld, I would probably want a Kramer.
Yeah.
Just because, like, how funny would that be on this Dio
Yeah.
shelf? It's just fucking Kramer's just in the back, just
Yeah.
you
Just
know.
breaking and busting in one of the doors.
Yeah, I'm gonna have, like, Tony, I'm gonna need you to make a functional door on this
Well,
one.
he's
he
got to
can
open.
come
Gotta have Kramer
sliding
pop
through.
Gotta have Kramer pop in.
Yeah,
I would
Tony, I have an
immediately-
idea for you with this release of the Seinfeld figures.
Yeah.
I need you to create Jerry's front door and kitchen.
There's a front door into his kitchen. That's all I need. Just that for Kramer. I would
I'm
definitely.
not going to be the only one, so you're going to need to make this reproducible.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I would definitely get a fucking a Costanza, like George Costanza. I would have. He's my all-time favorite TV character.
It would depend on the version of George. If I could get the George from the pictures,
Oh, like this.
I would probably do one of those.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I love The Office. I love Parks and Rec, but I probably wouldn't want any of those figures. You know?
Yeah. The only one I would want is a what's his fucking name? The Star-Lord. What's his name? Chris
Chris Pratt, Andy.
Chris Pratt. I would want him as a fat. I want fat Chris Pratt as an action
Chris
figure.
Pratt. I mean, him as I can't remember what his FBI agent name
Gore-Tex
was,
Coat
but
George. That better be one of the variants, Jacob. You know what one I would want if it came like as a set where it would be George and his desk that he slept under in Yankee Stadium when he had the
see,
desk.
that would be good. That would be like if McFarlane got it, where they have the little Dio pieces, where he has the little shelf for his sandwich.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be pretty dope.
Yeah, little empty calories and male curiosity, hey there, George.
Yeah, that would be pretty good. Pretty good.
That would be cool. I think they already did that. Did they not? If they didn't, that's crazy.
I don't know if there's, you know what though, there's not figures for most of those. Like there's really not an A-Team line. There's not a Miami Vice line.
There's no Knight Rider.
There's no Knight Rider. There's no Airwolf.
Yeah.
None of those like iconic 80s action TV shows have a figure line. So I don't know what the deal is with that. You'd think NECA would have been all the fuck over that.
Yeah, could you imagine like
maybe it's a licensing thing. I can't imagine any of those people being real hard asses about their likeness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Magnum PR.
Unless they're passed and their family's like, no, we don't want that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes the
in which case you just make up a fucking face like.
Yeah. That ain't Michael Knight. That's John Knight.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Mike Knight. That's a different guy.
Yeah, that's not Michael Knight. No. That's Mikey. That's Mikey Knight.
Yeah.
Mikey Evening.
Yeah. That's Ken Day.
Ken Day. It's Ken Day. Are you you didn't know about that show?
You never saw that one?
You never saw that
man.
Yeah. He
So
drove the other one. The other car. What was the other car?
He drove a Camaro.
He drove a Camaro. They are still alive. Don Johnson, yeah, but like again, it's one of those things where you have to pay them for their likeness and shit. For Crockett and Tubbs. I really love.
I
Parks and
can't
Rec.
imagine Don Johnson being a dick about his likeness.
No.
He seems like the
And-
kind of guy that'd be like, "I'm gonna be a toy. Yeah, let's do that."
All right, man, make me a toy.
I mean, if
I
they
wanna-
do that, then I immediately take that and I make the guy the character he plays in Django Unchained.
Oh yeah, no, he was
It's
funny in
one of
that
my
movie.
favorite parts of that movie. Is, well, I
Yeah.
didn't say so. Come on, engage, sell something cool to drink.
Yeah. What was the it was a one figure was a sitcom that I would get. Fuck. I would love an Al Bundy figure. I would definitely fuck with an Al Bundy figure.
Oh, Married with Children would probably do well.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
And he would have to have this exact pose.
Oh shit!
Right. He would
You're
have
right.
to have that pose. The 3 touchdowns in a single game pose.
That would be the most iconic one to do. Yeah.
He would have to have his jersey, his football jersey, because, and then of course he has to have the hand in the pant when he
Yeah, you'd have to have the couch.
Yeah, there's just 2 certain things with Al Bundy that you would have to have. Was that poke high jersey and his hand in the pants when he was just sitting
See, and
down.
again, these seem less like action figures and more like a McFarlane little statuette,
Yeah.
Because then you could also have him, like putting on somebody's shoe, sitting down at the store.
Yeah.
Like there's all kinds of stuff you could do there.
I would always have him walking into his house because my favorite part of Married with Children, when he would walk in the house, go, "A fat woman walked into the shoe store today." And then he would say his hysterical story.
It's a pretty good Al Bundy, for real. It's pretty good Al Bundy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, he used to make me laugh. Oh my god, when he said something to one fat lady, he was like, "Well, why don't you walk backwards and wrap your ass in lights and call yourself a Christmas tree," or something like that. And when he would make me fall off the chair when he would make fun of the fat women on the show. Him, like that was another thing. My father would laugh his ass off when he would say some of those things to those women, and like,
oh, they're off the wall.
They were off the wall. They were crazy, man. Like I said, if you give me a sitcom action figure, that'd be the one. Al Bundy.
That would be a good one. You would definitely sell the shit out of that one.
Yeah. And Figure Fight Club is still that's right, brother. We're still running wild, dude. Right now, Mike, he's going wild, dude, on his channel, man. He's making some action figures, dude. The Office could be a deep line. Nobody's really done it.
Yeah, I think
my only problem with The Office is it's just everybody's in suits, with the exception of Dwight, who would have the different, like a brown suit, right? And what's his face? John Krasinski never really had a suit jacket. He had just like the rolled up sleeves.
Yeah, well, until later in the episode, once he becomes co-manager, then he starts.
And he's full suit, right? Yeah.
There wouldn't be a lot of variances unless you did like the Halloween costumes.
Yeah.
Or the episode when Michael takes him on like the booze cruise, or when they do the hot dog eating competition to pick the new manager. Like
my favorite episode.
You would have to do some deep dives to get.
Like for instance, like you have to have Michael Scott with the cast when he steps on the George Foreman.
Burns his foot on the George Foreman grill. Date Mike for sure. Prison Mike. You'd have to have those. But yeah, it would be. I wouldn't be as good. Like there's not iconic costumes so much with The Office, whereas like Seinfeld, you have some iconic like wardrobes, like
also like
a pirate shirt. You have you have Kramer's wacky shirts. There's lots to do there.
Yeah, they said Gore-Tex George would be great, and also like secondary characters with Seinfeld. To me, because you could continue that line, because like I would love a Dave Putty figure.
That's what I was just trying to remember. Just trying to remember Patrick Warburton's name.
You give me Dave Putty. Dave Putty. What's his fucking name? Peterman. Jay Peterman. Right.
Yes. Oh yeah, definitely. Jay Peterman.
Frank Costanza would definitely be up there, right?
Frank for sure.
Yeah, Frank Costanza, Soup Nazi would be one to me that you would like, right?
You'd have to do Soup Nazi.
Yeah, the Briss guy, the guy who was gonna do the Briss and his hand was shaky, the doctor, like all that stuff. Like it's just so many there's so many, like I said, variants. Like you said, it would come up play sets. Remember, like the one, for instance, when George gets fired from the Yankees. It's the summer of George. He goes, it's the summer of George, right? And he falls on the invitation, and he's just in the hospital bed with the gurney where he's got the scrubs on, and they all walk away to get coffee. And he goes, this is supposed to be the summer of George. Like, I buy that figure. Like, because like I said, there's those moments at Seinfeld that like to this day, when I watched them, I still laugh so fucking hard. And the summer of George was one of them.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like for me, like it would be like the Mandelbaum guys.
Okay. Mandelbaum.
Mandelbaum. Yeah, Mandelbaum. Like
That's
having him and his son would be tops.
This, by the way, a Putty with the 8-ball jacket.
With the 8-ball
100%, I get that. And they better have the high
and
five.
the Jersey Devil one too.
Yeah, we got Devil's variant.
Yes.
But the Devils. I'd be in on a Seinfeld line. I'm shocked that
would be tough to pass up.
Yeah. I mean, it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Maybe you can get away with that because they have some good variants too. Like I would buy a Birds of War 3-pack without even blinking.
Shit.
Yeah, without even blinking.
That would be.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and they would be my jobbers on my wrestling shelf. The Birds of War. You know,
I would want the episode. Well, it's like, I guess it's 2 episodes. But where Mac is trying to get in with the mafia, and he's wearing the tracksuit.
Yeah,
and then Dennis is a hooker, and Frank's his pimp with a chalice.
Yeah,
like those 3 guys. That's the one where Cricket falls off. He gets on the drugs and he writes that musical. That would be good.
It's because they take all the coke from the mob, and they tell him to sell it. He just does it all.
He just does it all.
He just does it all. Yeah.
Hips and nips. Otherwise, I'm not eating. Oh my God.
It's got to be all hips and nips.
Yes.
First off, some of these variants that people are calling Tristan T. George and the Henry the 8th costume is great.
That's a good one.
And Pimp Kramer, yes. By the way,
yes,
the Technicolor
Dreamcoat.
Yeah.
Hell yes, for sure.
I would have to be one proper. Yes, I would give me a Frank Reynolds, Danny DeVito figure. I'd be all in. Like I said,
but a gross one, not season 2 where he's all clean.
No. It's got to be season 5.
I want the deranged one. Yeah.
Season 7, season 5. Yeah. The only one I would want from season 5 is when he loses all his money and he tries to hang himself in the bar. But he has no neck.
His neck's too thick.
His neck's too thick, just hanging there.
They could do the quarantine episode where he just shaves himself and covers himself in hand sanitizer.
I have to be pure. I have to be pure and clean.
Yeah. The episode where he's on the news, he's like, so anyway, I start blasting.
But I don't see so good, so I just I'm shooting around, and you guys want me to be a hero. I'll take it.
I think the one for me that always gets me. Of course, I have it. I have the clip and stuff that I use in my videos and stuff. But it's the funeral when his wife's sister dies.
Flush that turd down the drain.
Yeah, the Gail the Snail episode.
Yeah.
Because he's full deranged. Like his shirt's fucked up buttons and it's covered in beer stains. And
he's like, I figure I got a few more years left.
I'm gonna get real weird with it.
Yeah.
He's just walking down the street and he's drinking beer and then gurgling it back up. And it's just foaming out. And Mac's like, he's like, Frank, I've been meaning to tell you. He's like, ooh, where'd you come from?
I like he did that again when they're on the airplane. They're trying to beat Boggs.
Oh,
and he goes, they told me I couldn't be a doctor. I couldn't be a pilot.
I could be a
break
pilot.
This record right now in front of him. Do it right in front of you. He just starts drinking it. He goes, oh, the beer is so cold. It's so cold. Oh my God.
I forgot about the drinking record. That was a good one.
Yeah. Some of those I always notice when it's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, those shows are like, you laugh on the first step, like when you first watch it, the first viewing, but it's not until you go back and watch it a second or a third time where you just start to it's really guttural laughs because you miss something because you were laughing at something else.
There's a lot to miss. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because your eyes are closed. You can't hear. You just hear it's like tinnitus.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I was telling my wife about the episode where Mac hit the scratcher, and and
yeah,
Frank,
where they drop the F-bomb.
yeah, and Frank yells the F-bomb, and he's like, it's still like you shouldn't say that. He goes, "But I'm saving his life." He almost died.
Then he gets his bicycle, and it has the fist on it, so he doesn't sit down. And they're
Yeah.
like, Mac, what are you doing?
Yeah, Mac, like, dude, it's okay to
I
admit
would
it.
I would have to have a fat Mac for sure with a bag of chimichangas.
Oh,
I would need that.
yeah.
I'd,
We need to.
I'd,
You need to commend that guy. The fact that he got fat and then shredded.
absolutely
That's crazy how he did that. To that transformation.
He took what like Christian Bale does and he like upped it somehow. Like that's psychotic.
This would be the only problem why they can't make these toys because of shit like this.
When they're having the interview process for a roommate,
Yeah.
he's like, okay, he's like, so you come in the room and you see a can of cat food. What do you do? And the one guy's like, nothing. It's not mine. I don't touch it. I don't touch your shit. You don't touch my shit.
Yeah.
And there's like, okay, boundaries. That's good. And he gets the other guy and he's like, well, I guess I would see if the cat needed to be fed. And Dennis is like, so you assume that there is a cat. And they Frank and he's like, well, it would depend on if I was hungry or tired. And he's like, what? And he's like, yeah, if I was tired. And like Charlie finished his sentence like, you would eat it to fall asleep.
What was the remember the one episode where D stays with him and he turns to, you better eat that fucking cat food. You better wolf it down because once they start out there, they're not going to stop. And then Frank comes running in. And he goes,
oh, they're at it again. And just start shoveling.
You got to see it. Just go to sleep. Eat the fucking cat food and go to sleep. And he goes, why do you eat cat food? Well, the cat food gives you a real bad stomach ache and it makes you want to sleep it off.
He upped the bag of glue.
when he sings Dayman.
Oh, that was the show. That was the episode that my buddy showed me to get me into It's Always Sunny. Was The Nightman Cometh. I was hooked immediately.
My buddy showed me the Serpico episode.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, he was like, Tony,
that's a good one.
He goes, you like Seinfeld? I was like, I love Seinfeld. He goes, and he said this back then. He goes, this is Seinfeld on crack. And I go, what? He goes, you'll see. And I watched it, and by the end of it, I like when he writes for the mayor and he spells it Mare.
Spells it like a horse.
Like a horse. Yeah, I fucking fell off the chair laughing. I go, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I was like, I have to watch the show every week. And
Charlie's
then he said,
fake Pacino was so good. It's so good.
He's got the big tape recorder, and he goes, bingo. And they go, what are you doing? Why you got that tape recorder?
He's sitting at the bar. He's got the fucking microphones like right there.
And I like his thing was I don't want to pretend to be a cop. I just want to play dress up. Because he's like, can I dress up as Serpico? And they're like, yeah, you can dress up as Serpico, no problem.
Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah, honestly, I think this would be the only one that would get action figures is Archer.
Yeah, I could actually see Archer.
I could see that. Yeah, being
easily,
like, yeah.
Anything that's animated, I think, is a super easy transition to toys.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. Which would be another great episode of It's Always Sunny. Remember when? What was the one episode where one of them dreams and they had clay motion? Is that the Christmas episode?
Oh,
yeah. Like somebody dreamed something and they think they're all clay motion. Yeah, I remember that. I
think because they do the whole Frosty. No, they do the whole Rudolph. It's like Rudolph. Yeah.
That's another one. Didn't they make toys of this already?
I think they did a long time ago.
Yeah, Venture Brothers. Yeah. I think it does have. Yeah, I think it does already.
Yeah, I think so.
But I think stuff like that would probably get made. But like I said, if it was a sitcom, man, you give me Al Bundy, Costanza. Fuck, I don't want statues. Like I would want like fully articulated, like a fully articulated Al Bundy. To me, would be real fucking hilarious. Like, you gave us Michael Jordan. You give us like weird sports figures all the time. You can give us a TV icon. You know, think about like if Mezco gave you a full. Like Al Bundy. Like I hate Mezco. Everybody knows how I feel about fucking Mezco. This sons of bitches. But like if you saw like an Al Bundy with soft goods clothing, like you said, came with the couch that he sat on. They had the hand that goes into the pants. Like I said, they had the poke high jersey. I could justifiably spend, $100 if it had all that stuff, like the couch, this, that, and it was Al Bundy. I spent $100 on that Rambo, that Hiya Toys Rambo. So like if it has the accessories and like I said, you could picture that on a shelf. Someone sees that, they go, "That's fucking awesome!" Like a fully articulated Al Bundy. That's cool. I mean, I'm sure someone could customize it because I'm sure they have an Ed O'Neill head you could print. I'm assuming you would probably be able to find it if you looked hard enough.
If they did, I'd have to seriously consider making his character from Fort Fairlane.
Yeah.
Booty time, across the USA.
They pulled all the Lethal Weapon sequel episodes off. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's Bush League, man.
They pulled those off, and they pulled.
There's a lot actually.
They pulled the one where Sweet D does the Spanish.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anytime they did blackface or anything like that, it all got pulled. And I think there was another episode where I think the F word episode got pulled too.
Oh yeah, I bet it did. I wonder if the episode what are the rules? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, where they turn black.
They turn into a black family.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wonder if that one got pulled.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh man, that is what I collect. Mezco. Listen, I have a really hateful relationship with Mezco because the way they handled some of my pre-orders, and then the way they handled the customer service was so bad that the only thing I pre-ordered now, and I only did it because if I said to myself that if they ever made it, I would get it, is the Arnold Schwarzenegger Conan. That was the only one I ever said to myself, like, I'd break the Mezco rule if they made him, because I didn't think it would ever happen. And it happened. So I got him now. I got him pre-ordered. And that they get you on BBTS because you have to do like the $10 or $20 deposit.
Oh, right.
So that's how they got me now. Those motherfuckers. Yeah. Why they hate it? Just their customer service, Crispin. It's awful. It's a
bad experiences.
Two of them. Yeah, two back to back. With the first Conan, the comic Conan that they came out with, and then the Justice League 3-pack from the movie.
Ah.
Yeah, it was those two. They don't know how to talk to people. I'll tell you that. Play that much.
Oh.
Yeah. So other than that, they're a good toy. It's a good toy. Love the detail on the toys. Not gonna knock the quality of the toy itself. I just don't like their customer service. Really
fair. That's a very legitimate reason not to mess with a company. That's for sure.
Okay, so you only collect the DC line. Well, to me, the best Mezco DC figures are Deathstroke and Batman. I don't know who else they made for DC. Green Lantern, I guess Superman. I don't really fuck with them. Superman to me is just like, I still don't have my definitive Superman figure, and I'm really like annoyed by it. I don't know how you feel. Like, are you assuming you have a McFarlane one, or do you have like that weird one from 5K?
I don't have a Superman.
You don't even have a Superman figure. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's one of those where he doesn't have a good one.
Nope. No Superman. It's all Green Lantern and Batman mostly.
Okay. You have any Mezcos of those?
Nope.
Right?
That's all McFarlane.
Yeah. I like McFarlane's Batmans. I just wish the articulation was better, and I hate the wrist and ankle pegs on McFarlane figures.
Yeah, I don't much care for those.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, not a huge fan.
He says lose for us because he's a leprechaun, and Charlie is drinking straight paint. Oh my god, that was on St. Patrick's Day episode. Yep. Blake Tarpley's in the house. What's up, Blake?
Blake.
What? How you doing, bud?
How you doing?
New DC Direct Silver Age Superman looks great. Like I said, I gotta look because I'm a pain in the ass about articulation. It's got to have certain articulation points. Check out Palm Park Golden Studio Superman. I think that's the one on 5K.
Well, especially, I mean, most of yours is going to end up in photos and stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. To me,
need it to look good.
McFarlane is the hardest figure to pose next to Mythic Legions. I've learned when I'm taking pictures, they are the hardest figures to pose. And if you get them in a good pose, it took a lot of finessing and good luck getting the fucking thing to stand, especially McFarlane figures. So other like, I wish like yo, I don't absolve Hasbro of it. Like they have fucked up toys. Their
Sure.
pricing is fuck. I'm not giving them any, but their toys are very good. Like their classified figures are really good. Like I like them very much. I like their Marvel Legends figures. I think they're very good. Will I spend $55 on a Maximum Spider-Man just because he has toe articulation and a couple extra heads and hands? No, refuse. But they're the best Marvel toy. I mean, affordable Marvel toy that I've had in my whole life. At least this version of the Marvel Legends toys. Like,
True.
Where else you going to get a toy that good for like $25? I don't know how much it is now, but like not many, right?
No, it really doesn't exist. I mean, not for 25. The best thing you can do is a Mofex.
Yeah.
That's probably the best, but
Yeah, I agree,
you're
yeah.
over $100.
Yeah, I can't do that for one figure.
No.
Yeah.
Now I'll pick up a CT toys every once in a while. I'll do
seems to
that.
be- yeah, it seems to be everybody's go-to now.
I'd like to get the tiger stripe Wolverine, the blue and gold.
Okay.
But the only one I have is the brown and tan, which it's definitely my favorite Wolverine. But they're really fun to pose. Like they're really fun to pose. Like if you were doing photography, that's the figure to have.
Yeah, that's what everybody keeps telling me.
Like, I mean, I don't think I can show him, but Spidey is right there, and he's a pretty I don't probably can't.
Is it the black suited one or the red and blue?
Yeah, it's the black suit one. It was the
Woody bought 4 of those. Did you see that video?
of what?
Woody bought 4 black suited CT Spider-Man figures, and they all were like fucked up. None of them.
Really?
Yeah. He was very upset about that
Damn.
last year.
No,
But
that's
building
crazy.
Justice League now, I find the stand helps, and the toe articulation actually is useful. I like our toe articulation. I'm always a sucker for articulation. I just don't like that there's no thigh swivel on any of the McFarlanes unless they're gonna ride a horse or ride a motorcycle. Fuck off with that excuse. They should all have it, or none of them. It's either one or the other. Don't give me some have it and then the rest don't. I don't care that Dark Knight Returns Batman has a horse. Make them all have fucking thigh swivel. I want them all to have. Why is it okay for that Batman? Why? And then they did the Flash movie. Batman has thigh swivel because he has a motorcycle. Well, wouldn't it make sense that all Batmans have it because they all ride motorcycles? Like, I just don't like the logic. Well, this one doesn't have come on a motorcycle, so he doesn't have thigh swivel. Shut up. I don't accept that as an answer.
It's dumb.
I don't like that as an answer. So that's what my big thing with McFarlane. It's just their pegs are ugly. Their toe articulation is good, but their feet are so tiny, it's hard to pose them. And the fact that you need the stand to do it, like, I'm not saying that a stand isn't cool to have if it has like a little bit of detail to it, but like if it's just this black circle that he gives you because he knows that they're not going to fucking stand. Again, I can't accept this as an answer. Like I'm paying money for these toys. The least they can do is stand.
Yeah, it's not asking a lot, frankly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm looking over my shoulder at the McFarlane stuff, and none of those figures have thigh swivel.
No, of course not.
And
just recently they started getting fabric capes. They had those dumb plastic ones that were heavier.
They really suck. The plastic capes really suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, only 3 of mine have the fabric cape, and I'm not a fan of the fabric they use either. I don't like mesh, that shiny shit. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't fucking.
I have 7 Batman. One of them's Beyond though, so it's not like it's not a regular Batman. But there's 6 caped Crusaders and 1 Batman Beyond.
And that's the thing too. McFarlane's detail is pretty cool. It's pretty on point. I guess just all the other shit.
Sculpting looks good, but posing is big.
It's another thing. Like I said, it just
big challenge.
I bought because I loved the rebirth Batman. I love that look of the suit, and I love the new 52 suit. So like I bought that figure thinking like, all right, this could be my potentially prominent Batman if I put a fabric cape on him, which I did do. But like just trying to pose him was a pain in the ass, and then to stand him was even worse. And I was just like, well, never mind this one. So my Batman that I use for all my pictures now is the Mezco Sovereign Knight Batman because he does everything I need him to do.
Yeah.
With the exception of because they didn't start adding the wire capes to Mezco Batmans until way later now. Now they have two capes. Like one's a wired cape
interesting.
and one's a non-wired cape. I noticed some Batmans have it, but the Sovereign Knight one didn't come with that. Which I would kill for a wired cape for him. Might be have to be one of those things. Yeah, it might be after one of those things where like I have to buy an aftermarket one. The only McFarlane I bought, I removed the rubber cape and bought a cloth cape to replace. Yeah, that's what I did, Crispin.
Yeah, I've not purchased any fabric capes, but I've got
I have
4 figures that could use them.
I have the Dark Knight Returns Superman. I put a cloth cape on. I have the very first Superman he made that I took. I put a cloth cape on. I put a cloth cape on my Rebirth Batman, and I put a cloth cape on the Dark Knight Returns Batman. Because, like I said, the capes were so heavy, impossible to stand. It would just weigh them back. So, like, the cloth capes, at least it helps because the weight is distributed better. But, yeah, I'm selling all my McFarlane figures. So if anybody wants them, please let me know. I am selling the whole bag.
That's not true. I have 8 Batmen because one of them is Yellow Lantern and one of them is a Green Lantern.
Well, that counts.
Yeah, and they both have plastic capes, and they don't stand very well because it pulls them down. It's a real problem.
Yeah, I haven't started on it yet, Dan. I have to get a Tales of Suspense line Moon Knight because I need an all white body, but I want him to have the butterfly joints because I feel like Batman, especially Batman. I'm going to make a Marvel Legends Batman. He should have the most articulation possible, like as much as like him in fighting poses and stuff. So that's I still have the gray dye. It's in my garage, the plastic dye and stuff like that. So I just I'm not in a rush. So when I get the Moon Knight figure, that's when I'm going to start the process. Did you see? Zakanan sent it to me. Somebody's 3D printing that Batman as a figure, but it's a kit. Like you basically pay the guy. It's like as a per order or whatever the fuck. If you
I have seen that.
Yeah, and it comes with a bunch of shit. Like the deluxe version has like a bunch of batarangs, a bunch of hands, heads, and things like that. And it's that Batman. I don't trust how it's being made. If that makes, because he's like 3D printing it, and I don't know if it's gonna break when I'm trying to switch a hand out or a head or some shit. I don't know, so I don't trust that. I'd rather just kind of go my own route with it. But Zakanan did send me that. I just wanted to point it out. Have you seen the animated Batman from Mezco that just got posted? I did not.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not a fan of that.
Really?
Yeah, it's animated style, but he's cloth goods. It just doesn't
look right.
It doesn't look right to me.
Yeah. There was this guy, I have Tony May, like MEI. He makes like Mezco clothing, and he made the animated series version, and his looked good because Ibrahim Mustafa made a custom animated series Batman, and it actually looked pretty good. But I don't know. I didn't know Mezco was making one.
I didn't know it was Mezco, but I saw it today when I was scrolling through. I assume like tomorrow morning Rocco will have a
yeah. Yeah. I hate the fucking I hate the McFarlane animated series toys.
Oh really? You don't like those?
Yeah, their feet are like even smaller. Good luck standing the animated series figures. They're even worse to stand.
That does make sense because that animation style is really
so annoying. Yeah, it was so annoying. You get to clearly tell that they just did a triangle, right? That's how they started. Right, that's how they started the main image. Yeah, I guess. When I see it, I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. So fucking like so right angle. It's so goddamn like Yeah, so was that symmetrical? I guess the word we call like it's just like hard edges,
Yeah,
like his
it's
jaw was
very
square and shit. Yeah,
it's very obvious. Like it's everything is very angular. It's very geometric. It's, I loved it as you know as a kid. I loved it, but growing up with the X-Men, that was the animation I wanted. I wanted
yeah,
comic
I like,
animation.
yeah, yeah. Although even like when you look back on the X-Men cartoon now,
Not
you're like,
great. It's not great.
yeah, does not hold up.
No, not
Does
really.
not. It doesn't hold up the way the animated series does, though. The animated series
No, the
still holds up.
series is still fantastic,
Yeah, yeah,
even though it's terrible versions of the stories they were telling.
yeah, yeah,
Like not good versions of the stories, but
yeah. Well, it's got to be
still a
PG for
good
kids, already.
cartoon. Like it's good
Yeah,
to watch. Like you're like, oh shit. That's
yeah.
why I was so happy with the X-Men '97. I'm like, wow, this is this is good. Like legitimately.
Yes, to me, I will agree that it was like it was a fresh take on it. I liked it, but I hated how they buried some of the characters because of what like for instance Wolverine. I don't like that they relegated him to just like this side character that was having a weird gay romance with Morph, or Morph was in love with him. Like, it was just like, and it is, if you want to make Wolverine that much of a dominant human being that he will have sex with both men and women, okay, whatever. Okay, I just don't need it shoved down my throat for 7 or 8 episodes. That's all I'm saying. I don't give a fuck. What? It was literally shoved down our throats. That was my wife's joke. She deserves the credit for that. Literally shoved down our throats, pun intended.
Jammed down our throats. Well
I
done.
assume I assume that is why, because he probably liked the idea, and he probably really was probably into Wolverine, if you catch my drift, as a kid.
Yeah.
So he probably was living out a fantasy through his writing. I wish they had done the Pride of the X-Men Sunbow animation.
Yes.
That's the when Wolverine had an Australian accent, right? In
That
that
is that
cartoon.
one.
I'm
Yeah.
saying, yeah.
Oh, she's just a kid.
Yeah. And the weird, and what was weird about X-Men 97, and I still find it weird. Maybe it was just me. But when Gambit rides Wolverine, like what the, I never, like, what the fuck? Like when he rides Wolverine, did you not? I don't know, maybe I was the only one, but I heard in my head that, did anybody ever see that Honey Badger video where the guy goes, Honey Badger don't give a shit? You know what he's
Oh,
doing
yeah,
next
yeah,
to
yeah.
him? Cobra. When I saw Gambit riding Wolverine, I heard Gambit like narrating that speech as he was riding Wolverine. I don't know. It was just didn't. There was certain parts of that cartoon that were cool, like when Cyclops is falling to the sky and he uses his light beam to stop his
Break.
momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty badass. That's cool, And then he ends it with the "To me, my X-Men." That was like a goosebump moment. I totally agree, but like I said, you buried Wolverine in the back. Like I was just like, oof. And then at the end, he gets the metal ripped out of him by Magneto. It was just like a
Right.
weird. I didn't like that. I just feel like if you're gonna showcase, then showcase. Don't.
Yeah. This art would have been freaking sweet.
That would have. Is that basically the same artwork from the film, essentially?
Yeah. This is the animation. This is like the
Special
graphic novel version of it.
of it. Okay, that is good
So,
artwork.
yeah, it's very, very good.
And that's the '80s, isn't it?
Early '80s.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think when that came out. I want to say it was like 1983, but
Crisp and I agree. The Justice League animated series is good, but it's following right after Superman and Batman the animated series. So they basically were riding high from those two shows, and then just like, well, let's just put all the superheroes in a show, and they made the Justice League as like the follow up to that.
Right. Yep,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish they would have done Pride of the X-Men, and then he's a Gambit riding Wolverine. It was just,
Hey yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole scene where Magneto's like facing the trial and he just snaps.
And he gives that speech.
when
Yeah.
the executioner comes in and tries to kill him, and he hits Storm, and he goes off and takes them up into the
Orbit.
upper atmosphere.
Oh, yeah.
And tells them, like he's gonna drop him, and then he's like, nope, that's not what Charles would want.
Yeah. I like how he ends the speech.
Oh, so
he said,
good.
Don't make me right.
Yeah.
Don't I can drop you right now because of what you're doing. You're acting like animals.
Yeah.
And I think that you are animals and you deserve to die. Charles, on the other hand, thought that you deserve mercy. So I'm going to honor his word. Don't make me right. Make him right. Like
Yeah.
I loved that. It was, like I said, it was moments.
It was great.
Yeah,
it was great.
moments.
It really was like it really was that balance between Xavier and Magneto. Like they really are two sides to the same coin. Like both of them want peace and equality for mutants and humans.
Yeah.
Xavier's always for, well, we'll just put our best foot forward and fake it till we make it. And Magneto's like, no, if they want to jam us into cattle cars, I've played this game before. I won't play it.
Okay. Yeah, let's play it now. But here's the difference. I'm basically a god. And you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you're gonna fucking try to shove baby in the corner, see what happens. Swayze comes out and dances with me. That kind of shit. Like, you're not gonna put me in the corner no more. So, like, I get there was moments on the show where like that was awesome. That was good. They nailed
very good moments.
Yeah. But then then you see, like I said, Magneto in his underwear strapped to a thing like this, and you're just like, wow, we didn't have to go that far. Like we didn't have to go that far.
Yeah. Even that last part where when Gambit makes his final move.
Yeah.
Even like that whole sequence was like, damn, that was pretty good, dude. Yeah. Like Gambit's like the last guy to make that call, and he rides that motorcycle and ramps it up and supercharges. He slams into the Tri-Sentinel. I was like,
and that was again a great ending line. The name is Gambit. Yeah. Remember it. Like that kind of shit. It's just like
good.
Again, goosebumps moment. But then again, like I said, it just gets completely negated when you see Magneto strapped up in his underwear, and you're just like, we didn't have to go this far. Like, come on, like I get it. Like, but like Jesus, dude. Like, fuck.
I like that they gave him like a variation of his like 1970s leader of the X-Men wardrobe
with the weird like dominatrix gloves,
like the purple, but it's sleeveless. But there are sleeves, but they don't start until his elbow. And weird. The big cape and the M on his like.
Yeah,
that is how he looked at like when X-Men versus Avengers happened. Like that's his that's the costume. I was like, what a weird choice. Like I love that.
Yeah.
That you went that way, but you guys are all over the board here.
I thought it was done better in Avengers vs. X-Men when Magneto read Captain America's mind, as was Shane for believing all humans are prejudiced to mutants. Dude, there's a lot of cool shit. Like I always tell my wife the story about Ghost Rider where he tried to give Punisher the penance stare and it didn't work because the Punisher felt no remorse. For
he doesn't have remorse for what
yeah. I was like, that's a bad fucking man right there. When like the Ghost Rider's like, Jesus Christ, I can't even make you feel guilty. I can't even. There's no guilt. Like I can't even make you
all the pain you've caused. Feel their pain. He's just like,
fuck them.
What are you doing?
Yeah. I always forget what story it was. I don't know if it was Civil War or some shit where it's Captain America and Punisher in the room, and Captain America's trying to like not negotiate, but like interrogate, and Punisher just shoots him, and Captain America beats the shit out of Punisher because he's like, we don't do that here or some shit. I don't know what story. If anybody knows the story,
I don't remember what story that is either.
Yeah, I just remember seeing Captain America beat the shit out of him, and he would not fight back because it's Captain America and he believes what Captain America stands in, so he just won't fight Cap back. But Cap's like, we don't do that here. Yeah.
Oh man, I want to say that's Blood and Glory.
Yeah, that was one of the coolest like interactions I had ever seen between the two. Yeah. Magneto's mindset towards him is basically fuck around and find out. That was essentially, especially in X-Men 97, he was just like, fuck with me and I will bring a shitstorm. Just leave me be and we can all live in peace.
I think that's this story.
It might be, dude. I just remember seeing those panels and going, "Holy shit, Captain America's a bad man." Like, don't fuck with
Because
him.
he fucks him up.
Yeah, it beats the
Which
shit
I
out of
mean,
him.
he's a super soldier. Frank is just a
All
guy.
right, so Dan Alton is saying it's in Civil War.
It is in Civil War. Okay.
Well, I remember. Hold on. Which is it? It's Avengers versus X-Men, where Captain America finds out that Wolverine is going to kill Hope Summers, and he tosses him out of the plane. Like, literally, just tosses Wolverine out of the plane and just leaves Wolverine wherever the fuck he is because he knows he'll heal and come back.
Yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah, but he's like, I can't. You're not going to do what you, because he's like, there's only one way to win this, and that's to kill this fucking dummy. And Captain America's like, that's not happening, not on my watch, and he just boots him out of the plane. Avengers vs. X-Men in 2011, and that's my favorite story arc. I fucking absolutely love that, where like they become the Phoenix Five, and they all have the powers and shit like that. What a great story that was. And I loved all the covers. Yes. Oh my God, what a great story. Oh, that was so good. So good too. Like when like Captain America comes to Genosha to talk to Cyclops, and he's just basically like, listen, you got to bring this girl in before it gets ugly. And he's like, no one's taking her. And he just blasts Captain America with the optic blast, and that starts the fight. It was the first time that I like literally was like appointment. I had to make sure I had every issue. Like, I was the first comic series where I was like, oh my God, when does it come out? 2 weeks. I got to make sure I'm at the comic shop to get the next one. That was the first one. Yeah, that one's Civil War. I guess Civil War would have been my very first one, but Avengers vs. X-Men, man, that was appointment. That was appointment reading to me.
It's funny that how many heroes that Punisher has pushed to that point.
Yeah.
He's done it to Daredevil. He did it to Moon Knight. He did it to Cap. Like,
yeah.
Punisher has one resolve. It's death.
Yeah.
There's no redemption. There's no penance. It's death.
Yeah.
There's no jury. He is the judge and the executioner. That's it. If you have a different way of dealing with things, well, you're going to have to do something, because I am going to fucking murk them. That is what I will do.
I don't remember what the story was, Dan. Captain America's talking to somebody, and Punisher just shoots him. Because, again, he just doesn't give a fuck. He's like, I'm not wasting this. Fuck this guy. And he just kills him, and Captain America literally beats the shit out of him, and he just won't fight back because he, like I say, he truly respects Captain America. It was which is weird, because you know Captain America doesn't, like, he doesn't want to kill, but he has and will. Like, yeah, because he knows he's not Superman. Like, he's not not that Boy Scout. He is a all-American Boy Scout, and if push comes to shove, he will get the final push. Yeah, he does what America needs. Like, if America needs him to toe that line, he will. He will. Yeah. I agree. That's what I'm saying. It's like when you see him beat the shit out of him, you're just like, whoa. Like I said, in my head, you hear Captain America, you see the shield, the suit, you always think Boy Scout. It's the first thing you think. Yeah. So when you see him beat the shit out of somebody like that, and it was like when I was reading, I don't know what comic, again, these are story arcs never really, I don't remember, but I just remember the moments, Yep. Like when Spider-Man beats the shit out of Kingpin. Like, he goes to the prison and he's like, you tried to kill my wife and kid or some shit like that. And he literally goes, what you people don't know is I hold back because I don't want to kill somebody because I can hit you so hard. Like, and he goes, but I'm going to fuck. And he beats the shit out of him in jail. I was like, Jesus Christ. Like, those are like I said, those are the moments of those books and stories where I'm like that Spider-Man's a bad man. Like, you don't realize it because he's just wearing blue and he's, nobody's like, oh, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Yeah. And then I guess, and you see that moment, you're like, oh, that's what he can do. Like, I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah. It's just you like take the restrictor off. He is a super powered character. Yeah. He's like, I pull my punches because I don't want to hurt you. Like, I could kill you with one punch, but I'm just trying not to. And I would rather not. Yeah, I was like, oh, fuck, man. Like, Jesus, Larry, man. Chacha's back. What's up, bud? What up? I appreciate you. So basically, Michael Keaton's Batman is more like DC's version of Captain America. He doesn't want to kill, but he will if he has no choice. Well, I don't know if he does that in the first two films. I think that was more kind of in that Flash movie, right? They kind of made that like known, like he would have to do what he has to do. I don't know.
Yeah.
Remember seeing a panel where Punisher has a gun pointed to Cap's head, execution style, and he says, "You were always my hero."
I'm pretty sure that's Punisher Kills the Marvel Universe.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
I'm pretty sure that's what that one's from.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was. That has one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite books in general because I loved how he killed especially like the whole. He just waited to become Bruce Banner. He just waited, and then he sniped him, and then
he handles it all like Batman style.
Yeah, and then
he
when
does it smart.
Yeah, and he's like, I can't kill you. When he says to Wolverine, he goes, because you'll just keep coming back. So he just puts him on an electric fence and just lets him literally
continue to cook. Yeah,
he just lets him cook on the fence. Dude, it was just like I said, those are the stories. Like I said, I'm like, Jesus Christ, like this is what you never think you'd see. The only ones I'm not really into is like Marvel zombies. Like
the first one was a pretty good read. I liked the first one a lot.
Yeah,
now they've gone way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like all right, when it's like concept, I'm like, okay, you got me, I'll buy it.
When it's still interesting, it's new, it's a fresh take. You're like, and zombies were so fucking popular. It was like 2008, 2000.
Yeah, they were all over.
Something like that.
Yeah,
like zombies was everything. Like the Walking Dead books were like flying off the shelves. Like it was zombie mania. Like
that's why
like Marvel zombies, and then several years later, DC did their Black Lantern.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was crazy, but it was cool because I mean, it was like the way things happened. Like Magneto was holding his own against all these zombies, and then Wasp, this tiny Wasp, gets in there and turns him. Like it's a wild read, but I don't want to keep reading that story.
No, like I said, once they got to the end and they ate Galactus and became like elementals or whatever the fuck they were, they could travel the universe now and eat anybody. I was just like, all right, that's stupid. I just thought somebody would maybe like sacrifice themselves to kill all of them. Like this is how it ends. Like Deadpool, maybe he can't die, he can't become a zombie. And he's just like, well, there's only one way out. And he like nukes himself and everybody. And like, I would have been okay with that. Yeah, okay, the book is done. We're done. Like that, I'm fine with that. But like now, now they can go to different planets and eat. Like, I was like, so stupid.
Yeah, like, how long do you think I'm gonna be on this train? Like, what? It was like the Old Man Logan story. Like that was cool. It was a fun story.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucked up, but it's a fun story. And then you kind of get like the Old Man Hawkeye spinoff, and you're like, okay, well, Hawkeye was pretty interesting in that story. So okay, I see that. But then like you keep going and going, like, oh, okay, all right, let's wrap this up.
Yeah, there's got to be an ending here at some point.
What's your resolution with the story?
Yeah,
and there isn't one because that takes money off the table. We can't have that.
We can't end it. Yeah.
It's
like when they kill somebody and it's like, well, why'd you kill him if you know you're going to bring him back 6 months later because now you dried up that intellectual property because for some reason you decided, well, we don't want to write Wolverine anymore, so we're going to encase him in adamantium. And then a year later, oh, he's back, by the way. Now it's like, what the fuck did you kill him for in the first place?
I honestly, I think all of that is just a ploy to sell books. Like,
we're gonna kill him,
especially that one because that one had like this huge build up to Death of Wolverine.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, well here it is, and like, okay, well that's it's like what the DC did with Death of Superman. You're obviously not going to kill off a character that at that point had been around for like 60 years.
Do you remember the hype behind that?
No.
Oh my god, dude! In 1994, bro, it was all over the news. Like the news.
Oh yeah, it's a big fucking deal.
Yeah, like they're killing Superman, man. I was like, what the fuck? Like I couldn't believe like what you were hearing. Like I said, little do you know that like 6 months later, the reign of the Superman comics show up and
now there's 6 Superman.
And now there's 6 different. Exactly. It's like Jesus Christ. Like okay, but at that moment, I remember it all over the news. Like they're killing Superman off. They're killing. So like, holy shit, that's crazy. That was the first off, because they killed Captain America in Civil War. He was assassinated after Civil War, right?
Right.
That didn't make the news. Nobody said anything about Captain, but Superman.
No.
That was
DC
a
got
big
the
deal.
got the first hit,
Yeah.
and I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure other characters had died in various
Mm.
stories before
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I mean, for sure. Like, I mean, obviously, like if you like Days of Future Past, like
Yeah.
all of the X-Men are dead. You know, like you watch Storm get fucking obliterated. You watch Wolverine get fucking obliterated.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it had happened, but this wasn't an alternate universe.
Mhm.
This was the universe. You know, this was
Yeah.
this was Earth 1. Like this is it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, dude,
once that one happened, it was like, oh, okay, we can just kill a comic book character. It doesn't matter. These aren't real.
Exactly. And the beautiful thing is like there's money in the death, and then there's money in the rebirth. So just
Yeah.
we
Always.
kill them off, we get a killing on the killing on the story of the end, and then when we bring it back, and to me it's always like wrestling. Like you're gonna have your farewell match, you're gonna go off and wrestle somewhere else, and then when we finally bring you back, it's gonna be the nostalgia thing where everybody goes bananas because you haven't been here so long. And when you finally come back, it's kind of new again. You know, I get it, but they don't give it that kind of time. Because like Superman, like I said, 6 months later, the reign of the Supermen were around, and you're like, wait a minute, now we have 6. Like it didn't. They took 1 and they gave us 6. You know, so it's like they don't really give it time to breathe. But it's like maybe like 6, 7 years without Superman. You know, and then all of a sudden, now guess what? Someone now resurrected him, and he's back. That kind of stuff. I don't. Because like Wolverine was the same thing. They kill him, like you said. They make this big build up to his death. And then like a year later, it's a variant, but he's back. You know, it's like a younger version of him. And then his teeth are adamantium this time or some shit. Like there was something weird where like all of him is adamantium, this variant. And I'm just like,
yeah,
why'd you fucking kill him off in the first place? Like, if you're going to bring him back anyway, just switch it up. Do something different. Just don't kill him. I don't like the killing off to bring back. I like the hero that says, I'm done with this part of my life, and maybe disappears into the sunset, stays alive, but doesn't want this life no more. And then you're like, well, eventually, some point, you can write a story where they drag him back in because he doesn't want to come back in, you know, that kind of stuff. But I hate the death rebirth bullshit. That it's played out.
It is, yeah. But I think especially with Wolverine, I think a lot of it is. Not only is it a death of a beloved character, but it's the death of an unkillable character.
Yeah.
In similar to Superman, like Superman couldn't be killed. Doomsday figured it out, kind of.
Yeah.
You know. So I mean, like it's a death of an unkillable character, and if you have a writing team that's worth a shit, that's a good story. It can be powerful.
Yeah.
You can get some feels out of it.
Yeah.
But if it's just you guys on your last ditch effort to save the label, it's probably gonna suck. Like it's
usually it does.
You're doing it out of desperation, not out of character development or story drive. You know, driving a story. None of that stuff. You're doing it just because
it's money grab.
We haven't killed one of these in a while. Let's do this. Ugh.
Yeah.
You know, like we killed Professor X, and then his fucking conscious got transferred partially to the Red Skull, and he did the Red Onslaught, and then they got Red Onslaught and saved a few of his pieces, and then Beast did brain surgery on the remaining pieces, and then his consciousness got transferred into a younger Charles Xavier, and it was like, what are you guys doing? What is this?
Yeah. Here's
why?
A thought. Just don't kill him. You dummies. Wolverine came back with Infinity Stone and Hot Claws. Oh, is that the burning hot claw?
I do remember the hot claws, yeah.
Yeah. Again, we'll kill him and we'll bring him back with cooler claws. You know what's cooler than indestructible metal? Hot indestructible metal.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's it. That's the stuff.
We're gonna maximize.
Yes. He's got metal teeth. He's got red fire claws.
Well, yeah. He's younger. He's younger.
He's hotter, and now he's pansexual.
Yeah, now he goes always. This guy is
doesn't care what it is. He'll fuck it.
You'll fuck anything too if you have hot metal claws. Oh my god.
Yeah, now they've got the Helverine thing. Like, well, now he's like Ghost Rider and
yeah.
Oh,
I just think it's like I said, people like, well, how can we make them cooler? There's got to be a way we can make them cooler. Well, let's set his head on fire. Oh, like, he's got a lot of vengeance in him. Oh, that's true. Let's do it. I don't know. I feel like sometimes like they're just sitting there with darts and a dartboard, and they go, Wolverine, Ghost Rider, becomes Spirit of Vengeance. Well, see if we can make that work. And then they just start.
Yeah, I don't even think they're physically doing it. I don't even think they're doing the dartboard. I think they have just like an AI simulator
and just tells them.
They just load up characters, scenarios, and outcomes. And they're just like hit the button and it rolls it up and it's like fucking slot just ching ching ching. And they're like, "Oh, Mr. Sinister's a girl, and now he's trying to have sex with Cyclops to make another Cable." And like, oh, fuck. Get out of here, dude. Mr. Sinister goes back in time when he was created and finds an even older mutant. Ugh.
I know. I just, just go back to the old ones. Just get somebody who's creative, has a crazy imagination, and just wants to write comic books.
Hire a good writer.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Just someone who's got a great imagination, who wants to expand the universes and delve deeper into character development and try something new. Then, honestly, like you said, that sounds very believable. The AI thing you just said. I
really think that's what it is.
Yeah, I could believe
because it used to be like a bullpen, right? Like all the writers and everybody would be in the room and they'd be like, "What are we doing for our annual this year?" Yeah. And they're like, "What if we do a heritage issue?" And they're like, "Okay, all right, with who?" Now it's just AI and there's somebody's just guy who's just like clicking a pen against his teeth and just hits enter and it just fills it out like Mad Libs, but comic books.
Yeah.
Like there's just no soul in it anymore. Now I will say I have heard that the new Ultimate X-Men or Ultimate Wolverine is pretty good.
Okay.
And the Ultimate Spider-Man is very good.
I'm gonna have to give that a shot then.
I've heard those are good. Now I have every issue of the new Wolverine because there's only 6 so far.
Okay.
I've not read any of them. I love his new suit and I love the mask he has, but
I've
actually heard that it's that's the one where he has like the
mouth covered up.
Yeah, the mouth cover.
Okay.
Which looks pretty dope.
That toy will come out soon.
God, I hope so. I really hope so, dude.
Yeah, it'll come out.
I think it's sick. But we haven't seen anything like that from Legends. Like there hasn't been current stuff.
Yeah.
Like the most current thing I can think of would be like Spider-Man stuff with like Chasm and what was the Spider-Man, but it was actually Doc Ock. What was that called?
Oh, Superior Spider-Man.
Was that Superior?
Yeah, Superior.
Something like that. Like those are like the most modern things. Yeah, this shit right here. This book is apparently very good. I just actually have to open them and read them.
I might have to get those.
Damn
it. We'll make a trip to the comic store tomorrow.
Hey. Whoops.
Hey, pack it in. We're going to the comic shop. And Joe's, you're not the only one who said this now. Quite a few
Skybound comics are really, I've really heard really good things about.
Yeah, I have a few.
I have Duke. I have the new Duke one, and I have a couple single issues. I have one and the free one.
I have all of Duke's and all of Cobra Commanders. I started buying Destro and Scarlet, but I didn't finish. But I didn't read any of it because I'm one of those guys that just likes to read it all in one.
That's why I like trades. That's why I like trades.
Yeah, me too. Like I bought the Hush paperback. It was the whole story Batman, and I'm just like, this is where it's at. Like, nothing against, like I told you, it was appointment comic book reading when I had Avengers vs. X-Men. But again, it was very annoying that I had to wait however weeks it took for the next book to
Right.
come out. Whereas I would just like to sit and read the whole fucking thing in one sitting. It has all the tie-ins. So I'm not chasing weird books that I don't read just to read the tie-in. It's all there. I would much prefer those than chasing all the books down, man. That's a fucking, must be a hassle.
Yeah, like
Especially if you like
I don't.
variant covers. If you like variant covers, then you're buying like 6 of the same book. It's like crazy.
Well, like, okay, so a couple weeks ago, I actually got my first pull list. Like I've never had a pull list with comics.
Okay.
But I keep buying this Wolverine. Like I keep buying Ultimate Wolverine. Like every time a new issue comes out,
Yeah.
I go to fucking Brew Squad and I buy it.
Yeah.
And I was telling Johnny about it, the owner, and he was like, "You want me to set you up a pull list?" And I was like, "Nah, I've never done a pull list. Like that's overkill, you know."
Yeah.
And eventually I was like, "All right, let's do it."
Yeah.
And so he signed me up. So yeah, I get like 10% off my books, and they're bagged and boarded. That's great, cool.
That's cool. Yeah.
That's cool. So he gave me that deal. So now that's the only one that I've got pulled. So this last weekend I was up there talking to him, and he was like, oh, and he's like, if you want variant covers, like if you want one of the specific covers, he's like, go to the Diamond website and send me a screenshot of the variant you want, and I'll order that one. And I was like, you could fucking do that?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Like I thought you just had to like roll the dice.
Get lucky.
Like,
yeah. Yeah.
I had no idea. So I was like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's some really cool variants for this book. Like they do like 3 covers, and like I think 4 and 5. One of them is Magic, and one of them is Colossus.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think for the 6th one, I think it's Jean.
Oh wow.
So like
Okay.
there's some really cool variants. So I was
Good
like,
work, yeah.
fuck
Dude,
yeah,
Avengers vs. X-Men had great variant covers because when I would go to pick them up, it would have the one, and then the next to it they'd have like each variant. So like the way it worked, at least one of the ones I was seeing, was it was like they would show, like, let's say it was Iron Man versus Magneto, right? And then the variant cover would be in black and white, but the one guy would be in color. So like one variant, Magneto would be in color, and then on this side, Iron Man was in color. So I would,
cool.
I would just buy all 3 books, like boom, 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 and I would just take them home. And then I had I had it up until like issue 5 or 6, and then I'm like, dude, you're buying 3 of the same fucking book, like enough. And then
that's crazy.
Yeah, and then someone, I forgot who was like, why don't you just get the Marvel app? And I'm like, what? And they go, everything's right there. As soon as it comes out, you could just download it. And I never looked back. Like I never went back to the comic shop. That was it. I just started downloading all my comics.
Yeah, I don't like digital. I don't like digital comics. I need that tactile.
The paper shit. Yeah. That's one thing I missed. Like when you start reading on the app, like your iPad, you miss that turning of the page and feeling the actual book in your hands and all that. You miss that. Say, dude, that's sick.
Those are dope, right?
Yeah, those are sick variant covers.
Yeah, it's 3 and 4. Yeah, I saw those and I was like, ooh.
90% of all new comics have at least 4 covers. It's 100% overkill. Yo, Joe Jerk. What's up, bud? It's good to see you. It's good to see you still here, man.
Yo, Joe Jerk. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, but that is a lot to buy 4 of the same book just because it has 4 different covers. I was always like maybe like you get one variant in the story arc. So just like, let's say it's like the final book and it just has like maybe a different cover, so you can get 2 covers and shit like that. Like I think that would be cool. But if you have every book has 4 different covers, that is a bit overkill.
Well, yeah, I mean, like the way they even frame the variants is different. So like here's the basic issue for number 1.
Okay.
It's got like the white border, the white one up there, and then there's a variant, all black.
All black, yeah.
Of also issue 1.
Motherfucker, that Wolverine
does
look good.
I was like, that's dope. That's a badass cover.
Yeah. Is there a reason why he covers his face now? Is that explained in the book? There's these new men.
Maybe I haven't read it.
You got to figure that out. I'm gonna watch
Look
that.
at he said the thing. What
Yeah,
was it? It's like squishing his head. I don't know, dude. They're just freaking cool.
buddy, I'm gonna
I dig
fuck
the
this
art.
up.
The covers are dope. Now I've heard that the actual story is worth reading. I'm like, all right,
Yeah.
well, I guess we'll just keep buying this shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking go tomorrow. God damn you. I always go to the Cobra Decepticon covers. It's an easy choice for me. Yeah, I bet they had some cool ones. He's the Winter Soldier. Ooh,
Is
Thank
that
you,
what
Ben.
it is, Dan? That
I think that's
sounds
what that. He's black and
cool as hell.
yeah, he's wearing black and red, right? That's what the suit
Yeah,
is colors.
black
Yeah,
and
that's
red.
looks fucking good, man. That looks awesome, dude.
I'm into it.
Yeah, yeah. like I
Someday
said-
I'll actually read it.
yeah, someday I'll know the story.
That's how I am like with graphic novels. Like I've started buying these as I can. Now
yeah,
I'm like, before I got really into customizing, like before I turned it into a second job, I was reading. Like that was
Yeah.
part of what took my time. Like I would come home and I would read,
yeah,
And then it got to be like my neighbors were just ridiculously loud. I couldn't concentrate anymore. So I was like, okay, well, I can't read,
yeah.
I need some quiet, Otherwise, I'm reading like the same line like 6 times, and it's not sticking where I can move on.
Yeah.
And so I stopped, and then I started, doing custom stuff. But I just never
look back.
tried again. But I'm like, one of these days, it's gonna be like the power is out or something, and I'll be like, I guess I'm
Light a
reading.
candle and start reading. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna I guess I'm reading. Just pull
Every
pull a
time
whole
I
stack out.
every time I buy a book now, I throw it on the toilet because I'm just like, as soon as I sit on that toilet instead of fucking on the phone, just read it. Just read a comic. Just read. Instead of sitting there doom scrolling while you just shit and just read and then just be, oh my, this is a good fucking book. Like that kind of shit. Like I had just finished Batman 89. That was a good read. I enjoyed that. It basically took place in Tim Burton's Batman. It's basically a continuation after Batman Returns. It was basically what the third movie would have been if Tim Burton was still at the helm.
Interesting.
So it's like Marlon Wayne becomes Robin, Billy D. Williams becomes Two-Face. Pretty good read, and the art style is basically based off the animated series. So it was like basically they used the animated series and styles from the original 89 movie to like draw the book. It says it all in this hardcover book that I got.
That's interesting.
It's a very good read. I thought it was very good. Listen, some people, the comic book historians will probably say it's not. I don't know. I thought it was good. Like if you liked the first 2 movies, this was a good third. It was interesting. It was very. When I read it, I was like, "Fuck, man! I would have liked to have seen this one." Like I thought this would have been a pretty good movie. It was very.
Like, if you would have actually done it, would have been.
Yeah.
Story.
Jerk, of course, dropping the knowledge here. Ultimate Wolverine is
there you go.
Read Mark Miller's Nemesis.
Nemesis.
I have that exact problem, Mikey. My neighbors are cunts.
For sure.
Read on the shitter Batman Echoes. I will definitely put that on my list, Jerk. I do. I read all my right now.
I should start putting these
on the toilet.
Putting these in the shitter.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, you put them on the back of the toilet. My wife said, like, she goes, "Why do you?"
I'll just set this back there. I don't know if it's any good.
Do it, and then you'll sit there and read. And before you know it, your legs will feel like they'll feel numb. You won't be able to get up because you read half the book.
And I'll probably develop like fucking hemorrhoids or something.
Of course. It's not worth it if you don't.
Damn it!
Like right now, I'm reading Hush every time I take a shit. I sit down, I read a couple pages, and I'm like, all right, you know what's going on. Like I read like how like in like when you get the book, it shows like the cover. That's the end, and it goes to the next story.
Right.
Like, every time I see that, I'm like, all right, you're good. That's
read an issue.
Yeah. It's like that. So like I said, if you can't find time, or like you said, it's people are fucking you up with the concentration. I always get my best reading done in the only place. Well, although my fucking wife now busts the door open like the police. So I'll be in the mid. I'd be in mid shit. The door flies open. I've been reading Batman versus versus Grindel on the shitter. Pure
Oh.
joy. See, it makes the shitting time nice because you'll learn. You're rereading things. And you're like, fuck, I forgot how good this book was. I forgot how good this story was.
It's not so shitty. Jerk, are you talking about this one?
I think so. He didn't say the, but yeah, might be.
I don't know, my dad had this on the shelf. He always talked about how much he liked it. So when I found it at a comic shop, I was like, well, all right, I'll go ahead and get that.
That's basically the guy who wants to be Batman next, right? Or is that Azrael? That's Azrael. Right?
That's Azrael.
It's Azrael.
Grindel was a crossover thing, I think.
And yeah, yes, sir, he says.
Nice.
So there you go. I'm telling you. Put them on the back of your toilet every time you sit down. Just put the phone down and just start reading.
It's a good idea.
I just like it happened a couple months ago. It started happening where I was just like, I'm done reading like all the fucking like negative shit on the internet. I'd rather just take my mind away. So comic books, I've always done that. When I was a kid, they did it, and they still do it now. So, oh, buddy, I've said that. I even have to say to her, "Can you get out?
Reading here.
Can you get out so I can wipe my ass, please?"
If you're gonna come in here, you better give me a hand.
Yeah. You're gonna come in here and wipe? You better start. And you know what the fucking funny? She probably would. The fucking beautiful lady over there.
Well, she
she
loves it. She loves
it. Yeah, she does. She is the best.
You don't just go around wiping anybody's ass. Okay.
That's right. You wipe the ass of the one you love.
Right. Yeah.
Oh my god, she does this joke. It irks me out. It disgusts me. Like I'll say, "Can you get out so I can wipe?" And she does this. It just disgusts every time. Every fucking time it gets me. She's smiling right now. I love you so much.
True sign of a degenerate, right
there.
there.
She's an absolute She gets me every time. I'm like, get the fuck out now. She laughs. One of these days, I'm gonna call a bluff. Yeah, one of these days I will. And then just bend over and say, "Well, start licking, fuck."
All right, clean it up.
Tristan, yeah, Fox is cool. Oh my god, she is a fucking nut job. Oh my god.
Whatever it takes, Tony. Whatever.
It's just they say when you find the one, you know, right?
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. Yeah.
Everybody's aware. Like, yep, that's Tony's gal for sure.
Yes, I heard you, and I love you. Oh fuck, Mike, you've been out for 4.5 hours, bud.
Again.
I know you said no 5 hours, but we're cruising.
we're getting right with it. Son of a bitch.
Yeah, listen, but I'm with you. This is your show, so whenever I don't ever want to keep you longer than. Well, of you too, of course. I love you.
Of course.
Oh, that's right. You are stealing me from her, but you know, listen. There's enough. I guess there's enough Tony to go around, isn't there? I hit her with the
borrowing from time to time.
Yeah, I hit her with the presidential thumb like this every time.
Like she does Bill Clinton.
Yeah, like this. I always give you that presidential, like, that's right, you are the best.
You're my Fox.
That's right, Fox, you are the best. I did have sexual relations with that young intern. Her name was Fox.
Stand by me, and I'll stand by you.
Oh my god, yeah. Something else, that one.
Cut from a different cloth, I'm afraid.
Yeah, for real. I'm out and about getting weird looks because I'm laughing out loud at you guys. I'm sorry, Tristan. I always forget. I always forget that Tristan is 16 hours ahead of us, so it's like the daytime.
Yeah, he's got like normal hours when we come on. Normal.
Dude, he's watching the truck streams, and he's like, "It's 5 o'clock, and I'm eating dinner right now." And that's like it's 4 a.m. here, and I'm like this. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. I thank you. I was like, hanging out with me all day.
I wish the wheel was like a giant one, like a big rig.
I'm working on it.
Like a big one.
I'm working on it. There is a wheel made specifically for this game. That is like legit, like a semi truck size wheel. Has
Holy shit.
all the buttons. Has the gear shift. Has everything.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's the next. That's the next wheel I want.
That's
Like this one's cool, but the steer, like it's smaller than a regular car.
yeah.
You know, it's a cool
feels
steering wheel,
insane.
but it's very, very tiny. Like I want I want a realistic steering wheel. So I want
Yeah,
like that big rig. Like so, I said to her, I was like, I'm gonna save for this fucker because like it's so like there's so many buttons, dude. You could roll down the windows in the game.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Murphy.
Yeah. So and you could change the radio station. Like it has like all this little setup has everything.
It's like a straight up simulator, like straight up
Yeah.
simulator.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. And dude, like, listen, I get baked, and I'm driving this thing, and you're talking I'm talking to the chat, I'm talking to my wife, and you just almost like your brain just kind of fills in the blanks, and you forget that you're sitting in front of a TV. Like
yeah.
there's a moment where your brain tricks you, and you think you're actually driving. It's fucking impressive how that might be the best simulated game I've ever played. Is that American Truck Simulator?
Wow.
It's very real. Like the steering wheel is so responsive to the game. Like it's very impressive. Like because I played other car games with the fucking wheel, and it's just not as reactive.
Never works.
It's not as reactive as this. It's crazy how reactive this steering wheel is to this game.
Wow.
Very, very impressive. Yeah.
That's
And like I said, I would, if you like to drive, like if you like actually driving, some people don't like to drive. I like to drive. You know, to me, that game perfect for you because you just sit there and you can kind of just check out. You let your mind just kind of, and if you get into an accident, it's not real. You know, so if you stop paying attention and you swerve off the road, it's not that big a deal because it's a fake fucking car. Just don't let it happen in the real car. That's all.
Keep the distinction.
Yeah, keep reality. Because I also downloaded two other ones. One's like a heavy machinery simulator. So you're driving like a truck that has like a giant dump truck, like that kind of stuff that you're driving through like construction sites. And the steering wheel again wasn't that responsive to it. And then I downloaded like a cab simulator. So you pick people up and you take them to locations, and it's like, and it's a 1:1 scale of a section of Barcelona. So if it takes me 20 minutes to get somewhere, it's going to take me 20 minutes to get there.
Wow.
You know, so yeah, so that's cool. And the car is responsive to that pretty well. But again, it's not like this truck simulator. I mean, you turn that car, it literally, like, whereas other ones, you're turning the fucking wheel and it's not reacting until like the last minute or some shit. And you're just like, fuck this game. Like, I bought one game and it was so fucked up. It was a literal waste of my money because it wasn't reacting to the steering wheel right. Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to spend that much money on a steering wheel in a game, please, can you make sure they're compatible? Like, make
it functional for God's sake.
Yeah, and what's even crazier is you go into the options and it has the name of the steering wheel. So it's not like I'm configuring it myself and it's on the fuck up. Like it's saying
part of it.
Yeah, it's like pick this and it'll set it for you. And it's still not that responsive.
That sucks.
Yeah, I just have a car blaring doof right by me. I always wanted to have Magneto's power so I could crush the new cube.
Well, Tristan, I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks about shit like that.
Well, I got into a hit and run. Was it yesterday, babe? 2 days ago, I was driving my mother somewhere for I think it was taking her to the bank. It was raining, and some guy just reamed into me and just took off.
What?
Yeah. Luckily, I wasn't that much damage. Like, there was no damage at all. Honestly, it was just like one of the plastic clips from the bumper popped out, and I just popped it back in, and it was fine. But like that motherfucker, like I followed him too, and I could see him trying to run, and he started to speed up and shit. It was crazy. Yeah, it was fucking crazy, man.
I had that happen one time. A guy, I was real early in the morning. I was on an on-ramp getting on the highway, and the guy was obviously not paying attention, like he was on his phone or something.
Yeah.
So like, like an on-ramp comes down, there's like a dirt part right there where there's no pavement.
Yeah.
He got into that.
Oh fuck.
And like I'm one of those people, like I get on an on ramp, I try to match the speed of the highway that I'm merging onto.
As you get on there quick, yeah.
I want to hit that with the right speed. So I'm going 65 at this point, like behind him. He starts going over, and I'm like, dude, you're fucking crazy. Hits the dirt and then jerks the wheel back over, slams on the brakes. Of course, I hit my brakes, smacked into the back of him, and the dude took off. And I was like, nope, ran after him.
Yeah.
Ran him down. I got the phone. I got pictures of his tags. I got pictures of the car.
Yeah.
And then at some point I was like, how far are you willing to go here, dude? Are you going to follow him until he stops?
Yeah.
No, you're not going to do that, because that's going to be some poor decisions. So
Yeah.
let's go to work. We'll talk. We'll call the cops. We'll put an incident report. You have his stuff, right? So
Yeah.
something will come of it. Nothing came of it.
No. That's why I told my wife, I said, well, he hit us and he took off. And I said, fuck this guy. We followed him. And then she filmed everything. She filmed his license plate, the car and everything like that. And then, like I said, I saw him, like all of a sudden he banked a turn just to get the fuck away from me. And my crazy wife was like, why aren't you following him? And I'm like, like you just said, okay, I follow this motherfucker to his house, let's say. He pulls in the driveway, I pull up behind him. I get out. Now we're face to face. Now what?
You wait until 3 a.m. and you stand over his bed.
I don't know if you heard that. Did you hear that?
I did hear that.
Okay. That's the level of craziness that I'm doing. Yeah, Latina, she just says. Yeah.
Yeah, I all of that goes through my mind.
Yeah.
And it's a battle of good and evil internally. There's
Dude,
not
that's
another
exactly-
person that's saying it. It's me.
I said to her, I said, okay, now what? I beat the shit out of him. And now what? What does that do for me? Just I was like, take his information, we'll report it, we'll call cops, we'll report him, and he'll get something in the mail. Like my mother was in the back seat. I said, if you'd like, I could fall out of the car right now. And we could call a cop. We could say that he hurt my neck and everything like that. And my mother goes, let's not go that far. I said, all right. I said, yeah, we can make this a thing.
I followed him for a few miles, and I was like I said, like I was like, are you is that gonna be your resolve? Is waiting till this guy parks his car and beating him? Is that really what you want to do here? And I was like, no, the cops will take care of it. So I filled out. Well, first I went to the police station because it's on my way to work.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh no, if it happened there, that's a highway patrol thing. And I'm like, okay.
Once it starts
So
bouncing around.
Call highway patrol, and they send somebody out, and we talk to them, and he looks at the car and he gets pictures, and I give him the information I have, and he gives me his card. And then, like, I don't know, a week later, I follow up. I'm like, hey, anything happen? And he's like, oh yeah. He's like, we traced it back. The plates don't actually belong to that car.
Wow.
And that person, we know where they live or where they work. So we're going to talk to them. That was the last I ever heard. That was it.
Jesus Christ.
I followed up one more time, and they're like, oh no, we don't have anything. I'm like,
it's probably a cop.
It might have been.
It was probably a cop, and they were just burying it. I don't doubt it. This guy had Texas plates too that hit us. So I was just like, who the fuck knows who this dummy is? And I'm not. My mom was like, I don't give a fuck. Is there anything wrong with the car? I literally got out of the car. I popped the clip in. I was like, no. She's like, let's just go. I was like, we're not going to deal with this. We have all the things we have to worry about. So I was like, all right.
That's how I looked at it, and I mean it scratched up my bumper, but there wasn't like physical damage. Like it would have needed to be repainted because it went past the color and into the plastic.
Oh, he got you.
Because I mean it was like a 30 or 40 mile an hour contact. Just hit bumper kiss. Like there wasn't like impact.
Yeah.
And yeah, he that was crazy.
That's exactly how how fast we got hit. It was like a 20 mile an hour bump. Like he didn't crash.
Like a bump and go.
It was boom. Yeah, he could have slid. He was slamming on his brakes because what happened was 2 cars in front of us. There was a fucking truck with like a construction truck, and there was a construction site on the left, and this motherfucker slammed on his brakes and was going to turn into this construction site, and he just halted everybody up behind him. He almost caused a fucking like a pile up. That's how he slammed those brakes. Yeah, and then so I didn't even slam on my brakes. I saw the guy in front of me slam on his, so I just came to a stop, and then I didn't even think about the guy behind me who just boom hit us. And then, like I said, he took off once he hit us. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like I said, listen, Crispin, cooler heads prevail. Just remember that. Don't follow the angry voice because it's going to lead you to trouble. That's one thing I learned. We didn't have a strangely mismatched duo looking into this. A strangely mismatched debt duo looking into your case. I don't know what that means. Are you referring to Limu Emu maybe? But I didn't call the. Oh, good. Yeah, good. Like, don't fucking like when people start their happy horse shit. It's because they know they're wrong. I noticed. Like they know they fucked up, and either they're too embarrassed to admit it, or they're just assholes and don't give a fuck. One or the other. And that's why I don't even buy. Like I said, she was ready to kill the guy, and I was just like I said, me flipping out is gonna solve nothing. It's literally like he hit me. They're not gonna remember that. They're just gonna remember my anger and me making.
And you're gonna be the one that retaliates, which means whatever charges come will go to you.
Will go to me because I retaliated.
Because you retaliated. That's always how that works. The retaliator gets the attention.
Exactly. I said in sports, it's never the guy who causes the problem. It's the one who retaliates that gets the penalty. So just remember that. So just don't flip out. Just try to stay
that
cool.
day, I was able to contain it. I had control of it that day.
I tend to cry when the anger builds. I get that. It sends the wrong impression when you're a dude. No, I get that. Sometimes you can't control it. The anger just takes over, and your emotions just, some people see red. Some people just it's not a big deal. All right, gentlemen, it's been a blast hanging out. Oh, Jacob, no problem, buddy. Get some sleep. We appreciate you. And again, thank you guys for the kind words as a cane, and go to bed.
That's on Max's channel, you dickweed.
Looking into Mikey shit and run. One yelling, he's too old for this shit. Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
And that lethal weapon shit right there.
Yeah.
That's my wife. She's the the brazen rookie that'll chase down the perp, and I'm the one that gets in the car, takes the shortcut, and then and cuts him off before.
Yeah, she's got the fire in her loins.
Yeah.
Tony's been on the job for a while. He can predict the situation a little better.
For real, man. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not doing that shit anymore. Like I said, I'm too old for that shit. Just you want me to say it? I'm too old for this shit.
I think I have gotten to the point in my life where I know what will happen if I let the intrusive thoughts win. I know what happens. It only hurts me.
If I could tell you how many times I had to tell that to my wife. I said, stop leading with anger. I have to tell her that all the time. Stop leading with anger. It's not going to lead you where you wanted to.
It's bad. I've worked on that a long time. At least half of my life, I have struggled with that.
We were at my.
When I was a kid, they sent me to anger management. I was a fucking 12-year-old fucking anger management.
Same here.
Like I just had to figure out how to deal with it. Like
he was sent to anger management younger because he had an anger problem. You should have been, yes,
clearly.
Yeah. like my friend Artie, we saw him last week, and he was like, used to be the most negative human being I've ever I tell her all the time, I go, you're negative, but you've never seen like me that way. Like I was that way for a very long time. And I said to her, it is now buried under just pounds of marijuana smoke. Like you don't like it. It's there. It's just dormant. It's like a sleeping dragon. It's just there, but it's because I'm so stoned that the sweet smoke just keeps the dragon asleep. He just sleeps in his cave on top of his treasure, doesn't bother nobody, nobody bothers him, And that's the way I like it, because if I let him out, again, like you just said, it's going to lead you somewhere where you can't come back from, or you might not be able to come back from. So I'm not going down that road. At least, especially nowadays. I'm 43. I'm going to be 43 this year. I'm too old for that shit. Fuck that.
And not for nothing. Like I'm not gonna throw away, this. I don't want to say my life because that's excessive, but potentially, I mean, you beat somebody bad enough, you can get fucking a manslaughter charge. Like that's gonna affect the rest of your fucking life.
Oh yeah, whatever.
Those are real consequences. I mean,
yeah, I hate to be cliche, but when they say violence isn't the answer, then in most cases, that's what they're talking about. Don't lead with anger and then go to a violent place, because it's not going to be, like I said, it's not going to be the right answer. So when you're done pounding this guy into the ground and your hands are bloody and the rage has consumed you, and you look to the sky and scream in rage, how you have now, like man style, you just stand on his chest with one foot, like, and you scream. What did it accomplish? Now the cops are here, and it's like I was ready for the car chase, man, Joseph. Yeah. He's fucking Bullet over here. Fucking Steve McQueen over here. Mm-hmm. Ready to chase people down. Yeah, exactly. Tony described violence so well. It does sound pretty sweet and worth it. Well, I'm saying, it's like you rain blows down upon this fucking guy, right? You just boom, like Hulk smashing his fucking hammer fist at him. And then you get up and you're like, now, will I be honest with you for a second? Do you feel like an absolute god because you just beat the shit out of somebody and now your dominance is being displayed? Yes, of course. Of course.
As a dude, your sack swells 5 times.
Yes, as a man, you go home and you fuck your wife because it's the most virile you've ever felt in your life, because you just beat the shit out of somebody.
You literally feel like fucking Conan.
Exactly. Like you have to put a cigar in your mouth because you just acted so heterosexually. You need something phallic in your mouth to balance it out. Like you have to get brought down back to earth because of how manly you just acted. What? And you smear the blood all over your wife's face. She's over here adding to the fucking fantasy at this point.
God damn.
He made it sound like Arnold from Predator. I'm just saying, dude.
It's a lot like that. It's a lot.
Yeah. If you have that much rage, you should look into joining a gym or a rugby or club. Then that's what I tell. I noticed my nephew's got a little bit of an anger problem. I said, "Bud, you need karate or something. You got to punch something. Just let it out somewhere, and then you'll feel so much better." He's now describing violence as as God. Like, damn, I'm just saying, dude. Feel that, like I used to fake beat up people, and I would feel like invincible. So I could only imagine if you like I say this all the time. We watch UFC and a guy just kind of knocks somebody completely out, and they cringe up and shit like that. Like that guy in that moment when he knocks that fucking person out, he must feel like completely bulletproof. Like when they jump on that UFC cage and scream like ha, like in that moment, that's ultimate. Like no one can fuck with me. I am all that is man. Like I understand the rage that consumes men. I get it. I have it too. But to me, exercising decorum and keeping that monster at bay is more impressive than releasing the rage and beating the shit out of somebody, because that doesn't prove the point in the end. In the end,
it's the easy way too, right? Like
yes,
releasing it is what comes natural. Like that's the primitive approach. Like that is release it. You built it up, let it go. And I mean that applies for several things, right?
Yeah.
The trick of it is the balance. Like
you got to find something to, like I said, punch something. Go to the gym, hit a bag. You know, like for me, it was honestly pro wrestling, because I had a lot of problems in school. I was bullied, and I had a lot of rage within me. And if I didn't let it out somewhere, it was definitely going to consume me. So I had wrestling. Right. That's where I let it all out, and it helped, because I wouldn't go to school like this steam pipe ready to burst. Like I didn't have all this like anger and frustration in me anymore because over the weekend I had literally let out my frustration on my friends, even if it was fake fighting, whatever the fuck it was. We still had like just this release where I could just breathe and go back and deal with it all over again. And then, like I said, just release it. To me, like, who knows what the fuck could have happened had I not had that, you know? So I'm always one of those people that like I said, tell my nephew all the time, like, you need a thing. Like I had wrestling. That was my thing that got me through the hard times and the upsetting times. You know, that you need your thing. You don't have your thing yet. Once you find it, you'll know what you'll know. You're like, oh, I want to be around this all the time. I don't care what it takes. I just want to be around this. So it's one of those, to me, you just gotta, like I said, it's more impressive when you're calm and cool and you handle it like a true man, which is calm and cool and collected. You're not gonna break. You're not gonna let some schmuck get to you. It's like I tell her this all the fucking time. I say, you worry about other people, and all you're doing is giving that motherfucker the satisfaction because he's got space in your head rent free. They didn't have to try, and now they're there. And then, so why let them win? What makes them more angry is when they don't rent the space, but they're trying, but they can't get in, and that's what really frustrates them. So it's like you got to understand that. Like to me, I am very good at ignoring people right to their face. I could just it frustrates people. Okay, I am very good at it. Like I can just literally, you could be right here, Mikey, and I could literally just block you out. Like I've gotten very good at it. Like because I've had to over the years because I had a lot of rage, and you got to put that shit in check because if you don't, it will check you. So it's one of those things where people have tried to fuck with me, and then you're right here, and I can just block you completely out, where I won't even hear you, and that pisses them off. I've noticed more than you responding back to. Because as soon as you respond back, they got you. That's what they wanted. They wanted the response so that they can continue this fucking game, and I'm just not going to do that shit. Fuck that.
That's the part of it. I think that I still have a lot of work to do. Is the just not letting it affect you. Like I still, when I get angry, like it comes through like physically. Like Ben was saying, it leads to crying. Like mine makes my fucking hands shake.
Yep, mine too. That's
and when I was a kid, when I was younger, if I literally channeled that and hit something, the shaking would stop.
Yeah.
And now I can't do that. I can't just hit shit because I'm a fucking adult.
Yeah.
And that's not okay. It's not okay to fucking dent doors and shit. Like you have to calm the fuck down. And it leads to me just having to just walk away until, remove the pot, remove the kettle from the burner, and it'll stop whistling. It'll stop boiling. Yeah. That's what I have to. I have to just remove myself from a situation.
Dude, I got angry a couple of days ago, and literally, like you just said, my hands started to shake, and it was such a visceral anger that I had to punch, and I just punched the bathroom door. And it literally within, like, as soon as my fucking knuckles hit the door, the anger went with it.
Yep.
It followed it, and I was just like, all right, you're good. Like, just calm down. Don't get too angry because you're going to punch a hole in the wall, which I almost did. I almost did years ago over a fucking stupid electronic thing that stopped working, and I couldn't get it to work, and I just got so mad that, like you said, you're like, where can I put this? It has to go somewhere. So I just punched the fucking wall, and there till this day there is literally a fist indent in the wall where my fist almost went right through because I was so angry in that moment that I just like if I don't let it out, I'm gonna smash this laptop. I think it was a laptop. Like I'm gonna smash this thing to pieces, and I'm not gonna have it now. So I was like, I have to channel this somewhere. Yeah, dude, I've been that.
I've done all of that. Like I've holes in walls, and I fucking hate having to patch that shit. And then plenty of indoor doors, bathroom doors, room doors, where I fucking put my hand through the through the wood, because they're thin wood. We all watch fucking Rampage Jackson shatter a fucking door and then rip it off the hinges. They come apart pretty fucking easy. Like,
yeah, man. Yeah.
they're thin, right? So I ruined a couple of doors that we had when I was in high school.
Just fucking anger. I remember one time
It has to go somewhere. I remember like playing Madden when I was a kid.
Oh,
It would just get me so fucking angry that I
can't
would
not
literally
allowed to play Madden. Can't
twist
play
the
Madden.
fucking controller until it fucking snapped.
Yeah.
And then you're out, at that time you're out like a $30 controller.
Now you're out $80 if you do it. Jesus
Yeah,
fuck.
now you're at 80. There's no way I fucking do it now.
I remember I bought, I don't know if you remember this remote. It had like the fans inside the remote to keep your hands from sweating. You remember that remote?
No.
All right, well, it was like a $50 remote. It was so cool. At the time, like I said, before remotes are now $80, that was the most expensive remote I had to that point. And I was playing Madden, and at the very last play, I lost. And fuck, man, did my anger take over. And I launched that remote so hard, it literally took the GameCube with it.
Ripped it off the shelf.
Oh my God. And I literally watched everything in slow motion as the remote left my hands and smashed off the wall into a million pieces. And in that moment, I was like, well, now you're out that much money. You ain't getting that fucking remote anymore. Like, that's done. Like, I was just, and like I said, it's those moments where I try to tell her, like, you don't know anger. Like, you don't get it. Like there's anger and then there's anger. Like, you don't, like I've watched, like, my buddy Kenny. He was, at the time when we were training in wrestling, he was 280 pounds because he was an offensive lineman in college. And I watched him get so angry. I forgot if it was his mother or something. And he headbutted the door. I don't know what door. It was a bathroom door, his bedroom door. I don't remember the door. But I remember him headbutting it so fucking hard. He literally put his head through it was like a cartoon. Like, his head went right through the door. And then he just fucking, just with all his might, just pushed his fucking head back through. And he just completely turned the door into tissue paper with his head. Not even his fists, nothing. He just headbutted this fucking thing. And I was just like, in like complete horror. I said, you all right, bud? And he's just like, oh, fuck this motherfucker. It's like I said, in those moments when you get that fucking angry, that you have to hit something. And to a point where there's no fists, it's a head that fucking hits something. Like, that's a level of anger.
Leading with the head. Was he fucking Irish? Like, what the fuck?
He is.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. All right.
Definitely Swami. I wanted to be one. Yeah, she's a nut job, this one. He wanted to be a UFC fighter until you find out that they fight back.
Oh, yeah. Nobody just stands there and takes.
They don't just stand there and let you punch them in the face. Yeah.
You have to pay for that.
Yeah, and then she wanted to be a fighter pilot, and someone told her that, people shoot at you in those planes. And then she's like, wait, what?
Fighter pilot.
Yeah, fighter pilot. That's it's in the word. It's in the name.
It's in the name.
So Dan Alton he has one of those. I've got one of those for the computer with the fan in it.
They're really good now.
Yeah, well, like back then, my hand, it would literally make my hands cold. So there was no sweat. It actually worked. The remote did work. I will give it its credit. The problem is, if you play it when you're playing a game that can trigger that kind of anger, I would highly recommend playing with a cheaper controller. Let the hands sweat. Just play with the cheaper controller.
Yeah,
it's one of the reasons why I just play like Spider-Man now, because like I can't play Madden, dude. I cannot accept when that bullshit happens. Final play of the game and they fuck them, score a touchdown. It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, blatant pass.
Spot Mikey, you are still going. Hey, it's 5 hours.
2 weeks in a row. What do you say?
I pulled the PlayStation cover apart with my bare hands, playing the two towers. I went on to defend Helm Deep with half a controller, and I shit you not, Jesus Christ, that is impressive, brother. That's impressive.
Yeah,
I guess that was.
It's a fucking curse, man. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, I've broken quite a few remotes because of Madden football. That's why I don't play Madden.
Yeah,
anymore.
Madden was a key trigger to my rage when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I remember one of the first ones is I remember it was a they didn't call pass interference, and it like cost the game or whatever.
Yeah.
And I just remember just fucking spiking it. And the next time I like went to play the game, the joystick was broken, so it just like dude just went in circles, and I was like, no.
You motherfucker. Oh my god, yes. I guess I just never.
From that moment on, it was just twisting. There was like a certain point, like
You could feel the remote.
You could like hear it giving, and you knew that was the stopping point. Any further past this, and it's fucked.
Yeah, just
relax. Like once it starts to crack the glue, you're like, all right, put it down.
Yeah, dude. I'll just to this day, I'll never forget that image of that remote. I like because the fan inside the remote when it shattered, it was on. So the fan was on. So I just remember this thing hitting the wall and seeing the fan just completely spin. And yeah, go out. I was like, it was like one of those moments where you're just like in complete rage, and then it just everything hits you at once, like you're snapped back to reality in that moment. And I was just like, what have you done? As soon as that remote hit the wall, oh my god, I'll never forget that day.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, Cutthroat Comics trying to send everybody to bed, including Zakanin. Tony started describing violence. Like, dude, I'm sorry. Sorry. Like I said,
you painted a nice picture. It sounded good. It was like it reminded me of Thor Ragnarok when Hulk's describing how his fire is better than Thor.
Exactly. He's a burning rage. You're a smoldering fire.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Well, like that's the thing, dude. Like
it's like because there's anger, and then there is rage.
Yeah.
Anger you can control. Rage is much more difficult.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more. That's what I tried to tell her. I was like, you're angry, but you don't know rage. You don't know I see red. Get the fuck out of my way. Like there was a moment before, like this is before I started smoking weed and all that shit. Like before I got hurt, where I could not control that. Like that was in control of me. So if someone would say something, there was no patience. There was just a short fuse, and I would get angry so quick. And now I'm like, I'm not getting into trouble. I'm not doing this shit no more. Like I'm too old. So I've like literally put it at bay. But like I said, I also tell her it's, you smoke enough weed, anything will go away. Like any rage will get consumed with enough marijuana.
Right.
So, I'm not proud.
Unlike most problems that are still there when you sober up, rage dies. Like rage dissipates. Now it comes back really fucking quick.
Yeah.
You're in traffic and somebody cuts you off, and it jumps a couple of fucking steps because you never got rid of it. Right? Like it's on the back burner. It's not gone. You didn't do anything to get rid of it. Like you said, like when something happens and you were able to take that negative energy and put it into something,
yeah,
it's gone. It's out of you.
Dude, I was
gone.
Driving. She was doing Dash Link, and she asked me to drive. So I was like, okay. So it's basically like you go to a warehouse, they give you like 50 packages, and you basically just do deliveries now for DoorDash, like a warehouse.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I'm driving, and this fucking, I don't know what happened. So I was trying to turn somewhere. I don't know where the fuck we are. I don't know what's going on. So I'm just trying to like listen to the GPS. So I stop and I turn, and as I turn to get off, this guy passes by, calls me a stupid motherfucker. I mean, he screamed it, and he said it like with a New York accent, so I knew he was from the city. He wasn't from up here, so he was driving that city bullshit. Because I didn't do anything wrong. I know I didn't, and I literally slammed on the brakes. Like we turned onto the road, and he stopped. He screamed it and sped, just took up off the road, and I slammed on the brakes, and we did one of these, and I literally looked at her, and I said, "You give me one reason why I shouldn't turn this car around, chase that fuckface, run him off the road, and beat him with an inch of his life." And she was just staring at me. Because in that moment, the rage was ready to consume me. I don't know what it is. You don't call me a stupid motherfucker. Like, we're going to have a problem now. Now we have a problem. So we didn't have a problem before, but now you said something stupid. Now we have a fucking problem. It happened to me one time again, doing DoorDash. I picked up somebody's food. I walked to my car. We're parked like this, right? So I go to the passenger seat to put the food in, right? So I'm putting my food in. I go to close the doors. I'm closing the door. This car is backing out. So I, oh shit, I close the door. This guy looks at me and shakes his head as I'm now trying to get to my front seat. And I hear him call me an asshole.
Oh.
So I literally, as I'm turning, I hear him go, "What an asshole." I hear him say that. And I stop. And the guy's old, right? And I turn around and I say, "What the fuck did you just say?" And he's like froze, because I guess he didn't think the window was down. I don't know what the fuck was going on. And
Forgot that wasn't an internal thought.
Yeah. And I walk back over. I go, "What the fuck did you just say?" And he's just staring at me. I go, "How about the next time you see somebody standing here, you don't try to back the fuck out?" I was like, "How about that?" I said, "You fucking moron." I said, "Do you like being called names?" And he's just staring at me. I go, "No, do you? So fuck off." And I just got in my car. And I slammed the fucking door. And I was just like, because I wanted him to say one more thing.
Yeah, you wanted the excuse to light the fucking fuse.
Just to reach in and punch. I was going to yank, because his window was wide open. So either I was going to yank him the fuck out of the car, or I was just going to reach in and knock him the fuck out in front of his wife. Like, I didn't, like, in that moment, I was just like, fuck you. Like, do not talk to me like that. I do not like that. So I got in the car. I looked down, and I realized that I hadn't smoked weed that day. Like, I hadn't smoked weed at all that morning. So I'd been working. I was doing DoorDash all fucking morning. And I was coming to the end of my day. So it was like hours without it. I didn't smoke it because it was in the morning, right? So I was like, "Oh shit, you need weed, dude." And I hit the thing a couple times, the pen, and I'm just sitting there like, that wasn't the smart play. You shouldn't have done all that. Like it's in there, like it's crazy where it's like how it was able to kind of just snap me back into reality. I was like, luckily that didn't escalate worse than it could have. Because clearly that could have gone another way. So thank God it didn't.
It's weird how fast you see that you were in the wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like like us sitting here now, like neither one of us is angry or enraged. You know what the right thing is. Like if somebody was like, okay, say somebody does this to you, like just continue on your fucking day. Like whatever you do is not going to undo what was done. And it's not going to make you feel better outside of a couple of seconds. But when you're in the moment, like everything else is gone. Like you're not thinking about what happens if or what happens when. You are just thinking about the easiest way for you to deal with this one thing is to inflict physical pain on whoever caused you distress. That's the only thing you're thinking about. And it takes years and years of practice and training to be able to see what those next steps are and to stop yourself from absolutely obliterating somebody, putting somebody in a fucking coma or killing them.
Yeah, if I could tell you how many times that happened.
Active fucking training. Like people say like, oh, you should do karate or something. It's like, honestly, you should probably fucking meditate so it doesn't piss you off to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, like you should just avoid that angering you. And that's the one thing I've not been able to do. It angers me. I'm quickly angered, but it takes me way, way longer
to get to rage. Whatever. Yeah.
Like I'll be pissed off quick, but I won't be skip to the physical shit. That doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. Well, I tell her she gets annoyed because I make jokes all the time. Yeah. But I tell her, it's like, well, it's either that or it's angry all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so it's like, what's better? It's either make jokes and laugh and be funny and be silly, or just be angry all the fucking time. And you're just basically teetering on the edge and you're just waiting for someone to test you. And I just like, that's not fun. That life is not fun. I don't want that life no more. I had that life. Because listen, I in wrestling, you always got to be ready to square up because the first thing someone's going to say to you is, "Oh, that's fake," and they think that you're a pussy immediately because you fake fight. So you automatically got to be in defense mode. You automatically got to be ready to, if shit pops off, prove to people that you can do more than fake fight. Like that's kind of like how the mentality has run through my head my whole life, being involved with wrestling. You know, I've always had to defend. I always had to defend, and I'd always had to prove that I'm not a pussy. You know, so I tell her, I was like, this rage has been in me forever, because again, I've had to defend, and when you do in my defense, it has to be physical, because I have to prove to people that yeah, it's fake, but I can fuck you up. Like we're not. This isn't like a joke. I'm not just some pussy. You know, like it's that kind of shit. So it's like once I stopped wrestling, and like I said, I started. Yes, I did cutthroat in between 2007 to 2012. I had a catastrophic injury that I could not wrestle anymore. I fucked my neck up. So, but yes, it was just constantly.
No, you didn't. Some guy did that to you. And if I ever find him, he's gonna be dead.
Okay. You just took the rage conversation, completely ignored it. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate you for not listening. Thanks. All that speech that we just gave for the last 25 minutes. Deaf ears. Deaf ears. You see? One ear, not the other. You got to wear your hair up so the story doesn't go over your head. Jesus Christ. Oh, my goodness. She doesn't listen. That's another thing. Ladies and gents, if you get a wife, just be prepared to talk to the fucking wall. The wall is going. If I could tell you
I
how many
love
times
you, but she won't listen.
she's not going to listen. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I have respect for all wrestlers. That shit is hard life. Yes, it was cutthroat, but I have one fixed disc or two fixed discs, a C6 and C7, and my C5, 4, and I think 3 are fucked up now. And my lower back is fucked up. I get severe migraines from probably the countless concussions. And here's the thing. I wasn't in wrestling long. So some of these guys that are 20 years, 25, 30-year vets who have had concussions, their brains are probably applesauce by now, you know? So like I was, you know, as much as it sucks that my shit got cut short, I think it was a blessing, because I think what would have happened to me was I would have gotten really fucked up really bad, like really fucked up. So like it was like a blessing in disguise. But I would never trade it in for anything. It was one of my most fondest memories in my younger days. And I still look on my wrestling day. I still have dear friends that are involved in the wrestling business. So I wouldn't trade it in for the world, but it is hard as shit. It is annoying. You know, I gotta bring the spice. This one says.
Yeah.
You're trying to bring that violent out so you get the sexy time. I get it. Yeah. Yeah. There's a cane in his hip to my game. Yeah. Yeah, for real. I love this beautiful psycho that she is. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a great, crazy thing. It's just a constant struggle. And
but you know, it's nice to know that you're never alone. That other people are going through it, dealing with the same type of. It may not be like for instance, Crispin said he cries, like it comes out in a crying motion, and you the shaking fucking hands. You know, me, my hand starts doing this, like because I want to fucking hit something, so my hand just starts kind of like I gotta like my leg starts to shake. Like I know the shaking that you're talking about, because I feel
mine's my hands and my feet.
Yeah, like my leg just starts to go
when
down.
you're driving and you get fucking enraged because now my fucking toes are doing this shit. Oh my god, I hate it so much. It's so fucking frustrating.
Dude, heaven help us.
And the words like no longer there. Like your vocabulary goes to like
gone.
Stone Age. Like
it's just sounds.
It's all anger. Like I don't know if that was what Stanley had in mind when he designed the Hulk, and that's why the Hulk doesn't sound smart. If it was just like
that's definitely
various ways of anger. Like he's a very educated man. He has a very, very enhanced brain. Like he's a very smart man. But once he's triggered, he is triggered. Like he loses everything. I don't know if I'm kind of surprised that I never liked reading the Hulk, because that seems
one of the reasons why I love
be able to like assimilate. Like I'd be like, oh shit.
bro.
Yeah,
I
dude,
tell
for
her like
real.
she makes fun of the Hulk. She's like, the Hulk is stupid. And I go, no. Like when you can relate to the Hulk, then he's not stupid. Like when you understand that, like you just said, when we're cool, we're all calm, we're composed, we're articulated, like we're eloquent, we can speak well. But when the rage
Want to be
consumes
around
us,
us. People
yeah,
like our
when the rage
personalities. Yeah.
when the rage consumes us, we become meatheads. It goes away. The intellect is gone. There is no more. It's
Gone.
just me, Tarzan, you, Jane type shit. Like we become just that animalistic. Yeah, it's just me fight now. Me smash. Like that kind of shit. Like I
Whole caveman. Like the software is wiped from the hard drive, and you
Yeah.
are with whatever you started with, like genetically,
Yeah.
all the way back down to fucking fixing everything with Smash.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna smash.
When everything was single syllable sounds. Like
Brings a whole new meaning to pile driver or spine buster. Yes.
yeah.
Trust me, this one over here.
Heyo.
Hey, pile driver is definitely like a sex one.
Definitely.
Spine buster. That doesn't really. I mean, I guess it could.
Spine buster just sounds like you finish on her back, like you busted on their spine.
Yeah. He just says the spine buster sounds like you finish on the back, like I just busted a nut on your spine. You like that? You like that? It reminds you of doggy. I guess that's what
that probably would be the position,
I
unless
guess
you
that
were,
will work. All right, so
unless you were like flipping it.
Yeah. Yeah. You like pile driver? Sure. Oh, the spewing on your back?
Spewing.
Spewing. She hates that word. That's why.
What a wordsmith.
I'm gonna spew all over you. What?
Oh my word.
It gets real sticky when I wipe it off. That's right, guys.
Sure.
I'm viral on this. On my semen is so sticky she can climb the walls like Spider-Man.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love my wife, but there's no filter.
Well,
None.
she's got to bring the spice.
She does, and she does just that.
Yeah.
It's easy, Mikey. It's easy to stay calm when you're with someone this crazy. Like it's easy to just stay relatively cool when I'm with a woman who, like the shit that comes out of that girl's mouth.
Well, you have to. Like you have to be the balance. Like
if you're going to spew into this. Cutthroat says, I had a lot of rage when I was in high school. I didn't know how to handle it until I started going to the gym to have something to manage. That's really what happens. Once you find a thing, as I said, you have to find a thing that you can just put it all into and just unload it. Once you unload all of the spewing like Triple H on your back. But
and that's why Tony doesn't have to do the gym anymore, because now he has Fox that he can unload into.
Exactly. I get all my cardio done right here at home, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Like, that's right. Every day.
I had sexual relations with that woman.
Every day. She loves
many times.
I have busted a nut in her mouth. I have.
When I'm going to spew, I want to do it on you.
That was good. Tonight I'm going to spew, and you're the one I'm going to spew on. I hope you're ready to take this presidential load.
You're going to take this load after I get out of the commode.
I'm going to go and drop the Browns off at the Super Bowl. And then when I'm done, I'm going to Disneyland with you.
You can come in and give me a blumpkin.
The door will be unlocked. You don't have to bust in. All you got to do is walk in. I'm waiting for Megatron Bill Clinton to happen.
Oh, no.
I can make that happen.
Watch as I make this happen. I am about to have sexual relations with this human being.
The robot voice with a southern draw sounds so weird.
It's crazy. That sounds something that Michael Bay would do on his stupid Transformers movies. Cutthroat says he wants to know what Trump would sound like.
Oh,
It would just be simple, right?
Melania doesn't like me busting anywhere near her. She says, doing a Kleenex, too sticky.
Too sticky. I'm the best buster. Some say this. Some say the best buster.
Busting makes me feel good.
It feels real good. Busting all the time. Best buster. Only buster.
Some say the best. Inter-John relations.
I do never know that.
Get it?
I did not have energon relations with that robot. That much I can promise you. Thank you.
Thank you. My fellow Americans, I can say with great accuracy that I did not bust a load on her spine.
I did not spine buster her. I promise.
My nut was saved because I was in the Oval Office.
Now, I never said anything about pal drivers.
I gave it to her good, but I did not bust.
I did not have sexual relations with that GoBot. Oh my God. I like how now we've made the robot voice. He's got to defend himself from sexual relations.
Yeah, now he's got from sexual relations.
Sexual. I like this how people are just calling out requests.
That's the point in the show we're at. We're at the 5.5 hour mark.
Now you're just
People,
now you're just playing with house money.
yeah, now it's just requests.
now you're playing all the classics.
Caller number 6 wants to hear what would Alvin sound like.
What would Alvin sound like?
Well, I'll tell you what I sound like. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, I promise you. I can't get it up unless you're a chipmunk, you understand? And she was a human. No go for me.
Well done.
I try. Gotta give the people what they want, I guess.
You do. You've been gone for so long. They need it. They need it in their life.
I guess so. If I possibly would fight without getting hurt in a wrestling match, you will get hurt. That's not, I mean, yes and no. The reason only because an MMA fight can last about three seconds. They get you in an armbar and you tap real quick. You know, but like wrestling is just bump, 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 bump. So, you know, I can understand that aspect of it, but I would not want to be a real fighter. I like the idea of it being predetermined and just kind of knowing what you have to do when you have to do it, as opposed to walking into a fight and either getting my arm broken or my face rearranged, essentially. You know.
Yeah. I don't like the recovery part.
Yeah, that sucks, and I don't like that slap shit. You see that dumb thing where they stand there and just let each other they smack each other.
What?
Yeah, it's called power slap. And they literally just stand there and they smack each other. And I, you know, like I just don't get it. Like I don't get it. You just want to willingly give yourself a concussion, you fucking dummy. Like I just, yeah, no, it's not entertaining or interesting at all to me. Unless you like smacking people, then I guess that's the sport for you.
Wait, that's the whole thing?
That's it. You stand there. And they smack you, and then you take turns, and then you smack them, and whoever
that sounds more like a kink than it does fighting.
It's crazy, yeah. And whoever gets either knocked out or quits because the smacking is too much, they that's it. That's how they determine it. Fucking so.
I think I have seen clips of
it. Yeah, UFC bought it. I think they know they own it. They have their power slap or some shit. Some wrestler that I know from Jersey is getting into it, and I'm just like, buddy, you are a fucking dummy. You are a dummy. Like, trust me, just be in wrestling, you'll get concussions. You don't need someone to smack the shit out of you to prove anything. I don't understand.
No,
Yeah.
no. There's more fun ways to get a concussion if that's what you're after.
Exactly. Be a pro wrestler. It will come.
Pro
It will happen. And you can wear colorful outfits and fringe. And no
Yeah,
one
but
will.
then you gotta train it. You know, you gotta get all the rope welts on your back and stuff. Yeah,
That's the worst part, by the way.
looks awful.
That's the worst part of all wrestling. People they think it's the falling on the mat. It's not. It's hitting the ropes. That
Yeah,
fucks
that sounds
you up
fucking
so
terrible. They're look how taut they are. Like, no,
Yeah.
that looks fucking terrible.
Yeah, they fuck you up pretty good. That to me, if anybody ever asked me what would be the worst part, it's hitting the ropes. Everything else is easy. You never get used to hitting the ropes. Because like sometimes like the ropes will be loose and you'll be like, oh, this is nice. And then you go to the ring, another ring the next week, and they're tight as shit. And it's like literally just hitting 3 bars or like 3 pipes.
Yeah.
Like yeah, it's not fun. It's the worst. Sometimes you gotta go upside somebody's head. I just not into that smack shit, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of it yet. Well, when you see it, like if you go down a rabbit hole, bro, and you start to watch that shit, you're like, Jesus Christ. It's funny to watch because you see these people. You see people's faces literally get rearranged with one smack. Like you see everything welt up and swell.
Oh, like to do like this, like the slow motion stuff.
Yeah, and it's almost
okay.
crazy when you see that. But again, why would you willingly stand there and let someone do that to you? Yeah, it's not pretty, man.
It sounds like you've already hit your limit on concussions if that's what you're signing up for willingly.
Exactly. Yes, Justin. I'll start sending emails out. I heard the wrestling ropes can cut through flesh of a wrestler's back. And I don't go that far, but when I was training, it did turn my back completely black and purple.
That I can see.
So it bruises your back, but it doesn't cut your back. It just bruises it really bad until your back kind of just gets used to it and welts up and kind of, what is that? Calluses up. Yeah. And then it goes away. You don't really have that problem no more. But I've never seen it cut unless you're hitting barbed wire like a fucking moron. I heard the worst are the story from those dirty mats. I don't know which one you're talking about. They're actually cables. That's well. Listen, Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, baby girl. I heard the worst is the rug burn from the mats. I would say. Okay, I would say that does suck. But as long as you're padded up, like you have knee pads, because the only thing that's really going to get rug burned is your elbows and your knees from getting up. Like you're taught a certain way to get up in wrestling, and you roll onto your elbow so that you get up quicker. So like I roll off my elbow onto my knee and right back up to my feet, because when you're wrestling, it's timing. So like when a good guy is hitting his moves, you have to feed to him. So I have to be able to hit the mat. So if he let's say he clotheslines me twice and then he drop kicks me on the third thing, right? So when he hits me that first clothesline and I bump, my first knee jerk response is hit mat, immediately roll to your elbow to get to your feet, because you just want to immediately get back up and run right into that next clothesline, to roll right up and then get hit with that drop kick. So it's just like a constant bump roll. Like it's like so much that you have to so like rug burns don't really happen unless you don't have pads. So if I don't have a pad here and I'm constantly rolling on the elbow, yeah, I'm gonna get a rash or burn on it, without question. Same thing with the knees. But like unless someone's dragging you across the mat, you ain't gonna get those kinds of things. It ain't gonna happen to you. The ropes are the worst part, trust me when I tell you. Or if you're a moron and if you want to get a bump on the outside and you've taken on the concrete, then you're a fucking psycho. There's not much I can do there for you. But if anybody ever was wondering about what hurts the most in pro wrestling, it's the ring ropes. I guarantee you. Any wrestler will tell you that.
There you go.
Yeah. So that was unwanted knowledge on your podcast.
Somebody wanted it.
Yeah, somebody got it.
I think I just assumed it.
Well, like they get injured when they're working a Roman Reigns type schedule. Well, you know what? Because you don't have the reps. The wrestling match ever give the wrestlers yes all the time. There's a reason why the ref in WWE is mic'd, so they can tell him messages that he can relate to the wrestlers. So like let's say for instance, they're going to a commercial break. They tell the ref commercial break. Then he tells the wrestlers, and if you ever watched like Raw or SmackDown, when you see the wrestler throw the other wrestler to the outside because the commercial break is coming, that's because the ref told him that it's coming. Kill time. And he throws him to the outside and he plays to the crowd for 5 minutes while the commercials are playing. It's shit like that. Sometimes they hide the blade for the wrestlers. They're very instrumental in matches. They help big time.
Wow.
Yeah. So if someone let's say I'm in the match and I get hurt, and the only way for me to tell the opponent is through the ref. So let's say I bump bad and something happens and the ref checks on me, I will say, go let him know I'm hurt. Either we're wrapping it up or we have to audible. And then it's just shit like that. That's what the ref is. Yeah. The ref is an instrument. He's a key player in a wrestling match.
That makes sense. Never thought
a lot of young people don't utilize that. They plan everything and don't let the ref in on anything. And the ref is flying blind. And then they blame the ref when he misses a cue or he misses the count or he fucks something up when it's just well, he's out there with you. He should know what the fuck is going on. If it's a performance, let's say we're doing a play and I'm sitting here and I know all my lines and Mikey knows all his lines, but my wife doesn't know shit. Well, how the fuck is she going to get into character? How is she going to play the part that we're now enacting on the stage? She's just going to stand there like a moron while me and him play out everything because we know everything. So I'm reading my lines. He's reading his lines. We're nailing what we need to nail, but she's just standing there like a third wheel because she doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Here.
Yeah. So it's that kind of shit. You got to think in terms of a performance. I think same time Toys is impressed that you're going 5.5 hours.
Nobody ever said I didn't have stamina. Let it be.
It's true, dude. Listen, whenever you're ready to wrap this up, though, please don't let me keep you, Mike.
We're gonna wrap it up here. We're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah, so I don't want you to take that is it a more experienced wrestler in a match? Are they more in control of the match? Do they call the yes. Whoever the more experienced guy is will call the spots. It's usually a heel. The heel is supposed to call the match. Unless the baby face is more experienced, then of course you default to the more experienced guy. But for the most part, heels are usually the ones that call everything because they are going to dictate how everything goes. They're setting the tone. Babyface comes from behind. No pun intended. Don't take that the wrong way, my lady. But babyface, so he's got to fight.
Typing.
I know. Babyface has to fight from behind, so the heel will always dictate how it goes. Yeah. And like I said, unless the babyface is a seasoned veteran. If I'm in the ring with someone like, let's say, Jerry the King Lawler, of course I'm going to default to the King because he's been in the business fucking 50 years. So I would let him call the spots even though he's the babyface. Unless he turned to me and was like, you call it. Then, of course, he's giving you the respect to call it, and you better call a good one. That's all. I retract my previous comment.
The previous comment was wow.
Yeah. Wow.
Wow.
He hit you with that Owen Wilson.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
You're really good at this. Wow.
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 Well, Tony, it's been 5 hours and 40 minutes, which is something I did not expect to happen.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you.
Talking to you, time flies, brother.
Listen, I appreciate you because I needed this. For the last 2 weeks, I've literally been in hell. So thank you. For real, thank you for listen. You helped me knock the dust off. So I'm back out it on Sunday. So I appreciate you. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Anytime you wanna do one of these, just let me know, man.
buddy. Whenever you need me. So, like I know you and your pops do this. I know Zakanin is mostly out, but if they're ever busy, you need the help. Let me know, bud.
I will. I will do that. All right. So you got a show coming up Sunday. You doing a
Yeah, but listen, the only thing is, I'm doing a Father's Day special dedicated to my dad. So it's you know, will it be sappy? Probably. Not going to say that it's going to be like a downer. It's not going to be a downer. It's going to be like this, but it's just going to be talking about my dad. I'm going to be building a truck for him for my custom action figure that I made of him. So just going to be talking about parental figures, dads. Like I said, not everybody has a father figure, but they had some kind of father figure or a parental figure that meant something to them. So that day, whether it holds a special place in your heart or not, whatever, just come hang out. Let's have a good time. That's really all I got, man.
Oh yeah. Right on. Tomorrow night or later today. Got figured out. My channel, me and Zakanin will have George Vega on, talking about our favorite covers of the Marvel GI Joe comics, which would be pretty cool. That will be George Vega, and then we'll talk about DFW because George will also be there, and he's got an exclusive print that he's drawn up for the poster for it, which will be pretty awesome. So looking forward to that. That's going to be a good show. And then Sunday, a couple of kooks. Dad and I have no idea what we're doing. I don't even know if he's going to have internet there or if he's going to come here. We don't know yet. I think it kind of depends on how the week goes for him with the moving. So we'll see how that goes. But as soon as I know something, I will get the thumbnail made and release it into the wild.
Wow, that's awesome.
So pretty good. So yeah, after you get some father son bonding with me, we get some Father's Day special with Tony.
Yeah, because I literally will go live as soon as you and your pops are finished. I won't, like I said, I don't cross streams, man. So because a lot of times I'm watching you and your father, like I'm watching that stream. So I'm not, so I usually just wait till you guys are done and then because now I can do what I got to do. It's one of those kind of things. I was like, so like I said,
we appreciate it. We know that's not easy. I mean,
that's it's easy enough.
It's not easy not stepping on people's toes because it's
1,000 people are streaming now, so it's just one of those things where you're gonna.
You and I sailed right through a 3 POA and an after show and probably a post after show.
Yeah,
we've been here the whole time.
And let me tell you something: you've held strong. Everybody has stopped through, come through, say hello. So
I'm still at 20, and it's
and I don't think I don't think you have anything to worry about. So you just like you just said, you cruise through it 5 hours. This is 2 weeks in a row, bro. This might have to become a staple.
Good Lord. I have, if I'm lucky, 5 hours of sleep.
Oh, yeah, get your rest of bed, bud. Yeah.
So anyway, guys, I appreciate you watching. Really, really appreciate you guys watching these 5 hour, 5.5, almost 6 hour streams. I don't.